Hello, gamers. Welcome to the stream.
Hello again.
Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. We're getting into some lore today. Give me 1 second. I'll turn on my camera. I'm just sending out all my links and notifications and whatnot. Alright. What up? Thank you guys all for tuning in. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. We have finally finished damn near everything in version 5.5. I have an epilogue to check out today. I have a couple of artifact sets to read. And depending on how long the stream is, we might actually start the 5.5 local legends as well. And I feel like that will be like the last actual piece of content that I focus on. They also came out with this like the rhythm ball mini game, which I heard is voiced. So we might check this out on my next stream. Like, we might check this out in the middle of going through the local legends, or I might wait for all of it to come out first, because I know that it's like multiple days, or like, yeah, like the mini games themselves are multiple days, and I don't know if there's like any dialogue when you finish it. But really, yeah, apparently it is a voice, like it has like a prologue, like when you start it up, apparently there's dialogue with characters, and then the mini games are just simple daily stuff. Yeah, it's like a voiced intro. So we will be checking that out in my next Genshin stream, which I don't think that'll be until this weekend, because tomorrow I have a sponsored Honkai Star Rail stream. And so today I just wanted to focus on lore and local legend stuff. So far, just the intro's voice. Yeah, but I'm wondering if, like, once all of the mini game days come out, right? Like, I think each day they add like an extra day that you can do a challenge for rewards. I don't know if they'll maybe have like an afterward, like a voiced afterward once it's done. So if it does, then I'd rather just wait for it all to be available and then do it all at once. Have you decided what you're going to read first? I think I'm going to read the Lightkeeper's lore first. Because, like, I at least know about the Lightkeepers. I'm assuming the Cryo set is going to talk about, like, either Skirk or Snezhnaya, because it's Cryo. So, I at least kind of can understand, like, I'm at least getting something Lightkeepers related with the Oath set. And we know about a little bit about them already. So, yeah, I'd rather just start with something that I have some semblance of familiarity. Like, I know at least a portion of what I'm going to get involved in, just because of the web event. Oh my god, all the just in chat. Oh god. But yeah, I'm gonna obviously we're gonna chit chat for a little bit. The VOD watchers would be devastated if I didn't have at least a significant portion of my intro where I'm yapping and chit chatting with y'all, you know. And then the web event is also getting updated tomorrow. I don't know what time. I don't know if it's gonna be the same time as all of these illustrations going out. And it sucks with Hoyo because they have different time frames for when they release things, right? Like midnight, they usually release like a trailer at midnight. 6 a.m. they usually release drip marketing. 9 p.m. they'll release you know, an illustration. And so I'm like, I don't know when or what time I have to be present for what. And so I'm just gonna try to be, I'm gonna stay up until midnight tonight, just to see if they drop something at, you know, technically midnight on the 30th. And if not, then I'll try again tomorrow morning, and then if not, we'll try again at 9 p.m. So yeah. When is drip marketing, by the way? It's at this point, it's the Monday after a patch releases. So it's not going to be until after 5.6. So it'll be a week into the Monday after 5.6 comes out. So I'm expecting Skirk and Dahlia as the last two characters of like the silhouetted characters that they announced, what, almost 6 months ago? I think it was. I think that's how long it's been. So, and then after that, I don't know. Or they might just give us Dahlia and then, like, I don't know, because, like, if they give us Skirk and Dahlia for 5.7, then I don't think there's going to be a new character for 5.8, which isn't unheard of. Like, we've had, I think the patch after Baiju came out, or the patch after Kiara came out, I don't think they released the new character. I think they reran. So, we've had patches where we, like, I think the Bottleland patch, we didn't have a new character. So, if we don't get a new character, that's you know, that's happened before. So, if they go Skirk Dahlia next patch, then that's good, because 3.7 is a save patch. I'm sorry. 5.8 is a save patch for 6.0. Jesus. When was Emily released? Emily was released 4.8. So she was released during the Simulanka patch, which I feel so bad for that character, because like they had already like revealed the Natlanese characters from like from the Reignition teaser, and people knew that Natlan was right after that patch, and so everyone was like hard saving for Mualani and Kinich. So yeah, she got done dirty. Knowing no one is pulling for Dahlia anyway. Well, one thing that I actually realized is Dahlia's cryo, and if Skirk is cryo and Escoffier's cryo, they might all go well together. I'm sorry, Hydro. My bad. I meant Hydro. Dahlia's Hydro. Skirk might be cryo because of the artifact set. Escoffier is cryo, and she buffs cryo and Hydro units. They might all go well together. So, who knows? Right? Like, Escoffier wants permafreeze teams, right? Like freeze teams. So Dahlia might fit right in with them. And if they're on the same banner, then like you have a shot at getting Dahlia if you're going for Skirk anyway, so. But Arnold, we already have Queen Farina. No one would skip her. Peak Skirk, buddy. I mean, some people just want new units. You can have Farina, like, that's 2 cryo and 2 Hydro characters if you do that. But, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how Dahlia plays, but, like, I'm not just talking about Hydro application. Like, I don't know if he's going to be a support unit. I don't know if he's going to be a DPS. I don't know if he's going to be a buffer. So, obviously, we have to wait for his kit. But just by virtue of him being Hydro, he's already going to provide some value for Escoffier and Skirk, depending on how she plays. Yeah. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see. What do you think they'll show tomorrow? No clue. I cannot tell you, brother. I'm expecting... So here's the thing, chat. Do you think they'll still post an illustration even if the web event gets updated? Because, like, I'm kind of curious if they're going to do both. Or if the web event... If we're just going to get the web event update. Yes? Yeah, like, that's the only thing I'm curious about, if we're getting an illustration. Which, by the way, for those of you who haven't been in my last couple streams, I have been recording my initial reactions to all of the illustrations because I know when they're coming out. So I'm, like, recording a couple of minutes before it happens. So I'm refreshing the second 9-10 hits my time. So I'm doing, like, little, like, reactions and thoughts of the illustrations, seeing them for the first time. And instead of uploading them every single night that we get one, I'm just going to do one big compilation once they're all out, once the last one drops. So you guys will get like a reaction compilation of all of the illustration reveals when they happened for next week, probably. I think, when should the last illustration be out? I don't know, though, because they skipped Hexenzirkel, and everyone's saying that that should be tomorrow because... I guess it's like an unofficial witches holiday or something. And they skipped the Knights of Favonius. So, and people are saying that's because, you know, Grandmaster Varka was teased in the trailer. So I don't know if they're dropping, like, I don't know if the web event's going to be like an update to the web event or if we're getting like a trailer or something. But, or like a teaser, like an early like Nodcry teaser or something. I have no idea. But, I also realized that they might actually be prioritizing the Nodcry factions first. Like the Nodcry specific ones, which I appreciate. Like, don't get me wrong, like I know people are excited for the Hexenzirkel and for the Knights of Favonius, but I also feel like the Hexenzirkel and the Knights of Favonius are easily going to overshadow anything new because they've been established in the game for years. You know what I mean? Like, they've been in the game since, like, 1.0. And so, like, you would think, like, oh, we'd be excited for Nodcry and all of the new stuff, but then people are like, well, for as long as the Knights of Favonius and Hexenzirkel have been in the game, there's still stuff about them that's new to us that we don't know. So, like, I understand and I at least appreciate that they're giving the new stuff, you know, a moment to breathe before they get completely overshadowed by like Alice and Gold and Varka. But yeah, the best I can expect, or like the most I can expect for tomorrow, are character reveals. Like like we already got Nodcry, we got all these factions, we got some designs of like the environment, you know, we got like a little like mini briefing of each of the factions and their involvement with Nodcry. So like the only other thing I can expect is like we see characters, which is weird because they usually save that for the summer. You know, they usually save that for like the big like Fatui sorry, like the Fatui related teaser trailer that we get every summer. Like Winter Night's Lazo, Overture, Reignition. So like, I don't know, it's weird that they would consider doing that unless they reveal like Hexenzirkel and Adventurers Guild and Knights of Favonius characters and save the Nodcry exclusive stuff for when we go to Nodcry. You know what I mean? I would love for them to reveal Varka, like Varka's design, the Hexenzirkel's designs, because they're Mondstadt related. So, like, sure, give us that shit now. And then save, like, the Nodcry specific character reveals for the summer trailer. I think that would be worthwhile, too. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but I'm expecting a character reveal of some sort. Yeah, I want a Rhine-Daughter reveal so badly. Like, holy shit. Ugh. I'd rather have them revealed in-game like Skirk. Yeah, but like most of like the regional characters get revealed in the like, I mean, you could want that, but that like Skirk is an exception. And actually, Skirk was still revealed in a trailer before we saw her. I know what you're saying though, like she wasn't like revealed in like a preview way, like in a preview sense. But they did reveal her in the 4.2 trailer before we saw her in the game. But you know, like Winter Night's Lazo revealed all the Fatui for the first time. Overture teaser revealed every Fontanian character and Arlecchino in game, or like Arlecchino in Fontaine. So, and like obviously Capitano, the Natlanese characters with the Reignition teaser. God, I love the Reignition teaser. I'm not even like no glaze for my captain this time, but like I just really love that trailer in general. Like it's just I think the music is like my favorite part of that trailer. But yeah. Dude, I've been watching the Reignition teaser like more than 10 times. Yeah. Oh, like you've watched it like that? Yeah, I've watched it. I mean, I did my whole Natlan predictions theory, which like 80% of it came true. And that was during one point, that was before the patch even came out. So that was huge. But yeah, I loved it. That video was pure cinema. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. I put a lot of work into that video. Holy moly. I might do something.
We're not here for your money.
Yo!
Hi, Arnold. Would love to hear your thoughts on why you think some of the Natlan designs are modern. In my opinion, it's most likely due to the proximity of Natlan to the ancient dragon remnants, which would allow them to study or expand on some of.
Okay, hold on. Yo, Flip, thank you for the dono, my boy. Give me 1 second. I have to open Streamlabs to read donations because I still have not changed my donations to Stream Elements. Give me 1 second. Streamlabs. But you asked about like my thoughts on like the modernization of like the Natlan designs. I'll be honest with you. I actually think it's kind of. Well, hold on. Let me open this real quick so I can properly read what you sent. Oh, actually, I gotta log in with Twitch. Pause champ. Pause champ, guys. I can't find the old videos on Twitch, even though I'm subscribed. Twitch does not allow more than 100 hours of saved VODs. So I've moved all of my VODs over from Twitch to YouTube, but I have not made them public yet. I apologize, but if you're looking for a specific video, and it's not Natlan, go to my YouTube, my Murder of Birds YouTube channel. I only have like a handful of VODs saved now because Twitch changed their policy recently. Yeah. I do have some highlighted, like Act 4 and Act 5 of Natlan, because it's not on YouTube yet. But most of my VODs are migrating over, so you're just going to have to wait like a couple weeks for me to get to that. Okay, let's see. Thank you for the $5, Flip. I appreciate you, my boy. Hi, Arnold. Would love to hear your thoughts on why you think some of the Natlan designs are modern. I mean, I've never really held that opinion, but it's just kind of objective, right? You got like Mavwika on a motorcycle. You have God, this is so depressing. Can we like change the Jesus? It's like I'm like freaking just doom and gloom on my screen. But yeah, like you have Mavwika's motorcycle, you have like DJ Jalonin and like her skateboard, like not her skateboard, her like rollerblades. But yeah, let's see. Would love to hear your thoughts on why you think some of the Natlan designs are modern. In my opinion, it's most likely due to the proximity of Natlan to the ancient dragon remnants, which allow them to study and expand on some of the tech. That's pretty much what it comes down to. Like, that is what it is. Like, not everyone in Natlan can use phlogiston, so that's why some people are adapted in that tech and some people aren't, because not everyone can use phlogiston, and the dragon tech is powered by phlogiston. The Traveler is a fucking alien, so that's why they get a pass and they can do everything. But that's what it really comes down to. It's just like, it's kind of like Fontaine. Like, look at Fontaine. I mean, Fontaine's like super futuristic, but that's because of like the Oceanuma stuff and the Gardamex and stuff like that, like the technology that was like set up in the past, and so they're benefiting from it in the present. But Natlan's situation is that like not everyone is privy to this technology, so that's why it's weird that like, oh, there's like one of the reasons I like Natlan so much is it's like a blend of both. Like, it's archaic but also futuristic at the same time, and that doesn't break my immersion. Like, I don't need something to be all this or all that. Like, I like a blend of both, right? Like Ruby, for example. Ruby's a series that I covered on my main YouTube channel, and that show is kind of similar. Like, if you know the origins of the world, it makes sense, but like the world feels very old and archaic, but like they also have basically like the characters basically use magic, like, or a semblance of magic. And so it feels, I don't know, it feels just cool. Like, it's like you're kind of experiencing two different time eras. So I've never been one to, I'm not in that crowd of people that feels like it's immersion breaking. I do feel like it's a bit over the top how Mavwika just fights with her fucking motorcycle. I'm like, okay, that's a bit much. But you know, it's very over the top, and you know, I'd expect that for an Archon. So so yeah, personally, I completely align it with, like you said, like the dragon technology. Jalonin is the greatest artisan of the current age. She kind of knows about, like, she created most of like Mavwika's toys and whatnot. She didn't like wholeheartedly create the motorcycle, but a lot of its modifications were because of her. So so yeah. And like here's the thing too, right? It's kind of like the theory or like the crack, like it's kind of like, imagine the world used to be like ruled by a super secret, highly advanced civilization of creatures, and then they died out, and then from the remains of that, humanity came up, and we're the cavemen. You know what I mean? It's like something more advanced existed before us, and it was the dragons and their technology and their civilization, and so humanity is just backpacking off of their work and their technology. But yeah, I loved it. I love Natlan's lore so much. You know, I was so locked into this place, and we learned so much more than I learned so much more like leaving Natlan now that I'll carry with me with like the other nations, which I really appreciate. Horizon Zero Dawn's like that? Yeah, I guess you can compare Horizon. I haven't played Forbidden West, so I'm not entirely sure of the correlation there. I've only played the first game, but yeah, you know, it's kind of, you know what, it kind of reminds me of like how people say, oh, the pyramids were created by like aliens, or like aliens helped create the pyramids, and I'm like, it's kind of giving that energy, like something more advanced created all the shit that we're seeing, but now humans get to reap the benefits of it because they're in charge. And that's everywhere, right? That's, I guess to an extent it's everywhere, but it's more prominent in like Natlan and Fontaine, I would say. I think Natlan and Fontaine benefit the most from previous generations of technological advancements and whatnot. But yeah, I appreciate the hell out of that. I'm glad everything is just not one gray blob, and all nations are on the same playing fields. You know, I liked that a lot. Yeah. Hopefully that answers your question, but thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Arnold and lore. Arnold, ignoring lore, what was your favorite book to read? Truth be told, I haven't read a lot of books in the game. I only like read books that are like really like relevant to lore, honestly. But removing lore, actually Moonlit Bamboo Forest was like a really cool read. Like the image, like the imagery I was imagining in my head as I read it was pretty cool. And then right after that, we got, actually, I think it is Moonlit Bamboo Forest, and I think it's a little unfair, but I actually think I really liked this because I imagined it in my head as I was reading it, and then immediately after that, we watched the animation, and I was like, I just read all of this. This is so cool how they, like, copied it to a T, and, like, how it came out. I liked that. I really enjoyed, what's it called? Oh, the Boar Princess I really liked. I liked the Boar Princess. And the Little Witch in the Undying Fire was great, too. Yeah. Oh, actually, the Tale of Shiria and Shirin was really good. I really liked... This was a terrible stream. My internet crashed 13 times during this stream. It was terrible. It was so bad. I had to delete the VOD. And, like, I had to delete the VOD on Twitch because there was like 13 like VODs. So I had to delete the VOD and then edit the video and upload it to YouTube. But yeah, my stream crashed so many times during this reading session. I was pissed. But yeah, shout out to all the OGs that were here for that. Yeah, during Sumeru. But yeah, I really liked this story. Like, the lore of this story wasn't really relevant to like anything happening in the present. It really was like Lilapar's backstory. I also realized that all of these stories I'm talking about are lore related, but I'm trying to remove like I'm trying to remove the lore aspect of my enjoyment, like the information I learned and just the story as a whole. Actually, you know what? It might be the Little Witch in the Undying Fire. This was like a super entertaining read. Like, this almost felt like a comedy. Just because, like, the witches were, like, breaking the fourth wall and were, like, talking to each other through their manuscripts. But yeah, I think The Little Witch is my favorite book, actually. And how apropos. We got Hexen Circle, finally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it started off really humorous and entertaining, and then it got like super serious, and then it got really sad at the end. So, yeah, I really liked that read. Have you found a good place to read? Yes, so we're going to be reading the Lightkeeper's lore. We're going to be reading the Long Night's Oath in Enkanomiya, because Lightkeepers remind me of the Dainichi Mikoshi and like the light of the Helios and all of that. So we're going to read that book, or we're going to read that lore in Enkanomiya. And I'm actually going to keep the second location a secret until we do it. Some of y'all might know what I'm talking about, what I'm referring to, but don't spoil. Okay, don't say anything. This is gonna be a treat for all of you guys who, this is gonna be a little treat. And if you don't know, you will know. And then you can say, thank you, Arnold. Where would we be without you? And then I would say, I don't know. Probably in the exact same... Actually, no, you wouldn't be, because I wouldn't be here. You'd be doing something more valuable with your time. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 bum. Chat, the editors are gonna be caught up next month. Like, I'm struggling. I have like nothing else to give them after this patch. So like we're also, I really apologize to those of you who are looking forward to the Natlan playthrough on YouTube. With all of this 5.6 hype, I just released my analysis video. I'm creating this illustration compilation. We're getting something dropped tomorrow. So like, I'm prioritizing all of this modern stuff, all this present day stuff. And unfortunately, the playthrough series has taken a little bit of a backseat because of that. Because like, modern stuff is the only way I get views, you know, so I want to capitalize on that time. So I do apologize to anyone that's looking forward to, like, we finished Act 1 and 2 of Natlan's Archon quest on YouTube right now. But I think after this week, we'll be getting back to it. But, I mean, the editors will still be invaluable, especially when Nodcry comes out, because, like, whenever a new nation comes out, like, because we edit everything, it, like, 5.0 coming out is massive because, like, you get the Archon quests, you get the event quests, you get the story quests, you get the new artifacts, new books, and, like, I make content out of all of that, so, like, right now, we're kind of chilling because we're caught up on all the Archon quest stuff, and so we're just going through things patch by patch. So, like, they edit stuff by, like, they'll be able to edit stuff when a new patch starts, but when a new nation comes out, they'll be busy for a while just because there's going to be more stuff for them than I can catch up on. You know what I mean? But for the most part, we're not going to be a year behind anymore, which is great. I've always been a year behind Genshin because I made my YouTube channel a year after the game. Well, let me rephrase. I made my Genshin YouTube channel a year after the game came out, and then I started uploading my playthroughs from day one. So I've been behind from the start. So being caught up is just going to feel very different for me. And it's also going to be just like a huge weight off my shoulders to do other things. That's another reason why I haven't really done much of anything other than like Genshin and Gacha, because this massive project's been on my plate. Oh yeah, I see some people saying something about it, but we don't talk about leaks here. I don't know if anyone's talking about leaks or what, but yeah, do not talk about leaks here, please. You will be banned. But yeah. By the way, is there a website where you can find in what order to read artifact pieces of each set? I'm sure, I don't know, but, like, hats off to the mods. My mods specifically, because, like, I'm spoiled as hell when it comes to, like, just knowing, like, what goes with what, because they take time out of their day to do that, and that really helps me out, and that in turn helps out the content, and that in turn makes it more convenient for you guys to follow along. And so, you know, all the mods in the server have basically, and not even just mods, just like people in the server who like want to contribute and want to help along with that. Like, that's literally my community that puts that shit together. So, I don't think there's any like official way or like a web or any other site. And I'll probably make a video covering all of that stuff, and I'll make the doc public for people to check out if they want to do their own like homework, if you will. But yeah.
Hello again.
Much appreciated for the time capsule. I've been having the time of my life rewatching everything from the beginning. Thank you. Appreciate the 17 months, by the way. Yeah, I'm getting comments across all of my videos now from people. I've gotten so many comments of people that are like, hey, I'm back here to rewatch this Albedo event for the next patch. And like so many people are just leaving comments on like my, like mostly like the Albedo stuff, which is nice. So I really love that, that people like can look to my content to help them out. Or just to like re-experience the good old days or the content that's no longer available or some semblance of reminiscing and nostalgia. Lord knows I put all the time and effort in making that shit possible. So, and I had people in mind from the beginning. That's why I could have made my Genshin channel when Inazuma came out and started posting from Inazuma onward. I could have done that. But then in my head I was like, but like, what about people who missed the first Golden Apple and the first Windbloom and the first Lantern Rite and like the freaking Unreconciled Stars? And so I was like, nah, I'm gonna do it from the beginning. So yeah. What regional festival is your favorite? What regional festival is my favorite? Maybe Windbloom? The first Windbloom was great. See, here's the thing too, right? I don't know, actually, maybe Lantern Rite, because Lantern Rite is like, you're constantly participating. Like, the first Windbloom Festival felt like the true Windbloom Festival. No offense to anyone that didn't get to play it. I don't mean to take away what Windbloom means to you whenever you, like, if you missed the first one, but we actually participated in Windbloom Festival the first year. The second year, we got a Windbloom Festival during the second year, and we got a Windbloom Festival in 3.6, I think it was, and then we're getting another one now, but I don't think we're gonna be like participants in the festival. So like, to me, Windbloom felt at its core during the first one, because we had like the mini games and stuff like that. We participated in all the stuff and whatnot. And yeah, 3.5, yeah, so I was off. But Lantern Rite, we're a participant every year, so I feel like Lantern Rite might be the answer. But then the question is, which Lantern Rite is your favorite, or which Lantern Rite did you connect with the most? I think for me, I loved the second one. I loved so much the second Lantern Rite. I still go back and watch that cutscene. It's so good. Yeah, the Kaching, yeah, Kaching, aka Kaching story quest. Yeah. Will you do a live stream for today's Welkin Moon? Probably not. Just because, like, I haven't done one for, like, the other ones. The only videos I really do, like, live streams for is, like, the Fatui trailers. Like, the summer ones. Because I did it for Winter Night's Lazo, and then I did it again for Overture, and then I did it again for Reignition. I fucked up my sleep schedule every single time, by the way. But, yeah, I do it for those where I'll stream that super late, but the other stuff I'll typically just record on my end. Yeah, I'm gonna record and make a video about whatever the web event is. I'm just not gonna live stream it. Yeah, Windbloom with Kale was peak. Yeah, it really was. I mean, that was Hexen Circle right there. Right? That was like the first big Hexen Circle, like, reveal in-game. Right? We got Rhindaughter's voice. We got, like, a bunch of them. It was, yeah, that one was great. Hu Tao's Lantern Rite was peak. We actually just finished editing that. The intro for that video is really good. I'm really happy with how it turned out. But yeah, like that lantern right was great. That was my first like CN voiceover for that. I gotta go back and watch the first 2 lantern rights. Yeah, if you were a Zhao fan, you probably really liked the first lantern right. But like other than that, like the first lantern right, it's so crazy looking back on it. Like that was like, I think that was the first, actually no, that was the second like story related event in the game. And like they learned a lot from the first one. For example, you didn't have to use resin to redeem the rewards like you had to during like you had to during Unreconciled Stars. Like people complained about that. I thought that was stupid. Like you had to use resin to get your first crown. And it was actually originally called the Crown of Sagehood. It wasn't called the Crown of Insight. They changed it to Crown of Insight when Lantern Rite came out. But the first ever crown was the Crown of Sagehood, and you had to use resin to buy stuff from the shop. So that was a little whack. But then the first Lantern Rite, it was just a fucking fetch quest. All the mini games were just like, go do this, go talk to this NPC, go do that. And the only featured character was Zhao. And it was just like, damn, bro. So like Zhao gamers, Zhao fans were eating good. Yeah, it was rough. Yeah, and Khaenri'ah, yeah, I guess and Khaenri'ah, but like, I mean for Lantern Rite. Like now, the standard is every Lantern Rite is, like every Liyue character is typically featured in Lantern right now, but it wasn't always the case. The City of Chores. Oh man. Yeah, so the first Lantern Rite was like, there was like a huge blemish on the first one. The cutscene was great. The lore was even better. Like with like the lore about Skybracer, the Adepti, like that shit was cool. Like the Mingzhao, the first Mingzhao lantern, and like all of that stuff was really cool. But like Aether was being worked like a dog. He didn't even get to enjoy himself. Now I actually really like it because like whenever we go to Lantern Rite, I joke. Every Lantern Rite, I think I joke around. I'm like, oh god, guys, we can actually enjoy ourselves. But yeah. I definitely want to do like tier lists once I'm caught up. Like once I'm caught up and like I have nothing else to work towards with content for Genshin, I do want to start doing like tier lists, because I do want to like articulate my feelings for all of the content that I've played over the years, like my favorite characters, my favorite events, my favorite story quests, my favorite Archon quests, stuff like that. I've always wanted to do like original content like that, but I've always felt held back by my like internal obligation to my playthrough series. What's your favorite Mingzhao lantern? Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, so let's see. We have Skybracer, Fujin, the Taodo tree, Monogius, Skybracer. I know it's not lore relevant at all, but I actually really liked the gold. No, wait, the goldfish one wasn't. No, that was was that Lantern Rite? Or was that Moon Chase? Am I getting those two mixed up? That was Lantern Rite? Okay, okay. I know that one wasn't really relevant to like whatever was going on, and they definitely teased the Adepti in that years before it got revealed, but I actually really like the goldfish one, or the carp. I actually really like that one. Obviously Monogius is like fucking Giga Chad energy, but I'm a little upset. I'm a little sad because I didn't take pictures in Genshin like that during like the first couple years. I took a picture of Skybracers Ming Zhao lantern, but I didn't take a picture of the carp, and I don't think I took a picture of Skybracer. I think I'm okay not taking a picture of Skybracers because like we got the, you know, we ended up getting the furnishing. But like that's another thing too. Like we don't have a furnishing of the first 2 Ming Zhao lanterns, I don't think. Right, Skybracer and Fujin, because you know, the teapot system wasn't around during the first year. Like the teapot only came out after the first lantern, right? But yeah. So that would be cool if they allowed people to get those, even though they weren't a part of those festivals, because no one has those. Do you watch Hoyo Fair? Not really. It's only because like I just don't have the time. Like I would rather just spend my time working on like my playthroughs or like editing stuff, and like to do those would mean to edit those, which would mean to take time away from the things that I actually need to edit from my backlog. So that's the only reason I haven't done them. I've only watched one Hoyo Fair, and I think it was in 2022. I think that's the only one I've ever watched. Yo, what up, David?
Hello again.
My first Genshin pictures. Yeah, I only have like 5 pictures from year 1. And one of them is the little foxes in Dragonspine. When you get that, like if you feed that one fox 5 days in a row, and then it gives you the chest. I took a picture of that chest with the foxes next to it in Dragonspine for 1.2. I think that's my oldest picture, actually. And like Durin, I think I took a picture of Durin and Albedo. Like Albedo and Durin Tart in 1.2. But yeah. I didn't take a lot of pictures, which is a little sad. I wish I had, especially for like limited content stuff, but I'm glad I do it now, you know? All right, chat, we're gonna start in maybe like another 10-15 minutes. I appreciate y'all tuning in. Ads? Yeah, we're gonna run ads when we actually start. Is Farina still your favorite Archon, even with all of Mavwika's lore and Archon quests? Yeah. I like Mavwika a lot, but she's not my, like, she didn't like really, in terms of like why I like Farina, I don't think like that's like an immovable thing. Like I don't think Mavwika or even the Saritsa are gonna top that for me. And the only one that I feel like could change my mind is A, because she was my first one. And I'm gonna be honest with you, the editors just finished editing Mikawa Flower Festival. During that stream, I almost took it back. I almost was like after we finished Mikawa Flower Festival and we got like A's like closure story for her friends, I was like, oh my god. Am I about to change my mind and go back to my first pick, my first Archon? But I remained steadfast. So Farina and A are my 2 favorite Archons. And then probably, it's so hard, man. I love all of them. I really like Nahida. Like I love Nahida so much. But like, I also really like Venti and Zhongli. Like I love all of them. But like I wish I could say Nahida was my favorite because she's so freaking, her Archon quest was awesome and her story quests too. Got it, man. I wish all of them, you know what? They're all my favorite, okay? That's my cop-out answer. Yeah, I love Farina, like, and like the thing too that's crazy about it is like, the emotional stakes with Khaenri'ah almost makes it unfair why I like her. You know what I mean? Like, her story had so much, like, emotional resonance that, like, is really... It's not, like, you can't really even compare it to any other Archon. We don't know fuck all, really. I mean, we do, but, like, at the same time... I feel like a lot of my love for Khaenri'ah stems from her, like... She's, like, up there with the Archons in terms of willpower, even though she's a human, and I think that's fucking awesome. I think that's, like, so badass of her. This small, fragile human girl literally didn't break once in 500 years, and, like, you got these fucking... These, like, ungodly, like, beings... that just make humans look puny and insignificant, and there you have Khaenri'ah standing amongst them. And I'm just like, that's so cool. And it's admirable, too. I love her. Who has more willpower, Capitano or Khaenri'ah? Yes. That's my answer. Yes. Probably wasn't what you were expecting. I mean, what do you want me to say? They both suffered for 500 years, and they're both humans, so, like, yes. And look at that. They're both my favorite. That's crazy. Hoyoverse, you know me so well. It's almost like you make the game for me specifically. All right. Last question, and then I think we'll get ready to start. What's y'all's favorite traveler? Not like Aether Lumion, I mean element. What's your favorite elemental traveler? And if I see a specific element that I do not like, I'm banning you. Choose wisely. Yo, based parry traveler, based take. Bro said physical Aether, physical traveler. True. All right, looks like I'm banning a couple people in chat. At least two. No, I'm just kidding. I still don't know how Electro Traveler works to this day, and I probably never will, and I'm okay with that. I haven't even come to terms with it. It's not even something I struggle with. I don't care enough to struggle with not knowing how he works. I'm just like, you know what? If you like Electro Traveler, I'm happy for you. But yeah. I do like his Thunderclap voice line, though. That's kind of cool. It reminds me of it reminds me, for some reason, it reminds me of Sasuke from Naruto. Because his Kiden attack in Naruto Storm, he's like, be gone with the Thunderclap, and it reminds me of that. Yeah. I was gonna say too, thank God I started using, like, when I started using Aether for, like, immersion in my quests, in my, like, events and stuff, thank God I was past Inazuma by that point. I would have been like, damn, bro, do I really have to use Electro Aether for this quest? So, when I started my immersion journey, we were already in, Sumeru, so thank God. And now, Pyro's my favorite, so shout out to all the Dendro and Pyro enjoyers. Those were the correct answers, by the way. That was a trick question. I don't think I saw anyone say Hydro. Actually, you know what? Let me scroll back up. Did anyone say Hydro, actually? Hold on, let me... Pyro, Dendro, okay, Cryo's not out yet. What are you doing? Pyro, Dendro, Pyro, Geo, Dendro, Pyro. I don't think anybody said Hydro. Oh my god, no one said Hydro. There's 500 people in here. You know, I know that's a small sample size, but... Sheesh. I mean... When he throws the freaking ultimate and it just, like, floats off into the ether when the enemies are on the other side of the field, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard to enjoy that, you know? It's kind of hard to use, like, the pew-pew, like, water gun attack when the enemies are still hitting you and they're unable to be, like, you know, interrupted. Yeah. Hydro Traveler was rough. I'm surprised they didn't make him a healer, but at the same time, like, we have enough healers in the game now that... I guess he kind of heals himself with the water droplets too, but... It ain't it. I'll take the L. I like Hydro Traveler best. Hey, you know what? You're a national treasure, alright? We need more people like you. That was actually probably the most brave thing you could have done. And, no shame. I think Cryo Traveler might be a healer. No, I don't think so. All right, here's the real question though. You guys, are we gonna... Chat, okay. Let me... Do you guys think it was satisfying the way that they went about the pyro element in Natlan? Like, looking back on it now, it's one thing that we had to go the whole patch without it, but like, do you appreciate how they went about it in terms of we had to like go through the Archon quest to get it in the end? The unlocking, yes. The kit, meh. Yes, for me it was rewarding. Okay, most people are saying yes. Someone said no. I thought it was fun. You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Like, for me, like, I'm in the camp where I thought it was satisfying for the story. But, like, now that they've done that, I'm gonna be a little disappointed if we just go to Snezhnaya and touch the statue and we get Cryo. I'm like, damn, bro, no fanfare, no build-up, no hype. At least Pyro was fucking hype with how we got it, you know? Like, now I feel like they need to do something special for Cryo. Because, like, I loved the payoff of how we got the Pyro. I'm sorry. They have to do something, like, special for Cryo based on, like, the hype factor of how we got Pyro, you know? So, like, I was gonna say, oh, I'm interested in my mind, I'm like, damn, man. Are we really just gonna go back to how it was before and we're just gonna walk up to the statue and just get it and that's it? But yeah, I don't know. You know what I think? I think it would be cool if they implemented some type of, like, cutscene trigger for getting it. And I don't, like, I'm just spitballing off the top of my head here, but, like, what if you go into a scene, you know, and you know why? You know why? Because they started implementing cutscenes during, like, certain sequences. So if you did Varessa's story quest, for example, like, you're walking with her and then you reach an area and then you get a cutscene and it's just expressing something that they can't do in-game with the in-game engine. So they're like, here's a flashy cutscene moment for this scene. Okay, now we're back in-game. I think they should do something like that where, like, Aether goes to the statue, or you walk up to your first Snezhnaya statue of the 7, and then a cutscene happens. The Traveler gets, you know, freaking ambushed by these, like, these mercenaries, and he's got to fight his way off, and he needs help. His other elements aren't working, so he runs to the statue and touches it, gets Cryo, and then does this really cool showcase of the first time using cryo. Like, at least then it's a little bit more of a spectacle instead of touch. Okay, now we resonate. I actually think they should do something like that. Like, give us like some type of cutscene intro to the next element instead of, like, I'd prefer that than waiting the whole patch to get the element. You know what I mean? And because they did that with Varessa's story quest or her tribal quest, I feel like it's possible. And I just hope they do that. It's the last element, you know what I mean? It's the last of the 7 elements, so I would want it to be somewhat special for that, and because Pyro set my expectations a little too high. Bold of you to assume that the Sarita would give us cryo powers just like that. Well, I don't really think the powers are necessarily from the Archons when we go to the statues, but we are a Descender, so we'll take it whether we want. Like, we just yoink that power. We don't even ask for permission, we just do it. But yeah, if anything, I feel like it's more of like the influence of the dragon's authority that allows us to resonate with that, because we're a Descender. Do you think we're getting a Nod Cry element? I don't know, because like that element seems to be exclusive to Nod Cry, and I don't think, like, you would have to make an entire element system. You can't make an entire element system on like a handful of characters, you know? Maybe it'll be a mechanic, kind of like Oceanuma, or like the Night Soul's Blessing, you know, that would kind of work. But as like an element to the elemental like reaction system, I don't think they'll do that. In fact, actually, you know what? I think if Aether gets a light or even an abyssal form, it'll be like a mechanic. It won't be an element. Which is kind of weird. But like, kind of like how Hydro Traveler has an Archie alignment. Maybe the Cryo Traveler will have like this moon alignment too. Maybe. I don't know. But the power predates the 7. So I don't know, but I don't think if they do it, then it would probably have to be Traveler exclusive, which means every person can get the element, but I don't think we're gonna get other playable characters that also have that power, because like it doesn't seem like something everyone has. At most only the Frost Moon Scions. And I'm expecting at most maybe 1 Frost Moon Scion to be playable, maybe 2. Doesn't Phlogiston also predate the 7 elements? Yeah, it does, because like that's what the elements are made of. The elements were made using Phlogiston as a base, so yeah. The Heavenly Principles was like, yoink, thanks for the, I'm gonna copy your homework, because this shit doesn't work against the Abyss. Actually, low-key, the Primordial one was looking out for everybody when he made the elements, because Phlogiston does not work against the Abyss. So the Primordial one was like, let me grab that Phlogiston and make a power that actually can protect humanity from the Abyss. And thus the elements were created, and thus visions were given out to protect people. Now the Heavenly Print, but see, that's the thing too, like the elements, it's weird because like the elements also existed because there were elemental dragons, but it seems like the Primordial one took Phlogiston and took the authority of the dragons and made elements. You know what I mean? And then he gave each of his Archons dominion over those elements via the dragon's authority. And that's what it is. So yeah. primordial one should have protected everyone, even the dragons, not just humans. Well, you can't guarantee that the dragons wouldn't just, like, kill off the human race, right? That's kind of like Archon's mindset. Archon was like, if we allow them, in due time, the dragons will freaking curb stomp us. So we have to subjugate them, otherwise the human race will go extinct. And the dragons will never, like, coexist with humanity. They looked down on them, for Christ's sake, you know what I mean? So, yeah, the primordial one's like, I'm here to look after my children. Sorry. So, it is what it is. You know, it's like survival of the fittest. All right, chat, we're going to run the 3-minute ad. Thank you guys for being patient. I love chit-chatting with y'all, but we got some lore to read. Yeah, obviously, no one wants to be usurped. So, like, the primordial one isn't exactly, like... He's a gray character. They're a gray... Like, the Heavenly Principles is, like, a gray factor. You know, it's like, oh, thanks for creating us and giving us life and all of that. But, like, we kind of hate the way you went about it, you know? So, there's criticism, for sure. And that criticism breeds discussion and conversations like this, and therefore, and you know, at the end of it all, like, we get some really cool perspectives instead of it just being like, you're good, you're bad, okay, that's cut and dry, no need to talk about it. What artifacts that you're reading first? We're gonna read the Long Night's Oath. Yo, guys, look at this piece I got yesterday, all right? I got this piece last night. Oh, actually, technically this morning. Like, early this morning. Look at this shit. This goes so hard, brother. Now, look at this piece, right? Look at this piece, and look at the piece that I upgraded it from. So this is... Where is it? This is the piece she had previously. Veressa was rocking this piece before. So this didn't even have crit damage. And so I was like, bro, a direct upgrade, let's fucking go. So, yeah, Veressa's kind of popping off right now. Yeah, 3 on crit damage, 1 on defense, 1 on energy. I'll take it. How much fragile resin have you spent? I mean, I just do my my daily amount. I don't max resin refresh anymore. So, yeah, I mean, I've been farming this domain every day since it's come out. Other than when I'm pre-farming characters, but I've farmed this set every day since it's released. And will continue to do so to try to get better as many better pieces as possible. But I think I have crit damage on all of my pieces. Yeah, this one has crit rate, crit damage. This one has crit damage. Actually, yeah, this is the only one that doesn't have crit rate. Yeah, this has crit damage on it too. Crit rate on this one. And I'm using the Widsith with her because, wait, is it the Widsith? Yeah, I'm using the Widsith for the crit damage ratio. So she's at 74 over 204, 138 energy, and 46 electro bonus. Five runs every day since release for 5.5, yeah. Other than when like I had to build Veressa, I had to build Eon-san, so obviously I had to farm out their talents. But other than building characters, I'm running the domain every day. And this is my current Skirk build, allegedly. If her weapon gives crit rate, I'm golden. Because so far, my crit rate is still a little too low. Hold on, where is Mika? No leaks. But this is the build that I'm running for Skirk. 45.1 crit rate, 208 crit damage, 120 energy, 61 cryo damage bonus. No weapon, by the way. So, no stats. The stats do not properly reflect what her stats will be. But yeah, we're running 4-piece on this set. Yeah, I guess if I run cryo resonance, I'll be good. Actually, you know what? That would work, because I'm going to run her with Escoffier, because I'm getting her. So yeah, I'll have the plus 15 from the cryo resonance. So I guess it doesn't matter if she has crit rate or crit damage. But like, if I can get her crit rate to 100, that's a nice 2-to-1 ratio, right? 100 crit rate, 200 crit damage. I don't know if that's extra or too much, but that'd be wild. Yeah, I am getting Escoffier. I looked at her kit after the live stream and I was like, wait a minute. This is kind of cracked. This is kind of unfair. And this is like the first like meta decision that I'm making. And this is coming from someone that pulls for lore. All right. I pulled Mavwika and I did not pull for Sitlali because I couldn't get both. And I didn't want both. I mean, I wanted both, but I couldn't get both. I had to choose, and I preferred the Archon, even though Sitlali is best girl of Natlan, and I will stand by that. So, I don't really make meta decisions like that, because if I did, I should have gotten Sitlali, but, like, I don't know. It's kind of different with Skirk. It's kind of different with Escoffier, because, like, I love perma. This is one of my favorite teams to run in the game. This is one of my favorite teams to run. Literally, it's my perma-freeze Khaenri'ah Prince Khaenri'ah team. And I've been running this team since 2.4. So, like, you throw Escoffier in here, and the shit goes so hard. So, like, I'm thinking about it from this perspective, too. The Jonathan approves? Yeah, I know. He was in my stream... I think last week or so, and I was telling him about that. I was like, I crowned Chong Yun's skill for this team. Who would you replace on this team? Well, it couldn't be Sing Cho because you need freeze. I don't know. It would probably be either Shenhe. It would have to be either Shenhe or Chong Yun because Kai is the main DPS. But it would probably be Chong Yun, so the Jonathan would be very disappointed in me. But it is what it is. All right. Okay, we are gonna do something before we read, actually. I'm gonna come here first. Hold on. Yeah, I'll go here. What about the cryo infusion? Oh, fuck, you're right. You know what? It'll probably be Shenhe then. You know, we'll take a little less damage overall. A little less, like, attack buffing. But yeah, I just realized I need the cryo infusion for Khaenri'ah because he uses the Mist Splitter. So, yeah, it would probably be Shenhe for Escoffier. Cryo infusion isn't that useful. It is when you use Mist Splitter with Khaenri'ah. You get all the stacks. If you're using it with Chong Yun. But yeah. It would have to be that then because you need Sing Cho for, or like Farina for the, you need a Hydro character. With all due respect, Khaenri'ah deals no damage. Sure, Jan. Sure. Ban them, bro. It's not that deep. Relax. If that was supposed to be like a joke, I'm like, damn, man. Some people would take that seriously, so I don't know. They're like, damn, bro, you want to ban them for saying that? It was? Yeah, I'm like, oh my God. At most, that would time them out for like 1 second. just to assert dominance, right? Kai is my top 3 characters. Kai is in my top 3, along with Albedo and Razor. So, you will treat him with respect. Mods, grab the electric chair. Yes, my top 3 are all Mondstadt characters. I've been made aware of that over time. I mean, but technically, if you want to think about it, 2 of them are technically Khaenri'ah, so... So, you know, if you want to... Any good news about your anime reaction? What do you mean? Like my anime channel? It's doing great. It's doing all right. I do need to get back on track with doing more content because right now I'm just focusing on One Piece and Frieren. But they're great. I am in love with Frieren. Holy smokes, that show is so peak. And I'm like halfway through it right now. So yeah, I love Frieren. It's such a treat. Yeah, I might do Apothecary Diaries after we finish season 1. Just to kind of have something to properly replace it. But I've heard, I feel like those 2 shows are like inextricably linked to each other in terms of people recommending it, or even people who are also doing like reactions to both shows. But yeah. If you could live in Teyvat, what nation would you want to be in? I don't know, but my favorite nation is Sumeru, but I don't think I would be... My favorite nation as a player is Sumeru, but I don't think that's like the best place to live. Or like, I don't think I would enjoy living in Sumeru, personally. I don't know, that's tough. I would say Mondstadt, but all they do is drink. Like, I'm like, bro, what's there to do in Mondstadt besides get drunk? You know, I'm like, damn, I'm gonna play Genius Invocation TCG every day for the rest of my life. Liyue, it's like, all right, you want to be a workaholic? You go live in Liyue. You wanna be a gray blob and have nothing change in your life? Go to... Actually, you know what? I don't know. Inazuma might be kind of based. You got the hot, right? You have the bathhouse. You got light novels at least, right? Light novels / manga. You know, you got that. You know, they're kind of cultured out there in Inazuma. Obviously, post Archon quest. Like, I don't want to be like a gray blob, like living under like a freaking dictatorship. And if they ever become super futuristic and advanced, if there's any nation that would have anime, it's literally Inazuma. So, yeah, I gotta... Maybe I'll consider that. I think Fontaine would be nice to live into, actually. I think Fontaine would be nice. I guess it depends on where you're living. I would not want to live in Natlan. I would feel like a borderline caveman. They barely have houses out here in this freaking place. If any at all, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, it would probably be Mondstadt, Inazuma, or Fontaine. Definitely not Sumeru, and definitely not Natlan. Did Arnold start lore yet? Not yet. We'll start. God, man. Okay, you know what? We do need to start. I didn't realize I ran the ad and I've been yapping for an additional 10 minutes. Guys, nothing. I am your streamer, okay? That's just me. Sorry. Hey, the VODers will appreciate it. There are people leaving comments on my other video. They're like, you know what? We appreciate the hour-and-a-half of talking. So, we take those. All right, we'll start in 1 minute. Go to Enkanomiya? No. We're starting something first. I did the 2-day server reset, so there should be an epilogue update in my teapot now, right? So we're gonna do that first, actually. Or not my teapot, like the Bibu's teapot, Bibu's little dragon abode. That's what I meant. I call it a teapot because it's functionally the same thing. Yeah, I miss Bibu already. God, that stream was rough, man. I left I tweeted out that picture, like the farewell picture that we took together. There were so many people that were like, I'm never finishing this quest. And I'm like, you know what? I don't even blame you. I was in shambles, so I don't blame you. But at the same time, it's gonna make for a really nice reunion, that separation, honestly. I feel like it would be weird if you didn't finish the quest, and then in the future, when they do initiate this reunion with all of our World Quest characters, you immediately let Bibu go, only to see him 5 minutes later. You know what I mean? And it's like, you're supposed to have that separation, so that way it makes the reunion special. You know what I mean? Especially since they're setting something up like that. So yeah. I love the little Saurians. They're awesome. I have expected you to not do it, considering you were keeping the Capitano achievement. Yeah, but like, I wouldn't have, if it was up to me, if Capitano was like, I'll let you decide, should I die or shouldn't I? Should I go to the ley lines or shouldn't I? I'd be like, yeah, go to the ley lines. Like, I'm not gonna be that selfish, basically. Like, that is a little selfish. So, and, you know, maybe it's nice to be selfish from time to time, but I gotta think about more than just myself, you know? Also, the Kali thing, it's like, it's only because if I didn't have her C6, I would have redeemed that Kali on my screen. It's because she was C6 that I was like, ooh, let me save that. Capitano's achievement is also based on, like, that's a national holiday, basically, in the community. We're gonna celebrate that when we get, what is it, April, what is it, October 12th? Yes, this is a national holiday. The day that I met, oh Captain, my Captain, rank #1, strongest member of the Fatui Harbingers. So, yeah, it's more of like a, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, just like a symbol of my admiration. But Bibu, yeah, I mean, it's like passive. I kept passive in that little cave for the entirety of Fontaine. But when we went to Natlan, I was like, we have to let her go. Like, I don't want to leave her in this cave because like, you know what I mean? Like, I personally, I'm like, I'm not going to be back in this nation for God knows how long. So I did the same thing with passive, you know? Learn how to say goodbye was the achievement, by the way. So, yeah, I think goodbyes are just as important as hellos. And, yeah, like, I'll definitely, like, grieve the sadness factor, but I did what was right for Bibu. All right, I am recording now. This is gonna sound ridiculous, but I actually have to use the bathroom. Sit tight. I'm sorry, chat. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Alrighty. Alright, how does everything look? How does everything sound? Let me know. Oh my god, we have 600 people in here. Thank you guys all for being here. I appreciate it. Okay. So, this is just gonna be a quick little insert recording for the, oh my god, it's raining. For the, or rather, this portion is gonna be added at the end of the Saurian interactions VOD when it goes up on YouTube. So this first part I'm doing is just to see what's in the teapot. Or in Bibu's abode. So, in case anyone's curious, we're just gonna check this out real quick, and then we're gonna pivot to the lore reading. Alright. Alright, say hi to the VOD watchers. We're starting. Alright. Alright guys, so we are at the very end. Well, so first off, we're back in Natlan. We're actually, I'm recording this portion right now. This is probably gonna be at the end of a video when it goes up on YouTube. But it has been 2 days since we said farewell to our Tapetlosaur companion, Bibu. A very emotional time. You know, we went on this amazing journey across all of Natlan. We saved the world, the universe, I dare say, from nuclear destruction. And it was an amazing, beautiful journey. I'm gonna miss my little guy. I appreciate the picture that they gave us. And I was told that after you say farewell to Bibu, you have to wait 2 server resets and then go back to Bibu's little dragon abode. So it has been that amount of time. At the time of recording right now, we're going to do this, and then we're reading the new artifact set. So you guys will probably see this in the next uploads whenever this gets posted to YouTube. But the only thing I can think of is the little dragon egg was left, Bibu took all of his other, like, little mementos. Like, he took his necklace, he took the little llama toy, he took, the secret source orb. He, like, literally took everything that was there, and he just left, he left his homie, Aguara. So that's the only thing I can think of that's here left, which would be incredible, because it's like, we said goodbye to Bibu, but we have something left over. Hold on, let me see. Pause, champ. Oh my god, stop! He's right there! Oh my god, he actually hatched! Chat! Oh my god, he actually hatched after all this time! Bro, this Tapetlosaur is like hundreds of years old. Oh my god, dude, we found him in Ochka Natlan. We gave him a bunch of phlogiston. We're like, all right, we gotta let him cook, literally. Oh my god! What's going on, buddy? This is Aguara. Yeah, he already has a name, by the way. Someone else named him. Oh my god, you are so precious. Look at you. Your brother's already gone. He's gone off on his journey, but this is so sweet. I thought this would have been a Bibu's little resting place, like not resting place, but like his place to like just hang out. But he decided to leave, and this place was gonna be empty without him. Oh my god, hello! No, this isn't Bibu. This is a different one. Yeah, he doesn't have that flaming pattern on his horn. This isn't Bibu. Hey, where'd you come from, little guy? The Saurian egg from Ochka Natlan. Oh, it's the Saurian egg from back then. Oh my god. I am so happy. I will take care of you. I will give you the world, I swear. So this was the Tapetlosaurus egg. Paimon remembers the person protecting the egg gave it a name. So this little one would be Aguara, right? Yes. Yo, he's just like him for real. Oh, I love this so much. Oh, it looks like you know your own name. He's like, what's bro yapping about? Just like Bibu, this little guy doesn't have a home anymore. You know what? I'm sure Bibu wouldn't mind letting you live here rent-free. Why don't you come with us? Paimon and Murder of Birds are the bestest at making friends with Tapetlosaurus. Oh my god. Paimon knew you'd say, wait, what did she mean come with us? Wait, chat. You know what I was thinking of? Oh wait, never mind. Okay, I was gonna say, like, imagine we can go out into the world and see this Tapetlosaur with us in place of Bibu. But we already finished all those interactions, so I'm like, I was thinking like, oh, I wonder if you can go out in the world and just do stuff with them in Natlan and just see them like you used to see Bibu, but I don't know what she means by that. Wait. You put a red scarf on Aguara just as you once did for your former companion. Stop! Wait, this is, oh my god. This is too sweet. I'm glad it's not the exact same color. I was like, damn, man, we're like low-key replacing Bibu over here. Oh my god. Also, did the text say red or did I misread that? It said red? Okay, my dyslexia acts up sometimes. Like, I say words that aren't there. So yeah, I was like, Paimon, you're literally colorblind. Either that or someone fucked up the text. But yeah, orange, yellow, and white, the appropriate colors for the Children of Echoes. This is so cool. Okay, Paimon, no, this is not the same scarf, you dunce. The last wearer of that scarf grew up to be a very, very special guy. Aguara, Paimon hopes that you'll... Aguara, Paimon hopes you'll be just like him and grow up happy and... happy and healthy. That's the last thing we said to him. Oh my goodness. Wait, he's a teapot? Wait, he's a teapot furnishing. Oh my god, he's like the dog. Oh my goodness, chat. Yo! Aguara, a young Tapetlosaurus hearing the name... Alright, sorry. A young Tapetlosaurus bearing the name Cunning, distinguished by the white... Okay, this one actually says the white scarf tied to its tail. It has an adorable yet mischievous temperament. Upon arriving in the vast and open realm within, Aguara often embarks on adventures using its adept burrowing skills, forging bonds with other lively creatures, such as flying squirrels. It is said that in Natlan, names hold special powers. Perhaps Aguara has evaded past calamities under the protection of its name, Cunning. May the name we bestowed upon this little one safeguard its journey ahead. I cannot believe this. It's literally just right there. That's so cool. And, yeah, oh my god, yeah, he's here with, Sir Pouncelot and, Kageromaru. Wow. It's literally... Okay, you know what? I haven't built my Natlan teapot yet. I just have it as a location, but yes, absolutely. We're gonna give him a new home and we're gonna let him run wild and free in the Natlan abode. Oh, that is so cool. Someone in chat said only 1,725 more reading furnishings to go. I've read some other furnishings. Just, I'm not reading all that, bro. I want to live my life, okay? Oh, this is so cool colors. Obviously, I use my characters in here for the Teapot EXP. But, oh my god, this is so cool. Does he follow me around in here? Hold on. The aminals. It's on this one, right? Oh, he is. Look at him. Oh. Oh, look at him. How do I rotate this properly? Yeah, right here. There you go. Let's go. Oh, look at him. Come on, little buddy. Let's go. Oh my god, he's so cute, chat. Oh my god, I love you so much. Bee-Boo and you would be the bestest of friends. All right, smile for the camera, little buddy. Look at him, you're so photogenic. Yo, he was ready for it. Yo, he's a little energetic, this one. Look at him. I love him so much. All right, guys. Enjoy your babysitting. Enjoy your babysitting duties while I go and save the world. All right, this one's a bit livelier than Bee-Boo. He's like roaring. He's like, all right, I gotta get my roars ready. He's so cute. Oh my god, stop it. Oh, this is such a sweet, like, this is like a really fun surprise. I did not realize that that's what they were cooking up. I love him. He's great. I need to furnish up my abode. I haven't really done much of it. I haven't done much with the place since I unlocked it. I just come here for like Tubby and I just come here for Tubby and Chubby and for my XP, and that's about it. Do an attack in front of him? What do you mean, do an attack in front of him? I don't want to, like, accidentally hit him. Climb up the stairs? Okay, hold on. What, does he have... Wait, does he have, like, the same little animations? Hold on. Oh, okay, never mind. He comes up the stairs. Look at him. Come on, little buddy. You can do it. Actually, I assume he burrows underground. If you get far enough. Oh. Oh, wait, does he just walk? Come on, you can do it. Oh. Oh, I didn't know this was a sitting location. This is kind of cool. Oh, he burrows if you hit him? Well, I'm never gonna see that. Look at him. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that, guys. No, thank you. Not in my house. Ah, I love this. All right, this was like a really sweet little treat here. I was wondering what they were cooking up with that egg, but Bee-Boo's on his journey. We have another little guy, and at least he'll still be here. He'll be able to hang out with my new characters when I need them to farm out friendship XP. So he won't be alone, and I'll definitely furnish up this place for him. That'd be really cool. Yeah, that was a nice little treat. I really appreciated that. That was awesome. Would you mind if I decorated your tea? I mean, if you want to, you can, but like, I'm a terrible decorator. That's the only reason why I haven't done it. Like, I'm terrible at like do-it-yourself anything. Oh, you're so sweet. You're so cute. I love you, buddy. All right, chat. We're gonna get another recording going now. And we're gonna transition. All right. Let us transition to the... We're reading the Long Night's Oath in Khaenri'ah. I think that's appropriate. Psych, I'm going to the bathroom again. All right, guys. I only go to the bathroom when I actually need to go to the bathroom. Okay, I'm not out here like... I'm not actively trying to prolong the stream, by the way. This is just naturally what... This is just the natural vibes. Always has been. Are you gonna do full exploration since the update will fix the compass? No, everything's already at 100%. So, like, I pretty much stopped, like, actively looking for chests after 100%. Unless I know there's a chest in a specific spot or an Oculus. But, nah, I probably won't. I miss this music. I miss you, Khaenri'ah! You're a peak! I just realized I was waiting for the vocals, but then I realized I'm in Evernight right now and not White Knight. So, I miss this place so much. It was so good, chat. It was peak. It was so good. This was actually my Genshin Impact lore awakening. I say it all the time, but, like, I liked Genshin lore at the time, and I followed things as best I could throughout the first 3 nations, but when Enka came out, this was what, like, transformed me. This is what, like, woke me up. And I was like, I liked it, but now I love it. So, yeah. Alrighty. I've written down a few things for both artifact sets because I feel like we know a little bit about... So, like, I know a little bit about the Long Night's Oath because of the Lightkeeper's drip marketing or, like, the web event stuff. So I'm just gonna, like, briefly mention that when we start. Just so... I'm gonna be like, hey, this is the only thing I know. The Lightkeepers. And I'm in Khaenri'ah because Khaenri'ah is very... Like, the Lightkeepers feel very Khaenri'ah coded. Alright. White Knight for immersion. Don't worry, I have a plan. I know what I'm doing. We're gonna... I have a process. I have everything listed here. Shout out to the mods for giving me the reading order and the people in the Discord as well. All right, say hi to the VOD watchers, chat. We are starting. Yeah, we're gonna switch to White Knight, but just give me a second. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. I am in a place we haven't been to in a while, and I dubbed this place my Genshin Impact lore awakening. We are back in good old Byakuya Koku, aka Khaenri'ah, the region that changed Genshin Impact forever, with the Sovereigns and the Heavenly Principles and Enjo, my beloved, the Dainichi Mikoshi, the crazy lore of the past that predates Celestia. And we are here because it is appropriate. We are going to be reading the new 5.5 artifact sets that dropped a whole ton of new lore and information on Nodcry and, you know, other governing factors as well. But I decided to come here because at the time of recording right now, Hoyoverse has already started posting like a lot on the Moon Web event regarding the 11 factions that we're going to be getting introduced to or more involved with Nodcry's release, and the Lightkeepers are associated with this artifact set. I actually wrote down a little bit of notes here, so just reading off of this, for what we know, or for what I know, right? One of the artifact sets is called the Lightkeeper's Pledge. The Lightkeepers are an ancient organization that has long defended Nodcry's freedom and peace against the ceaseless incursions and wild hunt attacks launched by the Abyss, now severely weakened from battles past. In the face of new threats, none can say for sure if the new generation of Ratniki will remain able to carry out their mission. I also looked it up. Ratniki means warrior in Russian, if I'm not mistaken. So these guys are essentially the Giga Chads of Nodcry, the Abyss Watchers of Genshin Impact for any Dark Souls fans out there. These guys are literally fighting and defending with light and driving back the darkness of the Abyss. And that's why I decided to come to Enkanomiya, because the Dainichi Mikoshi does the exact same thing. Its function is the exact same. You use the light to drive away the darkness of the Baptismal Vishaps. I also, if you guys didn't notice, I actually equipped my Lumenstone Adjuvant because it also reminds me of the light of the Lumenstone driving away the dark mud of the chasm. So that's why I literally have it equipped, even though I can't use it. I did it for aesthetics. So yeah, it reminds me of Urabashi as well. Just to let you guys know, I did tweet this out. Shout out to the 2.5 Enkanomiya event, the Three Realms Gateway offering. We did get an official statue of Urabashi, or the vassal of Watatsumi, that we could offer our, to offer things to. But I tweeted out, smile. This is kind of giving Lightkeeper's energy a little bit. And that's why I decided to start in Evernight. For those of you in chat who are curious, you can only see it. You can only see that lantern in Evernight. And so I wanted to just showcase that for people who might not know or who have forgotten. It's been a really long time since we've been in Enkanomiya. And I tweeted out, I was like, Urabashi was the original Lightkeeper, I swear to God. Not making a statement, but more so like, oh my God, this has to be connected somehow. And we got like an official, like, we got this statue as like a statue during the 2.5 Enka event, but it was a limited thing. But there's a big version of it here that you can come to. You can see it in its full glory right there. You can take pictures of it and whatnot. And I just couldn't help but think of the Lightkeepers, because the illustration of the Lightkeepers has those three, figures who are all holding lanterns the same way that figure is. So I don't know if that's Urabashi, or if that's one of his disciples, or whatever the case might be. But I thought it was really cool. So I decided to like start up this way and get all this relevant information done before we proceed. So we are going to be reading all 5 artifact sets. Nodcry is the next region that Hoyo is teasing. At the time of recording right now, they're going to have something planned for the web event update on the 30th, which is tomorrow. So I wanted to read all of the lore before that point, because I don't know what they're going to reveal or what they're going to share or talk about. I don't know if they're going to give characters or whatever the case might be. But I wanted to at least I wanted to actually go all the way up. Chat, do you want me to go all the way up to the top to read? Like right underneath the light of Helios? Yeah? Okay, you know what? Let's do it. So we're gonna drop down. Oh, actually, hold on. Give me a second. I'm on the wrong side. Yeah, so we're gonna drop down over here. It is gonna, yeah, we just need a couple seconds. Also, yeah, so you come in here. If you did everything, obviously, this will take you directly up top. And so we'll read when we get up there. Use Jelonin? Bruh. Actually, you know what's crazy? I actually took Kazuha all the way up to this tower the first time I got to Enkanomiya before I did this quest. Before I realized that there was an instant travel method. So I remember when Enka first came out, I did that. Yeah, look at that. There it is. Thank you, Abaraku. Thank you so much, Istaroth, for giving us light. All right, you know what? I'm actually going to be right here, actually. Right directly underneath the light of the world. Now I'm a Lightkeeper, gamers. Hell yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. I have set the stage. We're going to be reading all of the artifact sets here. Thank you so much to the mods and the people in the server for giving me the reading order. So I am going to be reading these in a specific order as well. So let's begin. All right. I got my pen and notebook too. I'm pretty sure I'm going to learn a thing or two about all this stuff. All right. Okay. All right. All right, so the first thing we're gonna read... Oh, hold on. Wrong one. All right, so the first thing we're gonna read is the feather. Nightingale's tail feather. A hat ornament intricately crafted from the feathers of a nightingale. They say that its form was once conceived by the original torch forger. Okay, that's a new term. Let me write that down. Torch forger. I assume that's like the people that carry those lanterns, maybe? Wait, F is flower? Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry, my bad. Give me 1 second. I'm already messed up. I forgot. I think feather is F, but it's plume. Sorry. My bad. Okay, so we're actually gonna be starting with the flower. My bad. I get the F's mixed up for flower and feather because they call feathers plumes in this game. I apologize. Okay. We're actually gonna... Okay, I'm still gonna write that down. Torchbearer. I don't know what that means, but... I'm sorry, torch forger. I assume that that's like the people that carry the torches of the Lightkeepers, I'm assuming. But, all right, so we have Lightkeeper's Pledge, a metal flower that was worn by the Ratnicki. It symbolizes the oath of eternal vigilance taken by its original owner. Okay, here we go, gamers. In those days, the land was leveled by the northern hunting winds, cutting down the unruly frontier folk at the behest of the despotic... Kayazes? Is that how you say that? I was like, bro, I don't know how to pronounce that. Kayazes? I don't know if the N is silent. I'm just gonna say Kayazes. Let me write that down. Kayazes are regarded as high nobles, kings, princes, and high lords. Okay. At the behest of despotic kings. All right. Let me write that down. Kayazes. Oh, it's Knyazes. Okay. Knyazes. Okay. High nobles. Let me just write that down. It's not silent. Okay, okay. Well, I struggle with pronouncing foreign terms, so yeah. All right, anyways, let's try this again. In those days, the land was leveled by the northern hunting winds, cutting down the unruly frontier folk at the behest of the despotic Knyazes. I hope I said that right. In a bid to seize power left over by the heavenly moons. Holy shit. Okay, I guess that makes sense. A mad monk who spoke in strange tongues presented a treacherous plot to the Tsar of all Fae. So like the Snow Fae? Like the leader of the Snow Fae? Wait, what the heck? So this is like moon... Like the power of the moon deity, the moon goddess, moon sisters, right? The power left behind by the heavenly moons.
Hello again.
And it says the Tsar of all Fae. So the Tsar would be like the leader of all Fae, I'm assuming is what it mentions. Unless this is the Archon they're talking about. The Archon? Okay. Well, because it says the Tsar of all Fae. So unless so every Archon has like a connection to that region's like deity, right? Zhongli is an Adepti. Venti is a wind spirit. I guess A and Makoto aren't yokai, but like Nahida is the mother of the Aranara. Focalor was an Oceanid. So I'm wondering if the Tsaritsa is also like a snow fae. But, yeah, Yeah, I know it's Bel-Ye-Zar, but, like, I don't know if Bel-Ye-Zar is regarded as the Tsar of all Fae, unless they're also a Fae, you know what I mean? I guess it's like Rex Lapis then. He's the leader of the Adepti. Yeah. Bel-Ye-Zar means the white king. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Okay. So, okay, so I guess this must mean that this is the leader of the Fae, aka the first. Okay, I'll write that down then. The Tsar of all Fae. We don't know if this is the previous or the first. I don't know if it's the first one. I don't know how many. Now that we've gotten Natlan, I don't know if there's more than one. I don't know if there's more than 2 Cryo Archons at this point, but we'll see. First Cryo Archon. I'll just write that down. Okay, let me okay, so, in a bid to seize power left behind by the heavenly moons, a mad monk who spoke in strange tongues presented a treacherous plot to the Tsar of all Fae. Thus were the moon children, hidden in their mountain forests, scattered. Sisters driven by fate down diverging paths. In the end, even that pretentious lunatic could not break free from the celestial of the celestial shell, and was consumed by the bedeviled sky of the edge of delusion. Oh, sorry, at the edge of delusion. What the heck? So someone tried to break from the firmament. The celestial shell sounds like the firmament, and it sounded like they sound like a mad scholar almost, or like someone that like lost their mind through like forbidden knowledge or something. And it mentions here the moon children. I'm assuming those are the Frost Moon Scions, right? They're the descendants of Hyperborea, and they follow the moon goddess. Interesting. So I don't know who this monk. So it was a mad lunatic monk. So we got to keep that in mind. But all this took place before the paradise had even come into being. For at that time, it was no more than a daydream, a fantasy shared by 2 children beneath the moon's glow. It was not until many years later, when one of them was executed as a notorious bandit, infamous throughout the nation, that the other truly realized that the other finally realized the true meaning of those words that had been left behind as if by accident. Okay. So 2 children, 2 friends growing up. One was executed. A notorious bandit, infamous. Oh, I wonder if that was Reed Miller, right? The leader of the treasure hoarders. He's an infamous bandit, known throughout all nations because those fucking treasure hoarders are everywhere. Another test subject. Wow, big treasure hoarder lore. Holy shit, potentially, I'm assuming. So Reed Miller is the leader of the treasure hoarders, and he's no longer in the picture, obviously. But yeah, his organizations still thrive, and there's another person who was left behind, and I guess he kind of revealed something to them regarding all of that. What followed, we all know. When the long night fell, the royal court of the north could no longer mind the remote borderland beyond the snowy plains. And so the horde of pitch-black beasts tore across the barren land, destroying all traces of past civilization. Okay. So, they were encroached upon by the abyss when the long night fell. So this was probably their cataclysm. This sounds like this is the Snezhnaya cataclysm, maybe. Or maybe even before that, like even before the cataclysm, potentially. And so the horde of pitch-black beasts tore across the barren lands, destroying all traces of past civilizations. It was not until borrowing power from the priestess of the moon children, the original torchbearer, raised that first beam of light, and in the name of the moon, banish the darkness of those lightless ruins, burying it deep down alongside the nightmare-torn souls. Wow. So it's the moonlight. That's what it sounds like. So this light from the torchbearers seems to be moonlight that is used to burn away the abyss. Interesting. And the torchbearers, I'm sorry, I keep saying torchbearers, I apologize. The torch forgers seem to be bearers of moonlight. I'm gonna write that down. Bearers of moonlight, question mark. Yo, the moon haunts you. Moon Knight would be proud, gamers. Holy moly. And when all was over, the survivors raised a lighthouse atop the mountains, gazing far out towards the new ruler of Snezhnaya. To preserve his dear friend's pure childlike dream. Oh, wow. To preserve his dear friend's pure childlike dream, the torch forger did not shy away from defending it before the Tsaritsa's court. And though he received the royal edict he sought, he also took it upon himself an oath of vigilance and sacrifice, and thus began the history of the paradise known as Nodcry. Wow. So this is the origin story of Nodcry. How it came up into power by these two individuals. I guess this person, the original torch forger, and Reed Miller, two kids growing up, destroyed by the abyss, the civilization and everything, and he borrowed power. So we're gonna learn about the original torch forger for sure. And he borrowed power from the priestess of the moon children. So I'm assuming that priestess probably still exists now if she's like a long-living fae, like a snow fae creature. This is kind of giving Renova energy a little bit, right? Xbalanque borrowing power from the Shade of Death, the Torch Forger borrowing power from the Moon Children, and he became the first Light Keeper, it seems like. That's really cool. Interesting. Yeah, so, and that's crazy too to think about. Yeah, people in chat are saying it too. Like, I wonder if the Torch Forger is the 10th Fatui Harbinger, but they're off doing their own thing because Nodcry has their own autonomy. You know what I mean? They're self-sufficient. They don't play by the rules of the other nations. So that would be kind of crazy if there is the 10th Harbinger there and he's a Light Keeper maybe. That'd be sick. But yeah, all right, that's really cool. So this is the pledge of the Light Keepers. So we have the original Torch Forger. I got to keep that in mind. Okay, next up, now we're getting into the plume. Nightingale's tail feather. A hat ornament intricately crafted from the feathers of a nightingale. They say that its form was once conceived by the original... Okay, so this is the Torch Forger set. That's so cool. They should have called it the Torch Forger set instead of... I mean, Long Night's Oath is good too. All right, here we go. Legend told of a nightingale carrying an ember in its beak that flew only on moonless nights. A speck of fire that would a speck of fire that would streak across the firmament like a shooting star, a light in dark times. Upon the ancient ruins of a castle, a vestige of an age of pioneers, stood the high tower of the Light Keepers, standing guard through the long night. Centuries had passed. Okay, so this is hundreds of years. Centuries had passed since their ancestors had stood before the Tsaritsa. Okay, so centuries, that sounds like it could have been 500 years ago. So that first artifact piece we read might have been during or around the time of the Cataclysm. And yeah. Centuries had passed. Okay, hold on, let me read that again. Centuries had passed since their ancestors had stood before the Tsaritsa, swearing an oath of eternal fidelity. So, sounds like the Tsaritsa is at least 500 years old as well. And the people living in Paradise, or Nodcry, believed that so long as their lighthouse stayed lit, they could live in freedom. So, chat. Okay, this is another interesting perspective here. Simulanka is the gift that keeps on giving, and I will say that to the end of my days. The lighthouse in Simulanka was tilted and toppled over, which I think is foreshadowing that the Lightkeepers are cooked. Because they say here, so long as the lighthouse stays lit, we can continue to live forever in freedom. S. Noir was also a Lightkeeper. When we first got introduced to him, he literally says, hey, I'm the Lightkeeper of this place. The tower is toppled down, and the light of the lighthouse went on to be the moon, symbolizing that the moon powers of the moon children is the same moonlight that helps the Lightkeepers. It was so peak, bro. Simulanka was so goated. It makes so much sense now. It makes so much sense. I'm like, holy shit, that actually, like, it's all coming together. This was so good. Hoyoverse cooked with Simulanka, I swear to God. Shout out to S. Noir, shout out to the lighthouse. And yeah, I think this time around, their numbers are dwindling. The lighthouse is going to fall. The abyss is going to encroach, and the traveler is going to probably have to save them somehow. At least. All right. Let us continue. To the people living in Nodcry, and the people living in Nodcry believed that so long as their lighthouse stayed lit, it could live in they could live in freedom. Neither fearing the chaos wrought by the pitch black beasts, nor needing to seek refuge in the lands to the north, Snezhnaya. Then, one night, a chilling sound carried over the horizon's edge. What? The leader of the wild hunt was a boy. Wait, we actually, are we gonna see the leader of the wild hunt? What? The leader of the wild hunt was abroad. Galloping? Bro, I think the wild hunt are just like a bunch of like Dark Reaver, like hunt, like freaking horsemen. That is sick. So he's on a horse. The leader of the wild hunt was abroad, galloping across the night sky. As ever, the night watchers laid down their great animal skin cloaks. Yet that day, the sun rose not. Okay, he either is a horse or the leader is riding on an abyssal horse. I'm thinking he's riding on the horse. He's not actually the horse. But that's still badass. That's cool as fuck. So the leader of the wild hunt is probably going to be equivalent to Gosoithoth, right? Gosoithoth was like I kind of consider Gosoithoth to be like one of the generals of the abyss. I'm sure the volcano, right? The Sacred Mountain World Quest implied that the abyss have a leader. And so if the abyss have a leader, these guys are under that leader. Gosoithoth, this galloping leader of the wild hunt, is probably another like quote unquote like lieutenant of the abyss if I had to give them a title. That's so freaking crazy. I did not know they'd be in the picture. As the rallying horn echoed through the hills, warriors formed ranks at the high tower's foot, awaiting that momentous command to march south in fulfillment of their ancient vow. Yo, it's time for war, boys. We gotta defend the ground. Yet in the great mead hall, the current Starshina. What the heck's a Starshina? Wait, let me write that down. Starshina. Someone in chat said that's the elders or the elite. Okay, an elder. Okay, let me just write that down. Elder. All right. Starshina? Well, SHY pronounced shy for me, so that's why I said Starshina. All right, let me read. Okay, yet in the great mead hall, the current Starshina sat in silence. For already a mighty host, bright as midsummer's day, had reached the city gates to the north. Warriors of the Pale Star. That Pale Star Edict? Hold on, the fucking... That's based. Warriors of the Pale Star. Why do you choose this moment to knock at Pyramida's gates? Wait, is that like the Fatui? The Fatui pulled up. Yeah, Warriors of the Fatui, why did you choose this moment to knock at Pyramidah's gate? So I think Pyramida is like their fortress or like their stronghold. Let me write that down. Pyramidah. All right, the Fatui are pulling up. Even you have no right to invoke the sacred powers bestowed upon us by Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Though they claim to be reinforcements, these uninvited guests had ulterior motives, as the Starshina knew full well. Oh dear. But to yield at this juncture would spell the end of the autonomy they had upheld for centuries past. So you're telling me in the middle of fighting the Abyss, the Fatui were like, hey, we're kind of here for our own reasons, but you know, can you help us out? And they're just like, damn, man, if we don't help them, we're cooked. Oh boy. They were like, hey, you want to share some of that moonlight power with us? We're trying to figure out some powers of our own. I think that's what it was. They probably wanted to know like the secrets of the lighthouse or something to that effect. It has to be, right? That's what they're, and now they're back hundreds of years later. They're back in Nodcry to do it again. From beneath the leader's mask. Okay. From beneath the lead officer's mask came a voice, low and cold, and in its wake a mocking laugh from parts unknown. This is where the dark calamity began. Remember, Snezhnaya cannot bear the weight of your defeat. Warriors of the Nightingale, fight with all your might. Yet, should none of you return, we will take care of the aftermath. I don't know if this is Dottore speaking, or if it's Piero. I want to say Piero because Piero has said by Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, right? In the Winter Night's Lazo, like he has just like that decor to him in his manner of speaking. So I don't know if it's Dottore or if it's Piero, but they said he has a mask and both of them wear masks. So, well, technically Piero has half a mask, Dottore has a full mask, so it could be Dottore. But that doesn't sound, or Capitan. I mean, they all kind of have masks at the end of the day, so I don't know who it could be. But my first thought was Piero, but now that, you know, we know about Nodcry now, it could be Dottore also. Yeah, like, it's that line right there. Even if you have no right, wait, even you have no right to revoke the sacred powers bestowed upon us by Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Oh wait, no, never mind. That wouldn't be from them. That would be from the Nightingale. Never mind. So, Warriors of the Nightingale, are these also the Lightkeepers, or is this like a different faction altogether? They're the same? Okay. Yeah, because I was like, oh, let me write that down. Warriors of the Nightingale. Yeah. Maybe it's twofold. Maybe, like, they're the Lightkeepers because they maintain the moonlight, but, like, they're also the Nightingale because, like, they're, like, that's what their names are on the battlefield or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, they were literally about to march into war against the Abyss. So, interesting. So, we have some Fatui in here and some Lightkeeper talk. Okay, next up is the Goblet. Right? G? Okay, Goblet. A horn unwinded. A horn that was once used to summon those who swore oath. Sorry. A horn that was once used to summon those who had sworn oaths. It has long since lost its purpose. Damn. All right, let's see. When the horns proclaimed the north. Oh, wow. Okay. When the horns proclaimed the northern realm's might, thunderous footsteps shook the earth. Like iron rails stretched across the frozen tundra, sending pale flames shooting across the land. A continent sworn by a continent sworn to Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, whose loyalty lay with no single harbinger. That's a freaking powerful line right there. Vowed to forge a pure new world beneath the white glimmering stars. Wait, sorry. Yeah, my mind read that as continent. Okay, let me read that again. A contingent sworn to Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, whose loyalty lay with no single harbinger, vowed to forge a pure new world beneath the white glimmering stars. I love this line too, because a lot of people are under the assumption that, like, oh, what are the Fatui doing? Like, what is Capitano doing? He's not doing what the Tsaritsa said. Like, he's off doing his own thing for Nodcry, like for Natlan, and so he failed his mission. But at the end of the day, what did Dainsleif say in that trailer? He said, "She is a god with no love left for her people, nor do they have any for her." I feel like the Tsaritsa is like, as long as my plans are enacted, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You want to go save Natlan? Go do it, as long as some type of progress is made. And at the end of the day, progress wasn't made on the Gnosis. Progress was made on the moon fragments. Dottore made a come up because of Capitano, right? You want to go and become a god, Scaramouche? Do it, as long as I get the Gnosis. Dottore, you want to do your research? You get all the stuff you want. You brought me 2 Gnoses. You know what I mean? So, like, the Tsaritsa is just as selfish in her and what she wants as the, like, they're just choosing to work together for their common goals, but none of them are like buddy or family or anything like that, you know? So I love that line. I love that, like, she also has her own agenda, and I wonder what her motivations are for wanting to create a new world. I feel like I've theorized this for a while. I think it's love. I think love is strong enough to make anyone want to change how things are, especially if someone was taken from you. And so I've always thought that there was some type of, like, love dynamic, because we haven't really gotten that from any other Archons. We've had family, we've had sisters, we've had, you know, master and apprentice, we've had familial bonds, but nothing that's like, nothing to that degree. So I think that would be a very interesting dynamic for the Tsaritsa, especially since she's the current Archon. I wonder what her relationship is with the previous one. I originally thought that Bronya was the current Tsaritsa, and then Zila was the previous Cryo Archon, but apparently Belyazar is a male title, is a title for, like, a male ruler. So I don't think that holds weight, but I still think it could be like a love dynamic. All right, chat, we're going to run a 3-minute ad real quick. And then we're going to continue, just so you guys don't get any ads during the reading. Yeah. All right, this music's based. Hell yeah. It's giving Rostam and Rosalind. True. That's exactly. That's what I think, at least. Only it's like Archon level. Could it be father and daughter? Yeah, it could be. We haven't really had that dynamic. We've technically had mother and daughter, if you want to think of Egeria as the mother of all Oceanids, and Focalors was created by her. So, we've had mother and daughter, technically, even though they didn't have that dynamic in the, like, from, like, as, like, a textbook definition, you know? Like, her familiar was also, like, you created her, so functionally, you're basically her mother. Did you read the Pale Flame? No, I'm saving the Pale Flame for Snezhnaya. Even though I feel like it's going to be irrelevant by the time we get there, but I'm saving the Pale Flame set and the Polar Star for Snezhnaya. Like, for the Tsaritsa when we go there. But no, I have not read it yet. And hopefully, by the time we get there, we'll have a little bit more Snezhnaya stuff to read up, which would be nice. I would say the Pale Flame set is probably better to read before Nodcry. If you guys feel like that's appropriate, I could read that in my next stream then. It'll be after all of this stuff, but I can definitely I'll check it out. I'll check it out before we do local legends. I think your original plan is better. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know anything about it, so I have no context. All right, editor, you can cut right here. One thing that I do want to mention from what someone in chat mentioned, I wonder if the previous artifact set, right? So this feather artifact set here, the last line mentions warriors of the Nightingale, fight with all your might, yet should none of you return, then we will take care of the aftermath. I wonder if this implies that like these warriors did all die, and then Dotori moved in, and that's basically his research facility that's in Nodcry right now. So he basically, like, you guys are under new management now after the aftermath of that previous fight. And Dotori's hundreds of years old, so even if this took place hundreds of years ago, it would still track for Dotori if this is, like, his base of operations. So that's also very interesting, because it kind of makes sense why someone who's a Harbinger who follows the Tsaritsa in Snezhnaya has a base of operations in an autonomous nation that doesn't need outside help. You know what I mean? Like Dotori it kind of seems like Dotori kind of moved in when the opportunity was right. And now he's in a nation that's hailed with the moonlight, and he's one step closer to harnessing that moonlight. I don't know if they're going to create their own moon with like that Death Star illustration that they showcased to us a few days ago, but clearly he's after whatever moon presence or whatever moon powers are with the Light Keepers. So I think that's pretty evident. All right, let us continue. So we did a contingent sworn by Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, whose loyalty lay with no single harbinger, vowed to forge a pure new world beneath the white glimmering stars. Even those dwelling in the borderlands, autonomy being bestowed upon them, remained children of the motherland. For in her boundless love, the Tsaritsa abandoned none who chose to follow. Dainsleif said the same thing too. He says, she is a god with no love left for her people, nor do they have any left for her. Her followers can only hope. Wait, I don't remember the second line, but he says something along the lines of her followers only hope to be on her side on the day of her rebellion, or something like that. So like they basically just don't want to be on the wrong side of history. If this world is going to be usurped and a new world is going to be enacted, they just want to make sure they're part of that new world. So they'll play ball. They'll do what the Tsaritsa says if it means that they can survive. So since his earliest years, the warrant officer who led this border squad had held his convictions firm. until he hovered before the very gates of hell and glimpsed those souls unloved by any. What the hell? Bro's in the underworld? He's in hell? What the heck? That sounds crazy. The request to strike had yet to be sanctioned, but he had already made up his mind. Okay, it says warrant officer. I don't know if that's Khaenri'ah? The very gates of hell and glimpsed the souls unloved by any. That might be Khaenri'ah, maybe? Because they were like, you're not welcome in any part of Teyvat. So they went underground, so I don't know. The request to strike had yet to be sanctioned, but he had already made up his mind. We journeyed this far to save innocence, beset by merciless calamity. Interesting. How could we stand by as those pitch black beasts devoured the land, snatched away, wait, sorry. Let me read that again. How could we stand by as those pitch black beasts devoured the land, snatching away the lives of mothers and their children? If this is what those in power call an order, then to hell with it. So it sounds like they were trying to save people that were affected by the calamity. I don't know if that's just in general. Or if it's like, if this is like a specific location. I'm also wondering if Hyperborea, is it Hyperborea? Yeah, I'm wondering if Hyperborea is going to be like a place that we get to go in Snezhnaya in the future, kind of like how we got to go to Remoria and how we're eventually going to go to Khaenri'ah and all of these like root cycle civilizations of the past. We didn't get to go to Natlantia, obviously, but like I feel like Natlantia is kind of like set in the age of the dragons in the past, and we got to experience that through Natlan and through like the Men of Lythan book, so I think that'd be interesting. So yeah, this does sound like it might be in regards to the people we're trying to save, those who were affected by the abyss, and it sounds like maybe Khaenri'ah or just settlements in general. Thus was the foul miasma swept away by the northern winds, just as the first light of dawn pierced the coal-black clouds, its glow once more cast down upon the cerulean earth below. The war had ended, yet to the high power, no triumphant hero returned. Only a criminal and the children he had risked all to save. Though the plan had strayed slightly from its course, the renegade doctor paid it no heed, for the goal had been achieved. Desertion, treason against the Tsaritsa, grave crimes indeed, yet absolved by a newly sworn oath. Upon a staircase built of bones, the warriors took up their watch, there to stand until the abyssal tides dried up. Wait a minute. This is interesting. I'm like, is this Dottore? I know it says doctor, but like, I feel... Because wasn't he from Sumeru? Yeah, he's from Sumeru, so like... I don't know, this seems very rooted in the current place. Hold on, let me try to piece this together. So here's what I'm confused about. So I know that there's an ellipsis right there, which means like, okay, this is something. So is this top passage here that's talking about the warrant officer a different situation than this bottom passage that's talking about a doctor? Because I'm thinking that these two things are the same, but that ellipsis there is kind of like breaking them two apart. It's the same? Yeah, it's just strange because this initially starts off as like, hey, there's this warrant officer, and he hates the fact that the Abyss is running amok, and he hates that, like, the powers that be are kind of doing a shit job. So he jumps the gun, he makes a move, everyone dies as a result. He gets pardoned, though, and he saves these kids he risked, and the children he risked all to save. Did he save them all because he needed them, or did he save them all for, like, altruistic reasons because, oh, I'm trying to save these lives so that way they're not killed by the Abyss? Like, that's what I'm hung up on. Oh, the warrant officer was sent with Dottore. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I thought this was all from the warrant officer's perspective. Yeah, that's why I was confused, because I was like, Dottore wouldn't save kids. Have you read the manga? That's why I was confused. I was like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, now it makes sense. All right. Yeah, sorry, Dottore. You're just public enemy #1 in the fandom. You've done fuck all, but terrible things. So you are essentially a villain. I was literally confused because I was like, wait a minute, this is making Dottore sound like a good person. I misread. Okay, so the warrant officer accompanied Dottore because Dottore had ownership of this place now, right? And then everyone dies, and Dottore, this criminal, is the only one left behind, and the children that the warrant officer wanted to save. So Dottore has all of these test subjects, right? And then the Tsaritsa pardons him. Desertion, treason against the Tsaritsa, grave crimes indeed, yet absolved by a newly sworn oath. Holy shit. The criminal is the officer? Wait, then where does Dottore... Oh, I guess the doctor part. Okay, I see. So the warrant officer is the criminal. I thought they were saying the criminal was Dottore. I mean, I guess they're both criminals when you think about it, so I guess that makes sense. I think the craziest one might be the Tsaritsa at this point. Ah, okay. Yeah, so the warrant officer is the criminal for deserting. Okay, so desertion and treason for breaking the chain of command and doing things without permission. And getting a lot of people killed in the process. Okay. Oh, okay. I see now. Okay, so this is my centralized idea. Dottore just let it slide because they got what they wanted. So the warrant officer was like, I need to do something about this. Breaks the chain of command. I guess strikes before getting the official order. A bunch of people die. They get in trouble for treason and deserting the Tsaritsa's plans. And it says here, though the plan had strayed slightly from its course, the renegade doctor, Dottore, didn't mind because he got what he wanted. So this guy got in trouble. Dottore's like, good job, buddy. And the rest is history. He didn't kill anyone. The Fatui were supposed to let the Lightkeepers die. Oh, okay. Damn, this is so, like, my perspective of this is so warped. Because I'm like, the Lightkeepers are fighting the Abyss, but this guy wants them to, like, die, but then the warrant officer's seeing all these lives lost, so I'm just kind of, like, confused about the perspectives right now. Yeah, that's how it was causing... Okay, yeah, all right. So some people mentioned that it was confusing for them too, which is nice. I see. Okay. hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read this again. Since his earliest years, the warrant officer who led the boundaries held his convictions firm. Okay. The request to strike had yet to be sanctioned, but he had already made up his mind. He journeyed this far to save innocents, behest of merciless calamity. Okay, I see, I see. Yeah. So the Fatui wanted the Lightkeepers to die, but the warrant officer didn't want them to die, so he tried to protect them, and then he got in trouble. That's fucked. Slightly confusing. Holy moly, this shit's going hard. So all of this just to get rid of the Lightkeepers? But like, why would you want to get rid of the Lightkeepers when they're trying to protect the Abyss? Like, they're trying to protect everyone from the Abyss. Like, it's just weird because it seems like the Tsaritsa and the Fatui are they doing all of this just to get control of their lighthouse and their moonlight? It's like, sheesh, bro. Like, I feel like that's gonna do you more harm than good. Yeah, control of Nodcry, I guess, but it's just like, Jesus. Because then you would expect them to have to know how to do the Lightkeeper's job just as well as them. Otherwise, you take over, the Abyss are gonna have one less thing to worry about if that light source, if anything happens to the lighthouse, you know what I mean? Yeah. I feel like this is probably Dotore's plan. Right? Like, if the Lightkeepers already have this, like, this ancient power that predates the Seven, and they're using this moonlight to defeat the Abyss, Dotore's looking at that like, oh, that's interesting. You know? It's like, oh, if we take out the Lightkeepers, then I can move in on this place, and I can make that a part of my research. So let's try to like take them out of the picture. And then this guy, this warrant officer realizes, oh man, this is the power. This is who's in control of Snezhnaya. I'm not going to let that happen. And then the warrant officer gets in trouble. The Lightkeepers get swept. And then Dotore moves in and he's like, I got a new power source. I got everything I wanted. And the Tsaritsa lets it happen because it's all for the cause. And now look at that. Now the Fatui are responsible for saving people in Nodcry because they have control now, which is that's pretty crazy. When like in reality, like everything was fine until they showed up. They just wanted this power because that's the thing. I don't think the Lightkeepers are, I'm pretty sure the Lightkeepers swore an oath to protect people, but also probably to safeguard this power from anyone. And obviously they're not going to give up the power, so the Fatui are going to take it by force. Yeah, I mean, I know they didn't outright kill the Lightkeepers, but by not helping them and letting them fend for themselves, you're basically signing their death warrant, because you know if they're not going to outlast the Abyss, you just need to wait and then let them do, and then you just swoop in and get the alley-oop. This is a really great read. Holy moly. It's a little confusing, I'll admit, but a great read nonetheless. I'm thoroughly enjoying all of this. Yeah, I guess Dotore did take care of that aftermath. All right, next up we have the Sands. Undying One's Morning Bell. A bronze bell that was carried by a warrior who walked through the dark abyss. Excuse me? Goblet first? Wait, hold on. What do you mean goblet first? We just read the goblet. Hello? Chat, are you guys okay? Yeah, we just read the goblet. Okay, anyways. All right, next up we have the Sands. Undying One's Morning Bell. Yeah, what the hell is this passage here? A bronze bell that was carried by a warrior who walked through the dark abyss? Its peal could be heard in pitch black night. That sounds like a sinner. Or like, yeah, right? Like, Rerir and Sertology and all of them. Hold up. Pause, champ. The air was thick with the scent of blood, as if signaling the return as if signaling the return of the great war by which the earth had been scorched. With a great mournful wail, the army of spirits flew across the pitch darkness. The pitch blackness of the night sky. According to the folk tales spread through the countryside, they were said to be a demonic host from another world, seeking a harvest of souls. Oh my god. But others believed it to be the lingering phantoms of that ancient nightmare. Oh, okay, I see. This was the calamity that the people of the Borderlands referred to as Wild Hunt. Didn't they... Am I tripping? Like, wasn't Nodcry described as being at the edge of the world or something like that? I think it's been mentioned previous in like I don't remember where I remember that. But yeah, in the web event. Yeah, that's crazy too, because I'm a Simulanka glazer at this point. In Simulanka, Act 3 was called Until the End of the World. And it took place in the Broken Sea at the end of the world. So I think that's kind of cool too. Like a very interesting like parallel that I noticed at least, or like reference maybe. But yeah, I'm an official Simulanka glazer, so I apologize. Anyway, so this is the Wild Hunt. If it had been no more than a summer storm raving the skies with thunder and lightning, it might have seemed a small mishap for those accustomed to a life of adventure. But when that tempest, the likes of which had never been seen for a century, poured down upon the earth like black blood rain, what the fuck? Only then did the people realize that these terrifying legends, which had been passed down by their ancestors, were not mere stories meant to frighten children, but born instead of a terror that coursed through their very veins. Bro, the Wild Hunt sounds crazy. The illustrations for them that they showed on Twitter was so sick. Like, they look like the abyss is on like fire or something. It looks so freaking cool. But also like it's crazy because the Wild Hunt are mobilizing and the abyss seems to usually be like this natural, it's almost like a natural force. It's like a force of nature almost, right? The closest thing that we've ever gotten to the abyss in an organized sense is the Abyss Order, which is essentially a bunch of Khaenri'ahs that got turned into monsters because of the abyss. So they're deciding to use that power to their advantage. But the abyss are looking for something in Nodcry, and so it's such a different approach, and it's really, really cool. But in the end, it was a terror that someone had to face, lighting the way for the souls wandering through the boundless dark. A black feathered flock of crows. Yo, we call that a murder of birds, a murder of crows, gamers. A black feathered flock of crows moved between the realm. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? A black feathered flock of crows. That's literally a murder of birds. A black feathered flock of crows moved between the realms of light and shadow, led by one who stood against the light. What? Chat, that's me. I'm in Genshin. That's crazy. His sword he silently raised, the face reflected in its sheen as sharp and unyielding as the blade itself. Who the hell is this? I feel like is it a sinner? Are we gonna get a sinner in this lore? Because this sounds like it might be, right, Rashir of Solnari Rerir, right? Doesn't that mean like Moon Avenger? So like if this is anyone, it has to be Rerir. Because it ties into the moon and Nodcry and the moon goddess and the moonlight. Onward pressed the oath-bound legion, though they knew they were as moth to the flame, marching onto the battlefield for whom none would return. What the hell is going on? At the end of the path, only the one who held the dark blade stood... At the end of the path, only the one who held the dark blade still stood. He knew that deep within the forest lurked a foul force, that which the wild hunt had been summoned forth. Okay, this is the second time they said the word foul, and I'm thinking foul legacy now that we're talking about the abyss. So now I'm thinking of its Certology. So it's either Certology or it's Rerir at this point, because this is the second time they use foul, and I'm thinking foul legacy. Just a little more. A little further, and he would have saved the land he had sworn to protect. Lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice that his... 07s, I'm so sorry. Lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice that his body had already been torn asunder, and that the warning bell he carried rang out hissing amidst the tearing of blood and black muck. Perhaps frightened by its unsettling chime, the carrion feeders around him faltered, frozen in their tracks. Thus was he left to walk alone in the abyss, to fulfill an as yet unfulfilled oath. As many years went by, a new addition was woven into the folklore of the land, that whenever mournful bells toll, it was a sign that the one who swore to hunt down the wild hunt is approaching. Dude, this is sick as fuck. This is literally an Abyss Watcher. He's literally like, I fight the darkness from within the darkness. And for whom the bell tolls, when you hear the bell tolls, the wild hunt better be on the move. Oh my god, that is so fucking cool. That is so peak. This low-key kind of reminds me of the Bloodstained Knight a little bit. It's like a being that is like so enveloped in darkness that they're like a good guy. Because they're a light keeper first, right? So they serve the light. They serve the light keepers and protecting because of the ancient oath. And even in death, they're like, okay, I still have to fight. Even if I am the darkness, I have to fight the darkness. That's so fucking cool. Yeah, it definitely reminded me of the Bloodstained Knight for sure. All right, and the last one we have is the Circlet. Dying Tassel. An ancient heavy helmet. It is an heirloom that bears the mark of a venerable lineage of northern warriors. Okay, nice. We got more of this. It is said that the first torch forger hailed from a wintry city of the furthest north, the Nightingale's emblem, a mark of his illustrious heritage. Originally engaged as a spy, the family was elevated to the gentry by the White Tsar. Okay, so that's the Belyazar, right? The first cryo Archon. And thus did this man of humble origin step into the royal palace, now mingling amongst the Fae dignitaries of the court. Oh, wow. Okay. So the Fae are amongst the high-end individuals. Wait, is Winter Tsar, is that the Belyazar? Because you guys mentioned that Belye means white king? And like winter and white could be like interchangeable? Yes? Okay. I was just making sure. And thus did this man of humble origin step into the royal palace, now mingling amongst the Fae dignitaries of the court. So, are they all Fae? Even the Tsaritsa? That'd be interesting. When the nation... well, no, that would have to be the case, right? Remember... Oh my god, chat. We are freaking goated. I remember when I started Natlan, I was like, is the Tsaritsa just a snowman? Because all of the Archons are all, like, the governing, like creatures of their nation. And I was like, oh, I wonder if she's a snowman. And it's like, yeah, kinda. She might be a snowland fae at this point. That's cool. When the nation found themselves swept up by the calamity, the frontier region, once a locus of high hopes during the pioneering age, found themselves bereft of the gods' protection. In Nodcry's darkest hour, from the north came only a single rider, clad in dark silver armor. Damn, they were like, bro, in our time of need, we don't have a god to freaking... We don't have a god to look for. We don't have any help. But here comes the freaking... The Dark Knight... I don't even know what to call them. They're the freaking... The Dark Light Keeper. As if knowing why he had come, the Maiden of the New Moon lit a beacon to dispel the darkness. The Maiden of the New Moon, chat. There's a New Moon sister in town. Interesting. I'm assuming we're going to learn about them. So I wonder if there was like a passing of the torch, right? From the last Moon sister. Or I don't know if this is a new moon. So I'm wondering what that's all about. Like there's some like lunar reconstruction going on here. But I'm assuming we're going to learn about this Maiden of the New Moon and all of the deeper details. But I mean, the web event talked about the new moon rising in Nodcry. So that's really exciting. On the eve of their departure for the Limpo Isles. Oh, that's new. Let me write that down. Limpo Isles. That's another thing too. There's a lot of islands in Nodcry. I'm wondering if it's going to be kind of like Inazuma in terms of like different settlements and different land masses across throughout. Just because I noticed that they talk a lot like the Voynich Guild is on one island, the Snow Fae are on another. I'm sorry, the Frost Moon Scions are on another island. So it's just very interesting. On the eve of their departure for the Lempo Isles to the south, a grand banquet was held for the warriors in the grand mead hall. Of those present, the most striking was undoubtedly a certain young warrior clad in a dark tasseled helmet, pole arm clutched in hand. Among the Ratniki of the time, few of those still wore such archaic, cumbersome armor. For it symbolized their bloodline as descendants of those warriors who first fought alongside the Torchforgers to repel the Dark Tide. Despite having neither fief nor noble title, they continue to uphold the oath of their ancestors. For they believed that somewhere out there, the Lord of all Fae and erstwhile protector of all Snezhnaya watched over them still. God, that is so based. So like the moon goddess, right? Or like, I don't know if like there's like a high elder Fae leader. Amidst the sludge sullied tundra, now soaked too in the blood of heroes, the young warrior knelt among the bodies of his fallen comrades. Sacrifice had always been the Ratniki's fate and honor, but if he could save one more soul, rescue just one another, then all the better. And so, like his ancestors before him, he prayed to an old god that no one now called upon, as well as to the Khaenri'ahs that he had once held dominion over. Perhaps awakened by the sound of the horn, or drawn by the long-forgotten scent of bloodshed, or maybe just out of boredom, somewhere out there, as if in answer to his plea, a long-dormant phantom stirred from slumber. That ghostly blue wildfire of which ancient legend spoke would burn brightly anew on fresh fields of battle. Oh yeah, the Winter Czar is the Lord of all Fae. Okay, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay, so they're talking about the first cryo Archon. So this guy just awoken like some ancient power or some ancient presence to fight the Abyss because no one else will. Also, they said blue fire? Interesting. That is so freaking cool. Yeah, I think if there was any, I mentioned this before, but I was already looking forward to, I think the Lightkeepers was my favorite faction when we first got all of them. Like, I'm the most excited for the Lightkeepers now when we go to Nodcry after reading this. Yeah. So, yeah, that's very interesting. So, there is an individual in Natlan. I'm sorry. So, there's an individual right now in Nodcry who's kind of like an abyssal, like an abyss watcher. It's like this phantom warrior of the past that fights and defends Nodcry because of an oath, and tries to protect the people, even though because there's no one around to protect them now. That's so cool. This is definitely going to be World Quest related. So I'm excited for whatever Lightkeeper World Quest we get. I wonder who or what our companion is going to be. That'd be sick if this Phantom is our companion. Like the first Giga Chad companion on our journey. That'd be sick. Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, I don't know what this blue fire is, this blue wildfire. I don't know if that's the abyssal power that they have control over. So they basically became one with the abyss after they died. And so now they're just like this abyssal apparition. And it would be cool if it's them. And then at the end of their quest line, at the end of the quest chain, like every other one, they'll finally be able to rest once the abyss is dealt with. So I'm actually going to say that this ghostly blue wildfire abyssal spirit is going to be our companion, which would be really, really cool. But yeah, this was a fantastic read. I am so locked in to the Lightkeepers. I cannot wait to learn more about them. I'm probably, fingers crossed, I prayed for a playable Lightkeeper character. I also don't know if in any of this text, if any of this was referencing a sinner, because I was definitely getting that energy, especially when I was reading this horn. I was like, wait, someone walking in the abyss, that sounds like Sertology, right? Because Skirk walks through the abyss because of her master. And we also know about Reshir of Solnari, Rerir, which translates to Moon Avenger, and this is the Moon Nation. So yeah, I don't know if that's what it's referring to, because they're one of the 5 sinners, but they're a sinner of Khaenri'ah, so I don't know how that would relate to Nodcry. At least not right now. We'll obviously have to wait and see. But you know, I mean, when you think about it, Capitano was also from Khaenri'ah, but his lore is deeply entrenched in Natlan as well. So maybe the same thing could happen to another sinner, or to a sinner who's also from Khaenri'ah. This was spectacular. This is without a doubt my favorite new faction, for sure, without a doubt. And even if there is no direct connection, I will always associate the Dainichi Mikoshi and you know, this place as being like, this was basically the Lightkeepers before the Lightkeepers, like, because Byakuya Koku existed long before anything on Teyvat, and so the Lightkeepers are just following in Abaraku's footsteps, right? They're just following in Enkanomiya's footsteps. Dotore's still an evil son of a bitch doing his own stuff, and I'm sure we're going to learn a lot more about the Lightkeepers after we get introduced to whatever he's scheming about. But I think he's going to Nodcry for control over the light power, or the moonlight, for whatever his endgame plan is with his research and, you know, Project Stuja and all this other stuff. Like, they're just grabbing anything and everything they can get their hands on. Phlogiston, moon fragments, moonlight, abyssal energy, elemental energy, like Khaenri'ah energy, like everything. Like everything, they will spare no expense to create a new world. So, yeah, this was a fantastic read. I appreciate those of you who were patient with me during my reading session. You know, I read everything in the game, and it took a little bit of interpreting, so I do appreciate those of you who were helping me along the way. But yeah, this was great. I can't wait to meet the Lightkeepers. I hope and pray that we have a playable Lightkeeper. If it's none of the sinners, I really hope that we get someone who's playable from the Lightkeepers organization, because I will guarantee pull for them, especially if they turn out to be like a really awesome like unit for Nodcry. And I'm expecting at least one playable character from every faction that they've showcased. We've gotten 11 factions. Maybe not from the Wild Hunt. That would be crazy if we got someone from the Wild Hunt as a playable unit, like a corrupted abyssal character or something. I don't know how that would work, but that would be sick. But with the exception of the Wild Hunt, I'm expecting at least one person from each settlement or from every faction. We also got a little bit of treasure hoarder lore tied into there too, which is huge, because if you guys don't know, we were talking about it. We'll go to easy mobs. We go to right here. So the treasure hoarder tag here mentions a ragtag group of bandits whose traces can be found all across the land, even in the deepest depths of uncharted domains. Although their main purpose is hunting treasure, they are also known to be they are also known to be rough with They are also known to get rough with unfortunate passerbys who happen to be nearby. It is said that the group's founder, Reed Miller, defined the treasure hoarders as an organization of mutual cooperation. And so like they set this shit up from 1.0. And they've been sitting pretty, just letting the treasure hoarders be everyone's punching bag. You know, another test subject. That tingle, and now look who's laughing. Now look who made it to the end game with big lore. That's crazy. So I'm excited to learn more about all of these factions that we're going to get to in Nodcry. Obviously, the Lightkeepers are my most anticipated, most excited. They sound badass as hell. I love any organization that directly fights the Abyss. Any, like Khaenri'ah, for example. That's why I love Khaenri'ah, because, like, it's just such a level of badassery that's just admirable. Right? Just like fucking warriors of light fighting off against the vicious creatures of darkness. It's just such a cool, like, high fantasy tale. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. We're gonna take a short little intermission, and then we're actually going to be reading the finale of the finale Deep of the Galleries or something. Basically the cryo set. We're gonna be reading that one next, and Lord knows what that one's gonna give me. If this one gave me all this information about like this faction and the Abyss and everything else in between, very excited. So I'll see you guys all in the next one. All right, I'm gonna take a short little break, chat. That was a lot of lore. Holy moly. Excuse me. Oh, that was exhausting. That was so much. But it was really fun. I appreciate it. All right, give me 1 second. I just need to double check and make sure my video recording went well. Also, make sure I'm recording when we start the next reading. I stopped the recording right now because I'm doing this between takes. 1.5. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay. Enka has such a banger OST, for real. Whoa!
For all your cooking, doing God's work, keeping the lore community fed.
Hey, thank you so much. Hold on, I heard the donation, but it's not on my stream. Hold on, give me a second. Thank you for the 855, you dunce. I appreciate it. I haven't heard that alert in ages. It's 8:55, you dunce. Shout out to Weishni. Hey, shocked viewer, thank you so much for the 8:55, you dunce. I appreciate it. Thank you for all of your cooking, doing God's work, keeping the lore community fed. Hey, I'm just, like you said, I'm doing God's work. Are you including the polearm? Yes, I am. We're also going to be reading the Ballad of the Fjord polearm. I was told to read that. I was told to pair that with this reading. So I'll be sure to do that as well. Read in the Sanctuary of Surasthana. It gives a much more mysterious vibe. Oh, I already have where we're going, and you guys will know in due time. Also, yeah, I'm not running the ad yet because I have to use the bathroom, and I need to run the ad, and I need to condense my resin. So sit tight. Now, guys, we're going to read this one in the Spiral Abyss on the 12th floor. So we're just right there. Actually, the 12th floor doesn't have a moon. Sussy, you know? The 9, 10, and 11 have a moon, and then 12 doesn't have a moon. You could almost say a new moon is there. Or no moon. I don't know. It has a moon. You can't see it because it's new moon. Yeah, I beat you to it. I feel like you heard me say it as you typed enter and you were like, no, you stole my thunder. Chat, do you think they're going to increase the artifact cap by 6.0? Because if not, I'm kind of cooked. I'm almost at 1,900 artifacts. And these are all 5 stars, by the way. Like, I have only 5-star artifacts. I really hope they increase it. When's the last time? Did they increase it this patch? I think it was this patch they increased it, actually. So, I hope so. If not, actually, you know what? They probably won't. They probably won't, actually, because they didn't do it at the start of Natlan. Yeah, they'll probably do it around this time next year. So I'm kind of cooked. Not really. I have 200 artifact space. There's no way I'm gonna get 200 new artifacts between now and then. I feed everything that's trash. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised how like, I'm actually really impressed by, like, the Oath, not the Oath set, but, like, the Obsidian set and the Cinder set for the Natlan characters that they had us with for this whole time. Like, they really, like, covered all their bases with just those 2 artifact sets until these 2 more niche sets came out, right? Like, Plunge set's pretty niche. Exactly. And, I don't know if is this Cryo set, like, really useful for anybody right now? I feel like it might be tailor-made for Skirk if she's Cryo. But other than her, like, no. Yeah, see? So these 2 sets are really niche. So I'm wondering I wonder how the Nodcry sets are going to play with the characters. Like, I wonder what it's going to prioritize for them. Yeah, I actually haven't read the, I haven't even read what the set does. I'm just, like, there's no one to use it for yet, so I've just, hold on. Okay, so I knew about the cryo damage bonus. When the equipped character has 0 elemental energy... Excuse, is that even possible? Normal attack is increased by 60 and elemental burst damage is increased by 60. After the equipped character deals normal attack damage, the aforementioned elemental burst effect will stop applying for 6 seconds. After the equipped character deals... Oh my god, this is yap. After the equipped character deals elemental burst damage, the aforementioned normal attack... Wait. Oh, okay. Bro, you said the same thing twice. Did you really have to... You could have just been like, after dealing normal attack damage or elemental burst damage, the same effect will happen twice. Like, did you really have to type that out twice? This effect can trigger even if the equipped character is off the field. I literally felt like I reread... The other effect will stop. Oh, okay, I guess that makes sense. I guess it makes sense. So if you do one, it stops the other one. If you do one, okay, if you do one, the other one stops. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I just felt like I read the same sentence twice, so I was like, what the hell? Okay. So you either have to go normal attack damage or elemental burst damage. Also, 0 elemental... Is she gonna have energy then? Is it gonna be like Mavuika Fighting Spirit? Because technically Mavuika doesn't use energy. She's like, yeah, the rallying cry. Yeah, Mavuika, but cryo. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, because I was like, actually, yeah, I was going to say, because I think Mika's, like, the pieces I have for Mika are for her. Hold on. Yeah, that has energy recharge. That has energy recharge. That has energy Yeah, 3 of my pieces have energy recharge, so it's not too bad. It's 120 though. Cooked. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, those are just dead stats then if they don't matter. My farming is dog shit compared to you. Yeah, I got super lucky. I've never, ever, 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 ever had this easy. I had a full set for her in 3 days. I had this full set farmed in 3 days after the set came out. So, insane. Yeah, the week the patch came out, I had the set. I had the set 3 days into 5.5. I was like, I cannot believe this. Yeah, I'm literally unrelatable at this point. But then I'll show you the video that I did where I spent 1,000 resin on the fucking Solvendagnir artifact domain for the cryo build, right? For the Blizzard Strayer. And I'll show you that one. I'll be like, guys, I was relatable at one point. Times were tough. I spent 1,000 resin. I got fuck all. That shit was annoying.
Yep, you're right.
But yeah. A 1,000 resin is not relatable. I guess I can't relate because I'm a hoarder and I hoard everything. I don't use anything. You would have had 1,000 to use if you just saved your stuff. You just never used anything. So, I guess I'm not relatable to the average player.
Exactly.
Also, chat, I might be burning this patch. I've saved every Acquaint Fate since launch. And I've actually used a decent amount. I'd have way more than this, but I've used some over the course of like the 4 years, but these have been saved up since launch. 1,000? No. I don't pull for every character anymore, so I don't get the 3 extra wishes per character. And this is like 5. It took nearly 5 years for me to save 700. It would have to take me like another 3 to 4 of whaling again for me to get 1,000. So I think 700's good. 100 for every nation. Oh, wow. That's how much resin I have? 19,740. You know what's funny? I'm saving all of this to Friendship 10 Dainsleif on day 1. So, me and Minsleif will be the first 2 gacha gamers to have Dainsleif Friendship 10 on day 1. $700 standard pulls is crazy. Yeah, I mean, I lost all my 50/50s, so I was like, why do I need these again? So I just saved them. And then I saved so much that I was like, I just want to see the number get bigger. And then I just forgot about it. And then I'm just like, you know what? I just don't want to use them. Now I have a reason to, because they're adding standard characters to the banners now. So someone was like, now you just need to keep saving to see if when they add a character. But I was like, if I go with that mindset, I'm never gonna spend these pulls, because they're gonna add a character to standard every year, and I can just get that free character anyway. Someone's plotting for my downfall. They were like, Arnold, imagine you drop all of those pulls and you still don't get your C6 Chi-Chi. I'm gonna be so fucking mad if I don't get Chi-Chi from those. That's 7 5-stars guaranteed. At least. That's at hard pity. That's 7 guaranteed at hard pity. So 7 or more, I'm guaranteed. Yeah, almost 8. Yeah, almost 8. I should be getting another 9. 3 from Aoife, 3 from Escalfier, and 3 from Skirk. So I'll have 710 by Nodcry. Actually, more than that, because you get 5 from the monthly store, and then you get them from the battle pass. So I'll have like another 30 or 40 maybe by the time we get to Nodcry. Yeah, I changed my mind. I'm pulling the Escoffier. I'm only getting her. I'm not getting her weapon. I will be hard skip. You know, and I'm only getting her guys, I'm only getting her for Ascension passive. That's crazy. She does damage, she buffs, and she heals. So she's like a jack of all trades. But her Ascension passive is wild. Do you have Golden Troop on her? Yeah, so let me show you her actually. I already pre-farmed for her. Or not pre-farmed for her, but I already got the artifacts I want to use. Who did I put him on? I forgot. I think it was Layla? Was it Layla? No, it was not Layla. Who was it? I forgot. Oh, Rosaria. It may have been Rosaria. Yeah, it was Rosaria, because Rosaria is also a cryo polearm. Yeah, so, I'm gonna give her Staff of Homa for the weapon, because I'm not getting her signature weapon. So I'm gonna give her Homa. I'm gonna give her 4-piece Golden Troop as well. And, yeah. So these are the stats. I don't know if I want to give her, like, do I want to give her crit rate, crit damage, and attack? Anyways, I'm going to go, like, a damage route for her. I don't know what she scales on either. So, no clue. But, we got crit rate, crit damage, attack. Crit rate, crit damage, energy. We got crit rate and crit damage on the attack sands. Crit rate and crit damage on the cryo goblet. and crit damage and energy on the crit rate. So it's looking good. 67 over 187 with 127 energy and 46 cryo bonus. So that's what I'm going to give her. Her base stats might be a little better because, you know, I'm comparing her to a 4-star unit right now, but it is what it is. Attack Goblet is better. Yeah, I figured that might have been the case. Actually, do I even have an Attack Goblet? Wait, so you want to give her attack, crit? Oh, good. This is an off piece, actually. This works. Hold on, pause, champ. Let's go. Let's just go crit rate, crit damage on this. Yeah, I guess I would give her... What? No, what the hell? Oh, I'm dumb. Hold on, no, I messed that up. No, I would do attack percent, crit rate, crit damage. Yeah, I'd give her this one then. Yeah, I'd give her this. Crit rate, crit damage, and energy. Yo, shout out to Maiden's Beloved. I told you guys I had good Maiden pieces. Oh, that's the Sands? Oh, I'm a dumbass. Hold on. Never mind. We go with this. Yeah, we'll go with this. That's fine. That works too. Crit rate, crit damage, energy. It's kind of low, but eh. I could take Shenhuz and give it to her. Holy Sayu. That's huge. 24.9 crit damage. Yeah, we'll figure something out. Actually, I have all these. You know, hold on. Pause, champ. Pause. Surely. Surely. It'll go into the right stats, right? 2,336. Yes, I farm artifacts every day. And I don't pull for every character anymore, and I backpack artifacts, so I just have a shit ton of these. Guys, I play Genshin Impact every day. I literally got my email back from Genshin customer support. I have almost 9,000 hours played on this game. That says more about me than anything, but that aside, I actually do play this game. Yeah, that's not to touch grass. Well, come on, dude. What do you mean? Sheesh. Come on, touch grass, Arnold. But Genshin Impact has grass. Come on, man. That's not cool. That's also over the course of 4.5 years, okay? Get off my back. Anyways, wish me luck. Oh! No! It's disgusting. All right, chat. See, look how relatable I am. Look how relatable I am. All right, let's go back to this. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Oh shit, I gotta run an ad. All right, let's run the ad. I gotta use the bathroom and then we'll read this next book. That was hydro damage? Yeah, that's for... I just put the piece back on her. That's for Escoffier. She's literally holding Escoffier's pieces, guys. That's what I had on her earlier. Hello? Wait, no, no, no. Oh, that's right. That is high. Wait. Oh, that's ice. That's right. God damn it. I'm already... You know what, chat? Leave me alone. Okay, I'm tired. You guys are confusing me. I'm being oppressed. Guys, my brain is like scrambled eggs right now. I can't. I'm so tired. My brain is actually fried. Like, I made that mistake earlier. I was literally in the freaking sands set. I was in the sands category when I was supposed to be in goblet. I'm like, I'm cooked right now. This artifact set's gonna fuck me over. I'm like, dude, I can hardly function right now. I have to use the restroom. So, where do I drop y'all? We're chill. We're good here. It's not about the money. It's about the principle. Whenever I hear this song, I think of that NPC. Damn, Aether looks big mad right now. What the hell? Anyways, I'll be right back. Sit tight.
Can we play Banker next time?
Yep, you're right.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think about it.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
Rebooting. Yep, you're right.
I'll think about it.
Exactly,
There'll be an extra fee
but
for
none
that.
of them believed me.
Yep, you're right.
There'll be an extra fee for that. I'll think
Exactly,
about it.
but none of them believed me. Exactly, but none of them believed me.
I'll think there'll be an extra fee for that.
Out of back. All right.
I'll think there'll be an extra fee for that.
All right, I'm gonna start recording right now. Thank you guys all for tuning in and hanging out. I appreciate it. All right.
You're right.
All right. Guys, imagine I was here to do the Spiral Abyss, like, actually. Oh, damn, you can't even... Damn, you can't do anything until you start. You can only jump. I didn't realize that. Like, startups. I didn't realize you couldn't do, like, attacking or anything. All right, how does everything look? How does everything sound? Let me know, gamers. Everything's good? All right. We're recording. Okay. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. This is a place you probably never thought you'd ever see me again after my first time ever doing the Spiral Abyss in 1.6, but we are in the depths of the abyss because I have a strange feeling that this artifact set we're about to get into is somehow going to be tied in with Skirk, given the fact that it's a cryo artifact set and we're going to an aspect of the cryo nation with Nodcry, and Skirk is an up-and-coming character, so what better place to start this at the very least than the Spiral Abyss. However, I'm gonna take y'all on a journey, so if you guys are in chat, boot up your game, and if you're watching this on YouTube, pause it and boot up your game, and I'm gonna take you somewhere you probably haven't been before. So if you guys know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. But I discovered this recently. We are going to a very special location to read the finale. Oh, I can't even open it here. The finale of the Deep Galleries artifact set. I'll talk more about that in a moment, but for right now, I need you guys to teleport to Fort Charybdis Ruins. All right? And for everyone in chat that was asking earlier, let me cook. All right? I know what I'm doing. Yeah, like I said, if you know, you know. A lot of people don't know. And I tweeted about this on Twitter, and I was like, ooh, I have the perfect location for where I want to pull for Skirk. And people are like, how do you get there? And so I'm going to tell you. And no, you cannot get banned for this. This is not an exploit or anything that's like bannable. At most, it's an oopsie on Hoyo's part. And at best, it's just a funny little cheeky thing. So you're gonna teleport to that teleport waypoint. You're gonna walk yourself over here, and you're gonna do yourself a favor that you're gonna save yourself. That's gonna save you a little bit of a headache. So first off, equip Nouvelette if you have him. I have him, so I'm gonna equip him. You don't need Nouvelette. Like you don't need like no power creep involved, but it's just for convenience. So I have Nouvelette, so I'm gonna equip him. Second, turn your brightness up all the way on your game, because without this shit maxed out, you are gonna be lost. Like I was trying to prep for this yesterday. I was stuck forever. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna come to this pillar right here at the top of the stairs, and you are going to scale it all the way to the top. All right. If I could... Thank God I have Kazuha. Oh, damn it. Yeah, this music is literally grating on the mind. Don't worry, we don't have to listen to it for long. So you're gonna come all the way over here, and also make sure you have like a character whose like build size is like Kazuha's or smaller, because you're gonna climb all the way up over here until you see this opening, and in this opening right here behind the foliage. You see this? You see this rock opening right here? That's why you needed your brightness at max, because if not, you cannot see this thing. This shit is so freaking lost. So what you're gonna do, you're gonna crawl your character in here. All right, you're gonna crawl yourself in here, and you're gonna jump on this platform right here, okay? So from this point, you're gonna jump on this rock. You gotta be careful, because you can clip through the floor here. You're gonna jump on this rock. You're gonna jump on this rock, and you are going to jump and glide down. All right, you're gonna glide all the way down over here until you see this pool of water. Hoyo, ban this guy. This has been in the game since 4.2. All right, Hoyoverse, patch up your goddamn holes. All right, how about that? Pause. That can be taken out of context. Anyways, if you have Nouvelette, switch to him now. Jump in the water. All right, you're gonna go underwater, and you're gonna swim down to this spot right here. Once you get right here, you're gonna turn around, and you're gonna swim in this direction. You're gonna swim south. Never eat soggy waffles. Southwest. You're gonna swim southwest. Yes, I have to do never eat soggy waffles to know what directions the cardinal directions are. Okay, leave me alone. All right, you're gonna swim in the never eat soggy waffles, northeast, southwest. That's how I remember it. Okay, leave me alone. Anyways, you got to travel this way, and I have Nouvelette. So what you have to do, you have to get to a certain point before the structure renders and spawns in. And oh my God, yeah. So that'll happen, by the way. Don't mind it. So we want to make it to that structure right there. This structure right here, we want to make it, but stay at like this high point right here. Stay as high as you can, swim directly across, and when you're right over it, swim straight down. Hopefully I can do it. Oh, I fucked it up. God damn it. Okay, if you fuck it up, you just have to do the whole thing all over again. So we have to do the whole thing all over again, chat. My bad. Editor, please cut all of this out. I suck. I literally did it yesterday and I got it on the first try. And now that I'm streaming and explaining it to you guys, I fumbled. I'm so sad.
One with
Editor, keep that. No, you can keep up my fuck up, but take out this part where I'm redoing all of this. This is painful. You can glide in there. Well, for me, this is a more surefire way, because if you glide in a wrong spot, you can be out of the like boundary, and you can clip into the floor and fall endlessly, and that's also happened to me doing it the other way. So this is just a guaranteed way for it to not clip you out. All right, so we're gonna, guys, pretend this is your first time seeing this. Isn't this so cool and interesting? And you've never seen this before, guys. This is insane. If I mess this up a second time, chat, I might end stream. Just saying. Like, god damn. Okay, at least I can switch to Nouvelette. All right. Oh my god, guys, this is crazy. What is Hoyoverse cooking? Also, if you wanted to, you can just see the assets of the rest of the game from up here. Why Nouvelette? Because he swims faster, and you're kind of at a race. You're kind of racing the tower rendering, so Nouvelette just swims a little faster. That's why I said if you have him, it works, but you don't need him. All right, I just want to make sure I have stamina. All right. right, we should be good right here. All right, so we're back. We're swimming. We're swimming. I got to swim directly straight, directly straight, directly straight. And then go directly down. God, are you serious? Chat, I swear to God, I did this yesterday. And I got it on the first try. I hate this. You were swimming diagonally? I guess so. God damn it. Well, I need to see how far I am before I have to go straight down. So I fumbled. Let me try. Okay, third time. You know what sucks? You can't put a teleport waypoint. Hoyo hot fixed it. Just jump down. Guys, if I jump down and I land on the wrong spot, I will clip through the floor. I've done that before. Maybe I can put a teleport waypoint before I go in the water so I don't have to do all of this again. Yeah, what's funny is some people are probably doing it for the first time alongside me and like are probably already there. Not like you're succeeding right now. Well, you know what? I don't have to do this. I don't have to listen. I don't have to listen to this. Bing Freminet for stamina. Ooh, that's actually a good idea. All right, I'll do that then. Is there food that helps with swimming stamina? I don't know. Thank you, Zedric. Thank you for the encouragement. I can do it, and I will do it. God damn it.
Yes. Take me with you. Follow the wind.
Not in Fontaine? Okay. All right, chat. Third time's the charm. I'm going to put a teleport waypoint over here, actually. You can't put one once you clip through the structure, so I think the best I can do is right here. So I'm gonna see if I can actually put one here. Poggers, okay, I saved myself. And watch this time I actually get it. I hate myself, dude. Watch this time I get it and I don't even need that teleport waypoint. I'm like, damn, bro. Where the hell was this logic when I needed it? Yeah, I fumbled. I kid you not, guys. I got this on my first try yesterday. All right, I should be good now. I should be good now. Damn, this stamina is trucking along. Holy moly. Oh my god. All right, we should be... All right, we should be good right here. I'm gonna go straight across, straight across, straight across. You have to just know when to look, like when to swim down. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Come on, clip through. Come on, work, work. Oh, there we go. And we did it, guys. We definitely did that on the first try. Believe it. I swear to God, I didn't take multiple tries. We're at the genesis of a certain microcosm. Thank God. Yeah, this is literally where I wanted to go. And I swear I did this first try yesterday. But it took a little... yeah, editor, just cut out all those mistakes, please. I don't want to waste people's time. This is where I'm coming to when I pull for Skirk. But for those of you who remember, this is the location of the Narcissenkreuz battle with Marianne and the whole adventure team and Catter and whatnot. And you can actually come here even a year after the patch, even a year after the point. You can take pictures here. If you come through the method I showed you, you can't fall out of bounds, because if you do it another method, you can clip through the floor and fall endlessly and all of that. But I love this location. I took a ton of pictures already. If you have Charlotte, go wild. But I decided to come here to read because we technically met Skirk in this environment during the Archon quest. So I felt like it was at least appropriate to come here. And yeah, if you don't know, this is for people on YouTube. This is for people who are live in chat. if you just replicate what I did to the best of your ability. It really comes down to the tower spawning before you're in the spot that you need to be. Like, that's the only hurdle. Everything else is pretty straightforward and simple. If you have Nouvelette and Fremine, like I just appeared here, then you're good. You don't really have to worry about anything else. But yeah. Yes, I did, I just fell through the floor. Yeah, if you do it any other way, there's a chance for it to spawn you outside of this boundary, which there's no collision terrain outside of this border, outside of this boundary. So that's why I'd rather do it this way, because yeah, you're locked into this specific area, but at least you can look around. Oh, by the way, once you finish all of that, turn your settings back to normal, because like your brightness is, my brightness is insanely high right now. Yeah, so this is what it'll normally look like now once you get through all of that stuff. But yeah, so when you swim down from the tower, you have to, when your character randomly starts free falling, just open your wing glider and glide towards that light in the center, and then the current will take you. So yeah, so we are here. We're gonna be reading the artifact set lore for the finale of the Deep Gallery, and this artifact set I think is gonna tie in with Skirk. That's my only assumption as of right now, just because I haven't looked into it. And Hoyoverse tends to do this. We just finished reading the Lightkeeper lore from the Long Night's Oath. Whenever a new nation's about to come out, the artifact sets that they release in like prior to that nation pretty much talk about that next nation. So this is also Cryo, so this is probably gonna be this could be Snezhnaya related, I'm assuming, kind of like how the Dendro set was related to Natlan. And I wrote a few things here. We're also going to be reading the we're actually going to be reading a weapon before we get into the artifact set, but I did write here, this obviously relates to the Frostmoon Scions, who are the descendants of the legendary Golden Realm, aka Hyperborea, one of the ancient root cycle civilizations similar to Remoria and Khaenri'ah, civilizations that basically rose and fell. I'm assuming we'll eventually get to go to Hyperborea over the course of 6.0 or even 7.0, just because we went to Remoria, and I'm sure we're gonna go to Khaenri'ah for like the Khaenri'ah Archon quest after Snezhnaya. So I'm hoping that Hyperborea, this golden realm, we get to go to and experience. But we do know of the Frostmoon Scions. They're the descendants of the legendary golden realm Hyperborea, who chose to find a new home amongst the mountains and forests after abandoning their ancient civilization. The only thing they never forsook was their faith in the moon goddess. Yet, with the arrival of the Fatui, it appears that their tranquil lives are about to fade into the realm of yesterday. So, we have Hyperborea reference and mentions. We have Frostmoon Scions, which connects to the moon goddess and connects to the power of the moon, this light, this moonlight that the Lightkeepers also utilize. And just a lot of ancient civilization, like topics in general that we're going to get into for Nodcry. And, you know, maybe we'll learn about the 3 Moon Sisters and everything else along the way. So, first and foremost, we are going to read a weapon that was recommended by mods and people in my server. We're actually going to read Ballad of the Fjord, which is a 4-star polearm. And I believe it's Snezhnaya related as well. Yeah, so we're going to be reading this weapon artifact. Sorry, we're going to be reading this weapon description first, and then we'll switch to the artifact set. So we have Ballad of the Fjord, a polearm used by those seeking to catch fish in the tundra. It lets none escape. Legend says that the winter... Yep, there it is. Legend says the winter comes from Hyperborea, and the fjord and auroras... Sorry, and the fjords and auroras that are curved... And the fjords and auroras there are curved and sharp as the fangs of wolves. And the glaciers and snowfields are always fissuring forth new crevices or filling them in, creating an ever-changing land. Until at long last, the frozen earth cut itself from the umbilical cord of the continent. Oh, and that's why they're like islands. As though it had its own will or dreams. Holy moly. So the ice was creating land so much so that it severed itself from the continent and became its own little thing. And that's basically what Nodcry is, right? It's like like parts of Snezhnaya are just like independent islands and stuff. And I wonder if it's going to be kind of like Inazuma in that way. Leaving behind only the legend of young Ajax, who discovered the country of gold and white stone in the depths of the frozen sea. So this is not to be confused with Child, whose real name is Ajax. Child was named after this person, who was like a legendary adventurer and warrior that his father named him after. I don't know if his father knows who it is, or if that's actually his father or something, but Ajax is a historical figure. Basically. And that's interesting. They discovered the country of gold and white stone. So did they discover Hyperborea? Amidst the frozen air slowly drifting through the thick layers of ice, the story of the young hero brings forth a sliver of warmth and light. The story about him are many. Sailed he a ship into the belly of a great whale. He fought a dragon upon the frozen plain for 7 days. Yo, did bro fight the Cryo Dragon Sovereign? Hold up. A dragon in a frozen plain? Interesting, considering Natlan's the land of dragons, but I feel like every nation would have at least a sovereign, so I'm not sure. He and Snegorochka, I think that's how you say that, Snegorochka, once fell in love, yet lost each other due to wicked tricks of the Changelings. A truly tragic tale. Oh, a snow maiden. Oh, interesting. Okay, Ajax and Snegorochka. Or wait, hold on. Yeah, Snegorochka. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Oh, okay, yeah. Wicked tricks of the Changeling. A truly tragic tale. The last story worth telling goes something like this. The boy born to hunt fish beneath the ice with harpoons fell into a hitherto undiscovered kingdom. Bro, that's like Child falling into the abyss. That's such a crazy parallel. The boy born to hunt fish beneath the ice with harpoons fell into a hitherto undiscovered kingdom. This ancient capital had sunk into the depths of the earth due to some ancient disaster. But despite being buried underground, it was still as bright as the dawn. I'm convinced we're going to Hyperborea at some point, just like we did Remoria. The solemn and silent king yet sat upon his massive chisel white throne, the scepter in his hand not yet eaten away by insects. And the silver white tree... sounds like an Irminsul tree. And the silver white trees in the courtyard were still the arms of the mother... Wait. And the silver white trees in the courtyard were like the arms of a mother or a lover, holding the virtuous and wise priests in their embrace. Beautiful, yet treacherous life. Twisted and violent monsters, one by one, awakening from their 1,000-year slumber. Yeah, trees. Yeah, trees, not tree. Oh, sorry. So what happened? What happened next? Oh, right. Finally, the boy defeated the dragon that slept deep within the kingdom. The dragon's treasures was an infinite hoard of gold, but the boy was kind and brave and knew that gold was the true cause of calamity and chaos, and so only took a small amount, enough for his needs and to cure his sick friends. Brother. This sounds like Child. Also, they say gold? Was Mora invented at this point? Was Mora a thing? I mean, they did say a dragon's treasure, but like, I assume this is a cryo dragon if we're in Hyperborea. Huh. Is that the end of the story? The end. Really? Tell me another. Oh, this might be... Oh, you know what? This might be Child's father telling him the story, actually, now that I think about it. Huh, is that the end of the story? The end. Really? Then tell me another one. Another story? Next time, all right? Let's stop here today, or even the fish will be scared away. Holy smokes. Yeah, I feel like this is Child's father telling him a story when he was a kid. Because I forgot what village or what settlement Child said he lives in. It's like, I think it starts with an M. It's like Mesopia or something. I don't remember. I think it starts with an M. Yeah, Morpasok. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, he said like he's ice fished before, and there's like these giant fish, like he puts them outside of his house and all of that, like giant freaking creatures. And like if you stand still in Snezhnaya, you'll freeze to death and all of that. And he goes ice fishing all the time. I think is his sister ill or like not well? I don't know. I might be misremembering necessarily, but obviously Child has like a bunch of siblings. He writes home to his sister all the time, Tonya. We met Tusser. We know about Anthon, and I think he has another sibling that we don't know the name of. So he's got a big-ass family. He obviously has a mother and father. No, his sister isn't? Okay, I don't know. I may have misremembered that then. But yeah, and so obviously Child works for the Tsaritsa, and I'm sure, like, it really supports his family. The mayor, right, number 5 of the Fatui Harbingers, Puccinella, looks after his family when he's not around, which could be a good thing and a bad thing, depending on what happens in the future. But, yeah, this was super cool. This almost makes me, I'm convinced now, the same way that Hoyoverse teased Remoria through like the Golden Troop artifact set, I feel like teasing Hyperborea, and I don't know if we're going to get into more Hyperborea stuff and learning about Hyperborea, and that's where the Frost Moon Scions came from. I'm convinced we're going to go there someday in a future patch, and I'm really excited for that. I'm like super stoked to learn about another ancient civilization, and apparently there was a dragon there, so maybe we'll see another dragon kind of like Scylla, who we saw in Remoria, who was like Hydro affiliated. So maybe there's like a Cryo Vishap there, and then there's a Cryo Sovereign in Snezhnaya, you know? I think that'd be really cool. But yeah, with all of that said, gamers, it is finally time for us to start Finale of the Deep Gallery. I'm sorry, Finale of the Deep Galleries. Yeah, there we go. All right. Okay, we are starting with the... Oh. All right, we are starting with the plume. All right, Deep Gallery's Distant Pact. A feathered accessory fashioned from Northland jade that shimmers with an otherworldly glow. All right. Following her master's advice, the girl ventured northward, traversing the freezing wastelands and the corridor of fractured mirrors at the edge of the frozen sea. All right, I'm going to say this right now. This kind of is giving Skirk and Certology. Following her master's guidance, Skirk has a master. It's Certology. I don't know if that's what this is, but I'm assuming. Anyways. After slaying countless monsters that wandered the ruins, finally, amongst the abyssal remnants, she caught a glimpse of treasure concealed between drifting snow. Yet she was not the first outsider to set foot here. Pause? For long before the sun... Wait, what? Yet she was not the first outsider to set foot here. For long before the scions of the far north had woven their sweet dreams of submergence, a voyager whose sentient will traversed the cosmos once... Wait, is this the second Descender? Oh, the third Descender? Brother, wait, no. There's no way they're doing this. A voyager whose sentient will traversed the cosmos once made a vow of reunion with the Lord of Dragons, who had yet... Oh my god. Who had yet to fall into darkness. Wait, is this from Skirk's perspective? Following her master's guidance, the girl ventured northward into a frozen tundra. Yet she was not the first outsider to set foot here. That kind of sounds like this is from the perspective of someone else. I might be tripping. Hold on. This sounds like it might be Skirk on a mission by Sertology regarding Descenders. And it says that this was another person who traversed the stars and made a vow with Nibelung, who I suspected was the second Descender. But, like, we don't know what her will... Well, this says a sentient will. So, obviously, we know, like, you need a criteria to be a Descender. The will to protect, destroy, create, or sustain a world. So, I've always been under the assumption that Nibelung was the second Descender because the War of Vengeance with the primordial one. But we knew he's also dead, and the corpse of the third Descender created the Gnosis. So there's been this ongoing debate over whether Nibelung is the second or third Descender, right? He's in tune with the elements because he's a dragon, and the Descenders also are highly elementally tuned with the elements of the world, and the Gnosis are also channeling elemental powers. So this is huge. Okay, so Nibelung made a pact, or okay, let me read this again. Okay, this Voyager made a vow of reunion with Nibelung before he came back with forbidden knowledge. This passerby was a scribe drifting through the vast void, duty-bound never to commune with primordial civilizations. As her, okay, it's a woman, okay. I'm just gonna put Voyager woman. Descender question mark. All right. This passerby was a scribe drifting through the vast voids of space, duty-bound never to commune with primordial primordial civilizations. I don't know if that means she's not allowed to communicate with... Does primordial civilizations implies like lesser organisms, like, no offense, but like non-intelligent beings? As her undying body slumbered away within a distant celestial disk construct. A spaceship? Hello? As her undying body slumbered away within a distant celestial disk construct, her mind had drifted through an empty expanse spanning many light years. What the heck? Charting countless peoples and civilizations fated to perish, pondering the ultimate truths of the cosmos in that eternal darkness, bro. That proves that there, I mean, if it didn't prove it before, this proves that there's life out. Is she a human? This proves that there's life outside of Teyvat. I mean, the primordial one proved that by coming here. But she is from somewhere else. And she's just wandering through the space, through time. I mean, the travelers did too, but like... I always felt like they were an anomaly. Like, we couldn't really figure them out, and we still don't know much about them or where they come from. But now we're getting more. Right? Then it's the primordial one. Now it's this person. And if she's a human, that implies that humans exist outside of Teyvat, which we already learned about. Apparently, Thanos brought humans from wherever he was to Teyvat. I was always under the assumption that he came to Teyvat, wiped the dragons, terraformed the world, and then made humans. But apparently, he brought humans with him, which is weird. I don't understand. Clearly, wherever they came from was dangerous, and he wanted to get them out of there. I don't know. Charting countless peoples and civilizations fated to perish, pondering the ultimate truths of the cosmos in that eternal darkness, until a faint glimmer pierced her awareness, jolting the Voyager from tenfold millennia of meditation. So they're just meditating in the world, connecting, being one with the universe. And then they get this little star glimmer, and they're like, ooh, that looks interesting. It came from an unremarkable little world at the edge of the spiral arm. And from the primeval dragon that had been born alongside that world. Esteva! Holy shit! Also, tenfold millennia. Is that 10,000 years ago? That's the oldest recorded history that we know, I think, now. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Tenfold millennia. Okay, so 10,000 years before, right? It came from an unremarkable little world from the primeval dragon that had been born alongside that world. So is that implying before Nibelung? Is that even, what the fuck? What came before the dragons? 10,000 years before Nibelung. Yeah, like, I was under the assumption that, right, this passage here, it says, from the primeval dragon that had been born alongside that world. So I assumed that it's a world that was created along with Nibelung, you know? Like, I felt like, I think that line is implying that this world and the primeval dragon, like, that's him. And so they exist at the same time. So that light was basically, yeah, so I think that light was implying like she's discovering a world that was created, like the world and Nibelung existed at the same time. Okay, I think that's what it means. I don't know what this, at the edge of the spiral arm. Is that like the galaxy? Right? Like, you know how like a galaxy looks like a spinning disc? Yeah, okay. So also galaxy? We're interstellar boys? I swear to God, this is Honkai Star Rail? Right. Interesting. Okay, this is... So, nothing that exists, right? Like, this has nothing to do with anything that we know about with Genshin. This is the earliest recorded history. It came from an unremarkable little world at the edge of the galaxy. And from the primeval dragon that had been born alongside that world. So that light came from the dragon. Though death would one day bring an endless night, the sun it gazed upon was but a fleeting ember. This will, bound though as it was to its planetary crust, shone more brilliantly than all the civilizations the Voyager had ever seen. Unable to suppress the wonder and sorrow swelling up from within, she delivered a solemn pronouncement unto its ruler. Oh, so Nibelung impressed her. She was impressed by his will. Potentially the will to destroy a world or the will to sustain a world, because Nibelung for sure is a descender. We just don't know the clarifications of which one. And now we have another Outlander who's in the mix. She's mixed up with him, and this is the first time we're ever hearing about a lady and Nibelung. You know? Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Chat, I might be tripping. Wasn't there a Nibelung ring mentioned in the game? I know there was a ring. But was it a Nibelung ring or was it just I don't remember. Was it a Nibelung ring or was it Dane's ring? There was a ring, but it wasn't tied to Nibelung in the game. Okay. The Nibelung part is speculation. Okay. All right. I got mixed up. I was like, it's hard to remember everything in the game. I just knew that there was a ring, but I forgot who it belonged to or who it was referencing. Okay, never mind. All right. So she was impressed by Nibelung, and she decided in all of her years of meditating and visiting worlds that she would interact with him. Even though she, but it says here she was duty-bound to never commune with primordial civilizations. So someone gave her a mandate and was like, if you ever go out there, don't commune with anybody. I don't know if that's a self-given mandate or if that was something that, I don't know why that's her duty or whatever the case might be. So she's already broken the rule. She was not to communicate with any civilization, but Nibelung was built different. I have seen the lightless end tearing through star clusters like a spindle among silken threads. I have seen how the cold tide of chaos drowns out all song so that good and evil alike vanish into silence. And yet, my kind, gentle king... And yet, my kind, gentle king, will you still refuse to abandon your people? Forsake this world, fated to ruin, and journey with me beyond the stars. Wow. So she saw the end of Teyvat? I don't know if she's foreseeing like the end of the world or if she's foreseeing that one day this place will be... If she's foreseeing the primordial one and the abyss and the inevitable conflict of Teyvat that we're in right now. Or if she's seeing what's even in our future. Like, eventually this world will be destroyed, but the abyss will claim this world, essentially, I think is what she's saying. She's like, this place is done for. I can already see it. Come journey with me instead. Yet, thus did the proud dragon reply. I cannot believe this. This is Dragon King Nibelung right here. Oh, friend from a distant world, I thank you for imparting these truths from beyond the sky. Oh my god, chat. This is probably where Nibelung found out about forbidden knowledge. She probably told him, and then he goes out and gets it, because he talked to her. She imparted the truths of the sky. Brother. And this was 10,000 years ago. So this is thousands of years, I think, before, thousands of years before the earliest recorded history of Teyvat. But before the primordial one pulled up. So this is like the world of the dragons, right? In the light realm. Oh, friend from a distant world, I thank you for imparting these truths from beyond the sky. But though, in my eyes, they may seem ignorant creatures, to me, they are the very meaning of this universe. If the tide of oblivion must come, then let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm. Wait, what? Bear witness to the path I have chosen, for I shall lead my people onward to the stars. Chat. That low-key sounds like... Let my bones be the bulwark that shields this realm. What the heck? Yeah, obviously he's talking about I'm gonna lead them to the stars, the Tonatiuh, the astral assemblage, all of that stuff. That's crazy. But I'm also thinking of the Gnosis when he said that, because... the remains of the third descender went on to create the Gnosis that are sustaining the current order of this world. So I don't know if that's what he meant. I don't know if even he knew what he was talking about. Like, bro, that might have been like some premonition there. But holy smokes. I don't know. I'm still second or third descender. I don't know what's going to come of this. But let's see. But when the Voyager returned once more, the world she remembered had been utterly changed. The bones of the earth had been bound beneath fourfold shackles. And the soft white radiance of the sky had been split into 7 immutable hues. Okay. So back in the day, she was here, and it was Nibelung that was running shit. He turned down her offer. She goes back into space. She comes back, and the heavenly principles are in charge. The sky is no longer white, right? Under the light of the dragons, it is now under the 7, like the 7 elements. Wow. And it's the bones of the earth are shackled by the fourfold shackles, the four shades, and the primordial one. Like drifting smoke had the Lord of Dragons vanished, and the winged one's throne now ruled the radiance of the 3 moons. Holy shit, gamers. Oh my god. Yeah, the 3 moons that are above Ochka Natlan, by the way. We saw them in the, we saw them in Huitzilopochtli. Bro, this is crazy. Hoyoverse. If they're giving this to us now, what the fuck are they doing for Nodcry and Snezhnaya? That they had to give this lore. I mean, Skirk is coming back into the picture. And the initial perspective of this seems to be from Skirk's perspective. And Skirk seems to be like following a trail or following like she's looking for treasure and stuff. And it's tying into Nibelung and this female Voyager somehow. Bewildered by the dragon's unannounced departure, yet unwilling to disturb the world's new ruler, the Voyager, defying the laws of her kin. We don't know who her kin are. Like, this is crazy. Who is she? It doesn't even say like she's a human or an alien or like, I don't know. Who? Are you an Emanator? All right, are you an Aeon? Are you from the Honkai Star Rail universe? I have no idea. The Voyager, defying the laws of her kin, quietly cast her mind into the world. Quietly cast her mind into the world inside the shell. Vesting her consciousness to the body of a youth? She walked among these cordate animals, listening to their fervent and ever-escalating debates in the city of gold. Wait, it's a Hyperborea. Wait. So she indwelled with somebody. Holy shit. Okay, so she's gonna be in trouble. Whatever happens, happens. She broke the law of her kind. So she's gonna get in trouble whenever they find out. And she decided to live within I guess she's investigating, right? So she indwelled to somebody, and the firmament is already up. So the false sky is already put into place. And so I guess the closest Teyvat that we know of, the earliest civilizations, Hyperborea, Remoria, you know, the unified civilization, all that stuff is probably already established here. And, you know, Renova, Istaroth, the primordial one are already here. And so she's living amongst the people, and she's like, damn, you guys just fucking bicker and complain about everything. And it's the city of gold, so that's also Hyperborea. Which I guess that makes sense. I guess that's why it's relevant, because if Hyperborea becomes a visitable place, I'm sure we're gonna learn more about this. Brother, that was just one artifact piece. That was just one artifact piece, brother. Oh my god. I'm cooked. I've only read, bro, I've been reading this for like half an hour. All right, next up we have the Goblet. Deep Galleries Bestowed Banquet. A cup fashioned from Northland Jade. Wait, actually, you know what? Let's run it. Should we run an ad? Yeah, let's run an ad first. Guys, we're going to run an ad for every single piece, I swear to God. Oh my goodness gracious. This is crazy. What the hell? So we have a Voyager from beyond the stars who's buddy-buddy with Nibelung after one encounter, tries to give him sound advice. He turns it down because he wants to protect his dragon kind. He believes in their future. The primordial one came through and definitely had him reconsider. Now, see, the question I have is, did the War of Vengeance already happen? You know, like, did Nibelung leave, come back, and then die? All they say is that he's not here anymore. So I'm curious if the War of Vengeance has happened yet, because the Heavenly Principles moved in, and then the dragons started scheming to fight them, and then the dragons fought them, and then they really lost, and then everything was the way it was. So I'm curious if this is the War of Vengeance or not. I'm curious if the War of Vengeance has happened yet. Because if not, Nibelung's gonna come back pretty soon with that forbidden knowledge that she probably told him about. And so that's not gonna be good. Oh my God, this is so peak. Also, thank you guys all for the follows. I really appreciate it. Taylor ES3, thank you so much for following. I never thought I'd be this interested in Genshin lore, but I've been locked in since Enkanomiya. I didn't think things would ever get this crazy, though. I didn't think we'd be talking about, or I never thought like the prospect of Genshin's lore would go beyond this world, you know? Like, they're like creating like a galaxy at this point. Like, it's already confirmed that there's a galaxy out there. So Teyvat is one of many planets, one of many worlds that harbors life, and we're just on Teyvat. So I don't know if Honkai Star Rail, if it's in the Honkai Star Rail universe then, or in the Honkai universe technically, because what makes Teyvat any different from any other planet now? You know what I mean? Crazy. Also, Jim Raynor 2001, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you guys all for the follows as well. I really, really am grateful that you guys are all here hearing me yap about lore. This is crazy, dude. Oh my God. This web event is also gonna, like, I feel like I'm on like lore overload right now. We're getting all of these illustrations. We're getting a Moon web event update tomorrow. Like, I'm reading all of this artifact stuff now. We're getting an Archon Quest next patch with Albedo, who's arguably like the best lore character in the game. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm so overwhelmed. But all right, ads are over. Let's lock the fuck in. All right, let's get into this next one. We have the, all right, so we're gonna be reading next the Goblet, Deep Galleries Bestowed Banquet. A cup fashioned from Northland Jade. They say that the people of an ancient civilization once used it as a ceremonial vessel to make offerings to the heavens. Oh boy. All right. Following her master's guidance, the girl ventured northward, traversing the freezing wasteland and the corridor of fractured mirrors at the edge of the frozen sea. Alone, she walked through the ruins of the Spiral Abyss. That's literally why I started the video at the Spiral Abyss, because the Skirk, like, I feel like this is Skirk. Intent on finding the trail of the Voyager that the magical swordmaster had Wait! Sertology knows about this Voyager? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Bro, Sertology knows everything. Oh my god. So Sertology told Skirk about this Voyager woman, and so Skirk is now looking into it. Finding a trail of the Voyager that the magical swordmaster had spoken of. So is Sertology from another planet too? Is Sertology, I mean, they say he's like a sinner of Khaenri'ah, but like, how does he know about someone that's not even from this planet? I have no idea. I have to keep cooking. We don't know what happens. We don't know the end of this yet. This is only the second artifact set. And he has a pet whale that literally goes to different like parts of the universe and like consumes everything. Right? The freaking all-devouring narwhal, like, brother. This is crazy. They're literally like, yeah, we're not even from here. We're just fucking around. We came here for the abyss, okay? That's all we wanted. Oh my god. That was the time when the silver moonlight had showed mercy upon the land in the far north, and the envoys of the heavens still gazed down upon the dusk and mud. So, the insignificant humans. Having angered the divine envoys for questioning the progress of knowledge, the people of Hyperborea now argued endlessly amongst themselves as for how to quell their wrath. Yeah, the heavenly principles don't like being questioned. You should have read the tiara lore. They're a little touchy on that, which kind of makes you wonder if this is actually the lore of the tiara, like the cryo tiara. Where they were like, oh man, we angered the gods, we have to fight, like, and then the elder like put the branch on his head and then went up to the summit and asked the questions, and I don't know if we knew what happened after that. The priests accused each other of sacrilege, of defiling the love, prosperity, and wisdom of the gods. Amongst themselves, they sought to identify the chief culprit, for it was their intention that the one responsible for corrupting the people's minds would likewise be the one to appease the divine envoys. Yet all of a sudden, a voice is heard. The female Voyager? If sin comes from the pursuit of knowledge, then ignorance is the true doctrine. Yo, chill. What the hell? Yo, them's fighting words. You're gonna get everybody killed. If sin comes from the pursuit of knowledge, then ignorance is the true doctrine. If from rebellion, then only the Lamb is truly righteous. If sin must be atoned for with blood, why is it said to stem from humanity? If the laws are perfect and flawed, why fear the act of inquiry? AKA, what are you so afraid of by just asking questions? Uh-oh. Oh boy, the arrogation of mankind ends here, chat. Oh god. It was merely a boy of humble birth who, having simply slipped past the watchful guards... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, she indwelled. Wait, what if is she indwelling a boy? It was merely a boy of humble birth who, having somehow slipped past the watchful guards, had stepped into the chamber where the priests had convened. All of their scholarly accusations he refuted in turn, their charges of heresy reduced to naught but angry, speechless glares. In this silent chamber, the chief priest who wore the white-branched crown finally dismissed the guards who had rushed in. Interesting. This is very interesting. Oh heretical speaker, if, as your eloquent words may suggest, you truly hold that grievous sin is but the delusions of mere mortals, then let you be the one to drink from this cup of burning wrath. Go to the ashen silver tree and plead your case before the very envoys who have cast judgment upon us. And so, the previously unknown youth ventured forth into the deepest recesses of the earth, seeking answers from the first angel. Oh my... The first angel? What? The first ever angel. The pre-Seelie angels. Oh my god. So we have... Chat. Oh my god. The Seelie and the Outlander who formed a union that was witnessed by the 3 Moon Sisters. I think it's these two. I think it's this Voyager and this first Seelie, or this first angel. And that's what caused... Oh my god. And after that happened, calamity struck. Oh my god. We never found out what caused it. But they fell in love? Oh god. Yeah, I'm sure that's one thing the primordial one loved. His first child, his first angel. Beloving a human, like beloving a lesser being. Yeah, I'm sure their father is really proud of them. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Yeah, that's like... So, was the... I'm wondering, I don't know if this is true, but like... You know, like how all of the... You know, like how all the... Hold on, let me... How do I say this? Are Seelie all girls? Because I think the only example we really have to go off of is the Lord of the Night. I think so, maybe, no idea. Yeah, I'm kind of curious because this is a little this is a little awkward. It's a female Voyager occupying the body of a boy, and so I'm like, what about the angel? Like, does the angel, like, will the angel know that by the end? This is, yeah, it's a little, yeah, because Nabu Malikata, you know, she's the goddess, she's a goddess, and you know, she's a Seelie. And then we have the Lord of the Night. And so, I don't know, I'm just kind of... Yeah. I was basically gonna say, like, this is low-key, like, doomed Yuri. Because we all know what happens. And it's not good. And I'm like, damn, bro. This sucks. Anyways, this is so cool, though. Sertology, Skirk. I'm curious, though, like, how does Sertology know this? This, like, also, like, if Sertology is not from this world, how is he associated? Well, I mean, I guess... I mean, he could have been here before Khaenri'ah, technically. If they're older than Khaenri'ah, if they're older than, like, all of this shit that's going on. Because I'm thinking, I'm like, how is an Outlander related to Khaenri'ah? Because they're the 5 sinners of Khaenri'ah. But then how would he know about all of this stuff that took place before humans anyway? Unless, like, the Abyss, like, gave him that, like, I don't know, like, freaking, maybe Roptatir the Wise gave him that, like, told him. But, isn't he Dane's brother? No, that's Vetterfulnir. Which, actually, wait, hold on, that actually makes, that's more confusing. Because then that means this would have had, like, Sertology would have had to have been around during the time of, like, the 500 years, like, that period. So I'm just curious how Sertology got this information, because all this information predates him. And I doubt, like, it, unless the Abyss is all-knowing. I have no idea. Yeah, that is true. They did become transcendent beings, so I guess at that point, they transcend time, and maybe that's how they found out. Yeah, I guess that's true. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Next up, we have the feather. Okay, so the female Voyager is going down to the Irminsul, it sounds like, or the tree, to answer for their crimes of speaking out against the heavens. And so I'm sure that's, and they're going to the first angel, which is the envoys of Celestia, so they have to answer to them. Oh, the flower, sorry. Guys, I did it again. Flower feather. God damn it, this fucking plume. Also, we read the plume already, so I would have realized that soon after, but anyways. We need to, we just need to spell it out so that way because I put PGFCS, but clearly that F is fucking me up. So, figuratively, well, yeah, figuratively, obviously. I'm like, the F stands for, you fucking me up here. Anyways, sorry, we're reading the flower, okay? Deep galleries echoing song. An icy flower fashioned from Northland jade. Over the course of its long life, its petals have crumbled to dust. Sag. Okay, meanwhile, so, and this is interesting too, so this is kind of like a back and forth, like, Skirk is doing this one thing, and then it's relating to the information that we're learning about. So, following her master's guidance, the girl ventured northward, traversing the freezing wastelands and the corridor of fractured mirrors at the edge of the frozen sea. After slaying countless monsters that wandered the ruins, finally, before the withering husk of a silver tree, she caught glimpse of treasure concealed beneath the drifting snow. So I wonder if when we see Skirk, right, her story quest, I assume, I wonder if she's going to talk about any of this stuff. Like, she has to talk about Sertology. She has to talk about the sinners, right? She said she would tell us, she said she would tell Child to tell us, but I feel like we're going to see her again before we see Child. So I wonder if she's like, if she's looking for this person or whatever. I don't know what happened to them. Oh shit. No, I do know what happened to them. The union happens. The calamity happens after that. And then aren't they both eternally separated and they forget their memories? So I think this Voyager lady, because it said that in the beginning, it said that she had an undying body. Does that mean this Voyager woman is currently living in Teyvat now, but doesn't know who they are because their memories got wiped? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Yeah, because we knew about the union, but we didn't have the specifics. But then I remembered, I was like, wait, we do know what happened. So what if Skirk is looking for them now because her master told her about the story? And so that might be what her story quest is actually. Oh my goodness gracious. So it's a boy though. So the Voyager woman, the Voyager is a woman, but she indwelled into the body of a boy, and then she lost her memory, so she's stuck in the body of a boy in Teyvat somewhere. No, it's not little Timmy. Shut up. Somebody said Timmy's a possessed youth. No, stop this, okay? Lock in, okay? Lock in. Oh, man. The boy would be dead now, but I don't know if that's true. Hello, because then. They did say originally in the other passage that the Voyager woman had, like, the female Voyager had an undying body. I don't know if that undying property still translates even if she indwells with someone. I know she casted her mind, but I'm wondering if that's enough to preserve her because it's tethered to her actual person. You know? So, I don't know. Or maybe the curse made them both immortal so they can never die and they can never be reunited because their memories are wiped. So the first angel and this Voyager. That's crazy. Wow. Bro, there's so many reunions that are going to be happening. Yeah, these two will be reunited as well. Oh my god, this is so cool. All right, so let us continue. That was when the silver moonlight had yet to be shattered in the... Oh my god, so this is before the War of Vengeance. This confirms it right here. So the moon got destroyed during the War of Vengeance. That was when the silver moonlight had yet to be shattered in the fires of war, when the divine prophecies of the heavens still extended over the land. The youth who had ventured deep into the earth's bowels met the first angel, inquiring about the most forbidden origins of the world. The Dawn Daughter trembled at this profane... The Dawn Daughter trembled at these profane words, not knowing how this mortal had uncovered such a closely kept secret. It's because she's not from here. All right, you're not actually talking to a boy. You're talking to a woman. But her visitor laid bare his origins before her, singing to her dreams of beauty that have never been graced, that had never yet graced her mind. Why does she feel the need to share all of this actual forbidden knowledge? She told Nibelung everything. She told the angel everything. What could possibly go wrong? But then again, the angels already knew because they know about the, like, their creator comes from beyond this world. In an instant, the fetters laid upon her by the enthroned ruler broke apart. Whoa. In an instant, the fetters laid upon her by the enthroned ruler broke apart like a spider's web. For the first time, she discovered what it meant to serve herself. So like, did she have like a crown or was she shackled or something? So she freed her. She told her the truth of this world and it freed her from Celestia's grip. And to the one she loved, she poured out the matter of creation, that most forbidden... Oh my god. That most forbidden of unspeakable secrets. Why is everyone just snitching? Like, why is everyone just revealing these secrets? Clearly, there's repercussions. Oh, dear. We don't even know what the Primordial One's secrets are. So, the Voyager tells the angels a few things. It helps her break free from her shackles of the heavenly principles, and in return, she's like, oh my gosh, I'm free. I'm actually able to do my own thing. Let me tell you some secrets of my own. Alas, that your ruler would dare to blaspheme such noble beings. Even the demonic sculptors of bloody nightmares who delight in tormenting souls would be taken aback by such cruelty. Fanis, what is going on here? What are you doing? This is not looking good. Every patch, they're making the sustainer, they're making the heavenly principles look worse and worse. Yeah, so she's basically saying, damn, after everything you told me, even beings that are meant to torture souls would find that to be cruel. O Dawn Maiden, who has never known love, let me stand as the enemy to your laws. Raise your eyes to the stars as you should, for the sake of all beings imprisoned by your ruler. Let me be your sword, your shield, your guide, your unpardonable conspirator in rebellion. Thus did she, most exalted of the angels, bow down and kiss his forehead, as countless ice blooms unfurled on the frigid silver tree. Yet this moment of betrayal did not go unwitnessed. Fuck off. Because the Moon Sisters were watching. For at that very moment, the heavenly moons peered down through the cloak of clouds, a longing still more audacious arising within them. my god. It sounds like they're jealous. They're like, what the fuck? She gets to do what she wants? She gets to live life free and find love and happiness while we're shackled by the heavenly principles? Not on my what? Damn, did they snitch? And then they all got fucked. They all got destroyed. 2 of them killed. 1 of them locked in her lunar palace. And then these 2 have their memories wiped and will never be able to be reunited again. Damn, bro. Humanity might just be... You know what's crazy about this? You know what I thought of when I read this line here? Where is it? Let me be your sword, your shield, your guide, your... in particular, your unpardonable conspirator in rebellion. This No, it didn't remind me of Simulanka for the first time in a while. It reminded me of Nabu Malikata and King Deshret. How they became conspirators. She was a Seelie. He was just a silly man. A silly guy. Just doing his best. That actually reminds me of them too, actually. Because they did something similar. They tried to form a rebellion and they got bodied. You know? So, I see where those 2 got it from. I see where Nabu Malikata got it from. I see where King Deshret got it from. Maybe, kind of, sort of. I don't know about him, but because Nabu Malikata was a Seelie, and, like, this first angel's doing the same thing, it kind of, you know. The apple doesn't fall far from the trees, basically what I'm saying. Yeah, Remus and Scylla is another one. Oh my god, that's crazy, brother. Yeah, Scylla was another one too. Ah, god, I love this game so much. This game is so peak. The lore is so peak. Okay. Okay, so something bad's gonna happen now, guys. I think now we're gonna get the War of Vengeance. I think now we get the War of Vengeance. I think I'm on the circlet next, right? Wait, did I say Scylla? I'm sorry, I meant Sabila. My bad. I hate that their names are so similar. Yeah, it's Scylla and Sabila. But no, I meant Sabila, the golden bee, not the dragon. Yeah, my bad. All right, anyways, let us continue. Okay, next we have... Okay, so now we should get Dragon King Nibelung coming back, and that's gonna be awkward. Because, like, she was probably like, I didn't tell you that secret for you to then go and use that power, so... Fuck. Okay, next up we have... So I assume the calamity that struck was also the War of Vengeance. I feel like those 2 events happened at the same time. So, we'll see. A helmet... Okay, so next up we have Deep Gallery's Lost Crown. A helm steeped in obsession, just like the mind of its previous owner. Jesus. Its jade ornamentation seems to come from an age more ancient still. Following her master's guidance, the girl ventured northward, traversing freezing icelands, corroded mirrors at the edge of the frozen sea after slaying countless monsters. I think this passage is relatively the same each time. Finally, through a tattered evil... Oh, sorry. Okay, this one's different. Finally, through a tattered veil, she caught a glimpse of treasure concealed beneath drifting snow. It was an age when the unknowing masses still bowed to the sky's decrees, when the Dawn Star's royal court still hung high above the clouds. Magnificent, noble creations descended from the light itself, and the Magnificent, noble creations descended from the light itself, and the mortals, unable to look upon their true visage, called them angels. Ah, okay. Their pale silver wings shimmering like moonlit flames. Their heads were adorned with crowns and 7... Oh my god. They have wings with the 7 colors, the 7 elements. I hope we see I hope there's at least one angel that we get to see in the game. Like literally like the Wyob, but like 7 wings and each wing is a different color. You know how like the Wyob that we see now, they're like a whole elemental color? I would like to see one Wyob with each of their colors. That'd be cool. That's really cool. Their pale silver wings shimmered like moonlit flames. Their heads were adorned with crowns of 7-fold radiance. Wrought of the bones of earth and the stars of the sky. The name upon these crowns was the love promised unto all Nope. I'll tell you something right now, chat. I know what happened. The primordial one said, love all creatures equally. And the first angel said, yeah, but I like this guy just a little bit more. Favoritism. That's what screwed over this civilization. Picking favorites. Oh my god. The name upon those crowns was the love promised unto all creatures by the heavenly God, or perhaps a mandate to rule over the nations of the earth. With all of your heart, soul, and might, you shall love all the beings of the earth. You shall love the morning dew you shall love as morning dew longs for the dawn, as seeds long for the trade winds. They were the most loyal servants of the heavenly court, flawless arbiters of justice. And the first Seelie fucked it up. That's crazy. Oh, man. They wove a veil for the great ruler of the firmament, delivering sacred revelations to all realms. Such was the duty invested upon them at the moment of their creation, or so it should have been. Actually, also, that's a number one, that's a Fanis quote. With all of your heart, soul, and might, you shall love all beings of this earth. You shall love as morning dew longs for the dawn, as seeds long for the trade winds. We finally have the, two uttered quotes from the primordial one. A progenitor god hailing from beyond the stars. Shout out to Dawit. But, that's crazy. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, it's actually the Voyager's fault. Because the Voyager allowed the angel to break free of her control that Celestia had on her, and led the angel to love her more than anyone else, and that decoupled it just decoupled the structure and the system that was in play. Leave my lesbians alone. Look, you can have it. I'm showing you why it's doomed. It's doomed because of love. And, yeah, that's rough, buddy. Holy moly. But see, here's the thing, too. The Voyager broke a rule. So it almost feels like everything is... It's almost like rules were meant to not be broken. Her mandate said, don't go and fuck around in these other worlds. So by breaking her first rule, she allowed herself to allow someone else to break the rules. And then there's just a domino effect. So, like... Damn, bro. Yeah, rules were meant to be broken. Oh, buddy. But hey, if the primordial one actually, like, ruled his subject, like, ruled his creations with, instead of, like, they're basically, like, indentured servants? I don't know. There clearly seems to be no form of, like, free will or, like, everything, like, you need to have order. And this is giving Penacony, actually. This is actually giving Honkai Star Rail. It's harmony versus order. Harmony requires people working together towards a common goal. Order is, I'm gonna tell you what to do because I know what's best for you. And I think that's how the Heavenly Principle views his creations. He views humanity. And maybe that's a traumatic response based on wherever he came from, creating this arc for humanity from something that might be more destructive and dangerous. It's like, hey, I'd rather rule you guys like this than to have us be where we were before, you know? So it is what it is. It's very compelling. I love the debates that you can have with these conversations. Like, you'll never get bored. You know, there's always, you know, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So for every person that looks down on the Heavenly Principles, I'm sure there's someone that can see things from their perspective. But yeah, all of this talk of humanity and wanting to safeguard humanity, I'm pretty sure that the Primordial One Fanis is going to be a Honkai Impact XP of Kevin Castellana or Finon from Honkai Star Rail. And I mean, those two are all, those are XPs in and of themselves. So I think the Primordial one is also going to be in there. Which is kind of cool because I love Phaenon's design. He looks sick as hell. And he's like the savior of humanity. So I guess that kind of tracks for Hoyoverse. But, all right, let us continue. Let us continue. There's so much here. Good Lord. Okay, so, you were supposed to love all things in this realm equally, and apparently that didn't happen. Until, yeah, so, that is how things should have been, or so that's how things should, yeah, or so that's how things should have been. Until the first angel met an unnamed youth beneath the silver tree in the far north. And in those star-like pupils, whoa. Star-like pupils, that's crazy. And in those star-like pupils saw a reflection of herself she had never yet known. It was a love not inscribed by law, a freedom the skies would never permit. Chat. There is no way this is Khaenri'ah related, right? There is no way. What? This is before Khaenri'ah even existed. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my. Hoyoverse, you guys are fucking crazy. I am so beside myself right now, chat. Are you telling me oh my goodness. Chat. Are you telling me that there was a female Voyager who lived beyond the stars, lived in the freaking outer space, was all-knowing, came to Teyvat, fell in love with an angel, was cursed, well, actually, came to Teyvat, took over the body of a boy, oh my god, took over the body of a boy, fell in love with an angel, had star-shaped eyes, got their memory wiped, and then went on to found Khaenri'ah. I think this is like the earliest Khaenri'ah descendant. So Khaenri'ahs are technically aliens. I'm dead. I'm fucking cooked. I'm cooked, chat. I'm cooked. I can't. Bro, there's so many layers. There's so many layers. So maybe she did die then. Because if this is that far back, then I guess it never really mattered who she was before because she lived out her life. This is a crazy statement. She lived out her life as a man. And founded the most Giga Chad nation in all of Teyvat. Potentially, maybe, kind of, sort of. I don't know. I don't think she founded it, but she was like the earliest of like their descendants, right? The star eyes, that's everything. That's literally the bloodlines of a pure blood Khaenri'ah. So this is doomed alien Yuri. And that's how it ties into Khaenri'ah. Wow, and that's why Sertology and the Five Sinners know, because they're also Khaenri'ah. These are like her freaking great-great-great-great-great-great grandkids. Along with Dainsleif, and oh, Captain, my Captain, rank #1, strongest member of the Fatui Harbingers. Oh my God. This is so peak. This is cinema. Oh my God. Chat, I have no idea what the hell this story is going to be in the future. Skirk is going to freaking blow the door off the hinges. When we get Skirk to Friendship 6 and unlock all her lore, all bets are off, bro. We're cooked if any of these sinners are playable. Rhine Daughter, I'm praging, please. I want her more than anyone. Her and Grandmaster Varka. Bro, oh my God, I'm so excited. This is crazy. I've been yapping for 40 minutes. I haven't even finished the artifact set. I'm so beside myself right now. Until the first angel met an unnamed youth beneath the silver tree in the far north. And this all goes back to Hyperborea. And apparently that's where the Frost Moon Scions were from. So are these people also tied in with the Frost Moon Scions? And their lineage? Oh, God, man. There's so many questions. There's so many questions. I'm tired. I'm so tired, chat. Oh, my God. I'm so exhausted, man. Wow, and Hyperborea was the first root cycle civilization, right? Wasn't it like the end of the lost, like the fall of the lost of the paradise, like the end of the paradise or something? I forgot what it refers to, but yeah, their paradise came crumbling down after this shit. Oh my God. Until the first angel met an unnamed youth beneath the silver tree in the Northland, in the far north, and in those star-like pupils saw a reflection of herself she had never yet known. It was a love not inscribed by law, a freedom the skies would never permit. As her heart fluttered for reasons she could not know, the eternal star crown forged in love's name suddenly fractured. And casting it into the snow beneath the silver tree, the Dawn Maiden made her faithful vow. And you sealed the fate of all Seelie, your life, and the life of your lover. I wonder who the first angel was, or is. You know, there's so many, I thought Columbina was a Seelie. I thought Paimon was a Seelie at one point. Like, they're Seelies now. So I wonder if we're going to come across the first Seelie. Right? I wonder if we're going to come across the first Seelie either in Hyperborea or somewhere in Nodcry, or maybe we have to get even further, because I assume they were imprisoned. I assume they're, like, held up in some, like, sky prison by Celestia, and they've been there ever since because of this, if I had to guess. But anyways, the Dawn Maiden made her faithful vow. Come now, come. Let us recast those absurd laws with bone. And nourish the barren land. And nourish the barren north with blood. Let us build a city and a tower that soars up to the clouds. And may the people of the earth, that the people of the earth need weep bitter tears no longer. I cast this useless crown into the dust, that all earthly nations may breathe free of their shackles. All right, guys, be on the lookout for another tower in the game. That's probably going to give us a lot of lore. Is that Tower of Babel inspired? That's interesting. Man, so she cursed her crown. She was like, fuck you, Dad. I'm going to go be with my lover, and we're going to save this world. What the hell, brother? I'm cooked. I'm so cooked, guys. I'm so exhausted. Holy shit. Oh my god. There's so much. You know what's crazy? It makes perfect sense. I feel like Genshin Impact is quickly becoming like a Kingdom Hearts game. Where it's like, Genshin Impact lore is impossible to explain, but it's easy to understand if you do it, if you like experience it yourself. But like, imagine trying to explain this to somebody who's not caught up or something, you know? I say it all the time. You cannot explain Kingdom Hearts to someone. They have to experience it themselves in order to understand it. Because like, explaining it is more confusing than just playing the game yourself, you know? Oh my god. All right, we're gonna run an ad real quick. I have one more piece left. I think we're getting into the sands and then we're done, but good lord. Woo! Are you still doing local legends? No. No, thank you. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I'm good. Oh, man. I'll stream local legends later this week, maybe the weekend.
Hello again.
Yeah, I am fucking fried right now. Oh my god. I can't believe I started this game because I thought Venti was cute and now there's all this. Yeah, I know. I didn't even know Genshin was like a gacha when I started. I was like, oh, this looks like a cool open world 3D anime game. I want to play it. And here I am. I didn't even know I'd ever like continuously stream the game, but here we are. This is so exciting, though. Oh my goodness gracious, I'm so thrilled. There's so much. I can't wait to meet Skirk now. So, it begs the question now. Is this No, I don't know, though. Because, like, this person doesn't fit the description of a Descender in the way that we think. Right? From the perspective of the lore that we know so far. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna read this last piece. Lord knows what it's gonna give me. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna read this out, and I'll make my conclusions after we finish it. Cause I don't want to say something now and then I put my foot in my mouth in like 5 minutes. Ah, god damn it. Someone whose will rivals the world? Yes. So a Descender is categorized as someone who has the will to rival the world in one of 4 ways. You have a will strong enough to protect the world, destroy the world, create the world, or sustain it. And we have pretty much like a criteria for most of those. We just don't know the identity of the second and third, but now it seems like the second and third is a toss-up between this Voyager woman and Dragon King Nibelung. We just don't know who's who because Nibelung died. I said I'm gonna wait, but I'm getting into it anyway. Nibelung left this world, came back with forbidden knowledge, and damn near destroyed it. That fits the bill with the war of vengeance between the first and second, right? Technically, right, before Sun and Moon says the second who came, right? Fanis is described as the first who came. So the first who came, the primordial one, that's the first Descender. And then they said they fought with the second who came. And they had this massive fight that like destroyed the world practically, like destroyed it in many ways. And a lot of people thought, well, that sounds like a Descender. Dragon King Nibelung did that, so Dragon King Nibelung must be the second Descender. Then we find out in the Fontaine Archon quest that the Gnosis are created from the corpse of the third Descender, and that Descenders are in tune with the elements, and so are dragons. So Nibelung is also dead, So what if Nibelung died and then the primordial, like, and then the heavenly principles turned their body into the Gnosis to fix, like, to put a band-aid on the world that they like almost destroyed together in their war. Which is why I said, so in Nouvelet's lore, Nouvelet says, like, his story thing says, the Gnosis were created, right? And this is where I feel like it's ambiguous, and I do think this is valid to some extent. But Nouvelet's lore says that after the War of Vengeance, the Primordial One's functions were ruined. So basically, Nibelung got really fucked up in the fight, so he can't look over the world anymore. So it says that he created the Gnosis with the one who came before, like the one who came after. So it implies that it implies that the first who came, like, it implies the first Descender and the second Descender created the Gnosis, which is the third Descender's corpse. But I just don't know. I don't know, like, what role each person has or whatever. So it's kind of hard to figure out. You know? Because, like, here's another thing, too. Nibelung said to this girl, he said, you know, they might be insignificant creatures, but they're still my kin, and they're my future, and I believe in them. I would believe wholeheartedly that Nibelung would sacrifice himself to maintain the world if it meant, a Pep, you can be as mad as you want, but you're not dead. Shiukuatl, you can, you know, do your own plan, but at least you're alive. You know what I mean? Like, I think he would prefer if him and Phanis fought, or like if Phanis and the second Descender fought and then Phanis got, like, really messed up, I feel like Nibelung would sacrifice himself to become the Gnosis if he's the third, but I don't know. And I don't know if this girl's will can rival a world to destroy it or sustain it, because it's one or the other. Nibelung fits the bill of destruction, so I'm wondering if this girl can fit the bill to create, I'm sorry, to sustain. But that would mean that she would have died and then her body was turned into... But she's an Outlander. So I wonder if that would make her compatible with the elements like Aether and Lumine, because they're not from this world either, actually. I just, like, talked myself around into how it would make sense. The only thing is, I don't know how or if she would die, because they already wiped her memories. Why wipe her memories? Chat, her body. Her mind is in the body. Her mind is in the body of the boy. Her mind is in the body of the boy, and her... Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, chat! Holy fuck! Oh! That's what they did! Oh my goodness. She took over the boy's body with her mind, and her body was left behind. So they kill her body and turn her corpse into the Gnosis. So she's the second. I'm sorry, no, she's the third. Oh my god. Oh god, we solved it, chat. We figured it out. I think we just figured it out. How did they get her body? Like, well, her body's, like, floating outside of the firmament. So maybe they opened the window, grabbed it, and then closed it back up and was like, hey, her memory's wiped. She's not gonna need this anymore. Break it into pieces, give out the 7 Gnosis, and there you go. Let's start the Archon War. Let's start up the freaking Teyvat freaking Hunger Games. Battle Royale edition. Oh my god. Isn't it light years away? That's the only thing I can think of, chat. And that's the only thing that makes sense, is that she didn't have her body, but all we know is that the remains of the third descender were used to make the Gnosis. It has to be hers. Oh my god, chat, I think I just figured that out in real time. So she lost her memory, and this boy kind of developed a new identity for himself and became like the founder of the Khaenri'ahs. So like she's like locked away in his mind because her memory got wiped. That fucking sucks. So the Voyager ceased to exist. She became a different person at that point. Wow. 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 I think that's what it is. So, because then the other question is, what happened to her body then? Is it still floating out there in space? Wow. Chat, I haven't even read this last piece yet. I'm cooked. I am donezo. Wow. I am so... Skirk? What? Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if Skirk's looking for her body, or if Skirk's looking for remnants of them, because if they were a human and they died out a human, then there's no remnants of them now. That was hundreds of years ago, if not thousands. Yeah, thousands of years ago this happened. So, like, I don't know what she's looking for or who she's looking for. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if, like, her mind is able to be preserved in some way, even though, like, the bodies are dead and gone by now. Third Descender is dead, but Skirk is still searching for the Voyager, so that would make the Voyager still alive, though. I don't know if that's true. They don't have to be alive. They just need to have some remnant of, like, and if they are still alive, then yeah, we have to look for them. But the fact that the thing I'm getting across is, I think the Voyager's body was used for the Gnosis because her mind was no longer linked to it, because she merged it with this boy and then lost her memories. So I think that memory loss made it impossible for her to detach from the boy's body, because she doesn't know how to do that because she lost her memories, you know? Skirk is just retracing a path right now. For what and here's the thing too, she's doing it following Sertology. So she's doing it because Sertology's trying to follow a path. Like, Sertology's he's doing some research. So she's only doing it for him. Chat, I may have burned the kitchen, but I think I'm onto something. I'm definitely in the ballpark. Like, her body was never mentioned again. And if you're telling me that she mentally indwelled with this boy and then she lost her memory, that tells me she never snapped back to her body, which means her body was just in space. And she had the will to come to this world and change its freaking change the and change the natural order of it. I don't know if that's sustaining the world, technically. Oh, I guess her body would be sustaining the world now if that's what they did. But, yeah, I don't know. I think that's it, though. I still want to hold firm in my belief that Nibelung was the second descender. Call it, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, call it arrogance, but, like, I've thought that it was Nibelung. I thought Nibelung was the second for so long. I'm like, I don't want to start thinking that he's the third because that's just going to throw me off. So, you know what? I'm going to think that he was the second until the game specifically says otherwise. But, okay, let's read this last one. Oh my God. That's crazy how I literally just, like, walked myself. I just walked in a circle long enough that I came to the conclusion. I was like, wait. I literally unlocked my third eye right there. Okay, following her master's guidance, the girl ventured northward, traversing the freezing wasteland and the corridor of fractured mirrors at the edge of the frozen sea. After slaying countless monsters and wandering the ruins, finally, before the Golden Tower, she caught a glimpse of treasure concealed beneath drifting snow. I just find it really funny how much Hoyoverse loves the color golds. The golden slumber, the golden troop, golden inscriptions, and now we got a golden tower, which we're probably going to be going to at some point. But it's all connected. Yeah, Rhine-daughter Gold, right? Her nickname's Gold. That's crazy. It was an era now lost to memory. Yeah, you could say that. That's fucked up. Oh, also, hold on. I forgot to read the thing. So, Deep Gallery's Moment of Oblivion. A pocket watch fashioned from Northland jade. Its hands are forever frozen in the moment of its destruction. Oh boy. It was an era now lost to memory. Yeah, kind of like the memory of the female voyager, but anyways. When the city of the far north glittered like gold threads over the frozen wasteland, and the furnaces of the deep galleries thundered day and night. Turning to forbidden methods, artisans forged countless fey spirits up. Excuse me? Turning to forbidden methods, artisans forged countless fey spirits upon the bones of giant beasts. Wait, are we getting into Frost Moon Scions now? / Snowfey. Having spun fallen Frost Moon light into flawless flesh and blood, they clad it to form once. They clad it to forms once frail and weak. Oh no, bro! You're doing literally what Egeria did. You're creating life outside of your authority. Oh my God. Such authority to create was once the Lord of the Firmament divine. Oh my God. Such authority to create was once the Lord of the Firmament divine prerogative. Yet it was handed to mortals by a rebellious envoy. Who dreamed that one day these little creatures might create a perfect being that could merge with the world. That first Seelie, that first angel was doing the most. So you're telling me that the Primordial One's first daughter just was like, fuck you, Dad. Like, literally. Oh my God. Damn, you create humans, you create the shades, you create the freaking angels, and they all hate you. They all turned on you in different ways. The freaking, you know, you got Renova giving her power to humans. You got Istaroth helping out Byakuya Koku and, you know, and helping out Makoto. You got humans that are just a fucking, a dumpster fire on any given day, right? They're constantly just doing random shit. They don't give a fuck. And now you have the first angel, which means all the other ones are only going to get worse from here. Damn, dude. It's kind of funny too, because all of his creations were deeply flawed, which kind of tells you a lot about him. But the angel dreamed that one day these little creatures might create a perfect being that could merge with the world. I don't know if they mean that literally. Like someone is literally going to merge with the world of Teyvat themselves. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Albedo's also searching for the truth of this world. Rhine-daughter has the heart of Nibirius. And we don't know what that means, but like after she found that relic, she literally threw Albedo. She dropped off Albedo at Mondstadt and has never been seen again. So I don't know what the hell that means. But I mean, Albedo is considered to be a perfect being. So, you know, these little creatures might create a perfect being that can merge with the world. That sounds like Albedo. You know, Albedo Glazer over here. Within the deep galleries, which stood, within the deep galleries, which still stood intact, the first angel whispered sweet dreams of the coming dawn to her companion. I see a time when the earthly nations will yearn no longer for heavenly mercy. The cities they build will rise high to the clouds, higher than even the throne and the stars. I see humans sharing the vast sky with the gods they once revered. There will be no more tears, sorrow, or death, for all will be complete. I wonder if that's the Saritsa's new world. That sounds very interesting. That doesn't sound like the world we live in right now, I'll tell you that much. Humans and deities and gods and the shades, they're all at each other's throats, honestly. Cities that go all the way into the stars and the sky and humans living amongst gods, like that definitely seems like some New World Order type shit. So, sounds like a dream when you think about it. And, we've already been talking about dreams in Genshin. Like, if anything, that sounds like it could be real. But it would only be real if you just put us in a dreamscape. And it's like, oh man, this is awesome. Like, this is perfect. Nothing's wrong. It's like the golden slumber. You know, it's like, everything is perfect. So, I don't know, it's very interesting. Yet, in the end, such wild delusions and ambitions were brought down from the heavens, and with them fell deep blue crystal spikes. Fuck. Celestia, you look so bad right now. You look so bad right now. The Fae shrieked as they turned into ice silver mist, and in the space of a single night, the splendor of the golden city was ruined by frost-laden winds. Okay. In the past, we've kind of given a little bit of a pass to the Celestia nails because 9 times out of 10, if a nail got thrown down, it was usually to deal with an abyssal threat, and the people and the civilizations that fell because of it were kind of caught in the crossfires, right? It's like, well, I have to stop the abyss because they're a greater threat, so that civilization has to go down because the abyss is the greater threat. This just seems like Celestia was like, you're doing something I don't like, therefore I have to destroy your nation. You're creating life that's not allowed. And it's worse than, well, I mean, they imprisoned Egeria for what she did. And at the very least, they prophesied that the people of Fontaine would return to the Primordial Sea. So they were like, hey, you can stay a human you want right now. A couple hundred years from now, that's going to catch up to you. This one, they directly took action. Which is kind of crazy. So, yeah, I can't really defend this. I'm sorry. I don't know, man. The Primordial one has a very strict no-life creation, and I'm curious why that is. And I feel like they have a reason, so I have to keep an open mind. I cannot be a closed-minded individual Same thing with the Abyss. The Abyss could be killing off people. The Abyss is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, but I need to keep an open mind as to their perspective and their agenda as well. But all I can say is it's not looking good. It ain't looking good, Chief. It certainly doesn't look justified, I'll tell you that. But I'm keeping an open mind because I definitely don't have all the answers. And they are making it really easy. They are constantly making it easy for you to just shit on Celestia. Because they give you all of these, like, tragic endings that just point to them as, like, the aggressors and the oppressors. So, and right now, they're peepo napping. They're peepo sleeping right now. So, I mean, granted, he's sleeping because he took it was like a Pyrrhic victory. Like, he won against Nibelung, but he definitely took a lot of damage. So, yeah, he's going to bed. Oh my god. So yeah, so he threw down the divine nails. The Fae shrieked as they were turned into icy mist. No wonder there's mist littered across the Frost Moon Scions. I wouldn't be surprised if that's like Fae mist, which is kind of depressing. The traitorous envoy was stripped of both name and form, and from that moment onward, a curse fell upon. And then he blames all of them. You know, it's like if the first one was a fuck up, you're all cooked. So the sins of the daughter are passed on to her kin, and they all are collectively guilty. Because if the first one did it, you guys will follow in tow. Wow. From that moment onward, a curse fell upon her kin. So Nabu Malikata got affected by that too. If they dared gaze into another's eyes and to one alone offer... Wait, hold on. If they dared gaze into another's eyes and to one alone offer the love that was meant for all, then not only would their divine beauty crumble into the wind, but their minds would fall to dust. Until, from the fallen one's remains, a Seelie would rise, forever drifting in search of fading memories to consume. I think Columbina is the last Seelie, and that's why her eyes are sealed, so she never casts her eyes on someone that she loves, and therefore she will never die. Someone in chat really said, Columbina, don't look at me. Okay. All right there, Casanova, relax. Yeah, okay. Wow! Holy fuck! I think that confirms it, that Columbina is a Seelie. And that also confirms that every single Seelie that we saw originally, their eyes locked with someone that they grew affectionate for. Nicole might be a Seelie too, because isn't she blind? I don't know how she got blind, but like at that point, if you're cursed, right? If you're cursed, so I think it says if they dared gaze into another's eyes and to one alone offer love that was meant for all. So I think this doesn't mean you have to see someone else. I think you have to see someone else with affection, with love, with greater love than anyone else. Like if you genuinely romantically fall in love with someone, you get so the curse is on you and you're fine as long as you don't trigger it. So Columbina covers her eyes, and she's got like, I think she's got like wings. I don't know if she has wings on her back or wings on like in her hair or something, but she's long since like given Seelie vibes. But now that her eyes are closed, it kind of makes you understand why based on this curse. And Nicole is a Hexenzirkel witch. She's a mage. She could be long living, but she's also blind. We don't know why, we don't know how, but if she's a Seelie, maybe that's self-inflicted because she's like, you know, I kind of like being a mage and I can get around not seeing. Oh, is she mute? Oh no, she's mute. Never mind. I got that mixed up. I got her senses mixed up. Never mind. Okay, forget I said that about Nicole then. I guess it just applies to Columbina. Yeah, she's mute. I forgot. I remember that now. Oh my god. And I think it was the Paradise Lost artifact set that said, did it confirm that Nabu Malikata told all of her secrets to Deshret and then she like crumbled to dust? Cause I remember her saying that she was unable to look up at her, like her home. Yeah, so there you go. She loved Deshret. I mean, bro's kind of like the Giga Chad of Sumeru anyway, so it kind of tracks. Wow. That is crazy. Interesting. Doomed hetero? Dude, we got doomed hetero and doomed Yuri in the same freaking artifact lore. Chat, this had nothing to do with the Voyager. I mean, I guess it did. So what I'm curious about is, so they could still be alive. We just don't know who it is. Now, if it's Columbina, the Fatui grabbing the first Seelie would be crazy. Right? Imagine the Fatui has the first Seelie in their ranks. That could be her. She could be the first Seelie. Or a Seelie that just found out about the curse and has covered their eyes, but I feel like Columbina is a significant character because she's a Harbinger. And if she's the first Seelie, that'd be insane. That'd be crazy. So she's either a Seelie or she's the first one. But I don't know actually, because it says that her name and form were both stripped. Yeah, it says the treacherous envoy was stripped of both name and form, and they had a curse placed on them. So I don't know if being stripped of your form means like she just looks different than she originally looked as a Seelie, and she just looks like something else. Nicole spoke to us during the Fontaine Archon quest. Yes, she spoke to us through our minds, implying that she does not speak verbally because she's a mute. Yeah. Yeah, telepathy does go hard. Oh man, oh man. Chat, this was peak Genshin lore. This was so good. This was crazy. Ballad of the Fjord? Hold on. What? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, are you talking about the name that the boy heard about in that story? What was it? Ajax and Snegarochka? Right? Do we think that's the name? Maybe? Okay. Snegurochka, I'm gonna keep that in mind. But the weird thing about it is, like Ajax was like, I don't think Ajax... Wait, are we saying that Ajax went on to found, like, the Khaenri'ahs? Like the hero Ajax? Or he might be a descendant. He could also be a descendant, too. Yeah, Ajax could either be the boy... Oh, that's crazy, actually, because we never found out the boy's name. So the boy could be Ajax, and Snegurochka could be the name of the Seelie. Like, the first Seelie. Because we didn't get, like, a description of them, and this was, like, hundreds of thousands of years ago. So, I don't know. I have no idea. We'll obviously have to wait and see, but that, obviously, Ajax is a big mention in Hyperborea. This was all taking place in Hyperborea. 07's to that place. If we go there, chat, we're gonna unlock the truth of Genshin, I swear to God. Like, Hyperborea is where it's at now. We got Remoria. We're gonna get Khaenri'ah. That'd be sick. Check it again? Wait, check what again? Oh, the sentence, the line? Okay, hold on. Let's do that then. Polearm. The fjord. Wait. wait. He and Snegurochka once fell in love, yet lost each other due to the wicked tricks of the changelings. A truly tragic tale. Did the Voyager possess Ajax? Holy shit. Guys, Child is literally... Child got his name from a female Voyager turned male, like, Khaenri'ah descendant or Khaenri'ah ancestor. Didn't he fall into the already destroyed city, though? I don't know, man. There's so many, like, conflicting tales, because, like, he did fall into the city. But, like, I don't know, man. I have no idea. Also, when she took him over, what happened to when the Voyager took over the boy's body, what happened to the boy? And if someone's memory got wiped, was it both of their memories, or was it whoever had, like, control? You know, like, that's another confusing thing. Like, I just don't know. I don't know. Like, it's definitely interesting. It's definitely a parallel. But obviously, we don't have the answers. But I'm going to keep that in the back of my mind. I'm going to keep Ajax and Snegurochka in the back of my mind, in, like, for the Seelie and Outlander parallel. But, like, Skirk is cooking right now. I'll tell you that. So Skirk is looking for something that connects to Hyperborea and or the Voyager, like the female Voyager, on behalf of Sertology, who is one of the 5 sinners of Khaenri'ah, who's associated with the Abyss and Khaenri'ah, which could have been what the boy went on to be, like, found or become a part of or whatever. And that's probably what her story quest is going to be. Unless we get, like, another interlude quest with, like, her and Dainsleif or something. I have no idea. I also don't know... Bro, there's so much. Because, like, the boy being alive... hinders on the fact that because the Voyager was like had an undying body, maybe her mind was able to prevent the boy's body from dying too after the curse. That also, like, the Descender stuff hinges on her body being used if her mind was kind of trapped in the boy's body and she was never able to make it back, and the Heavenly Principles would obviously also need to find her body and use it as a, you know, as a vessel for the Gnosis, if it worked that way, in sustaining the world. I have no idea. Oh my god, this is crazy, dude. I'm so exhausted, chat. I am literally like, I am spent. Oh, man. Who would be cursed, the boy or the Voyager who took over? It's like a one and the same. I feel like the girl usurped the boy's autonomy and she took over, but because she lost her memory, she became trapped in his body. And so they lived out that, she lived out his life basically, and he was never able to get control back again. I assume. I can only assume that much. But this was spectacular. I'm gonna try to have this uploaded before 5.6. Obviously after the moon stuff comes out, but I'm gonna see if the editor can edit one of these at least to try to get it out during this patch, because this is like hyper relevant right now, and I don't want to wait for it to reach the playthrough series, but yeah, this is incredible. I cannot wait to see how all of this becomes relevant with Hyperborea, Nodcry, the Nodcry, I don't know if we want to call it a Nodcry Archon quest. I'm assuming it's going to be an Archon quest, but just not focused on the Gnosis. The Light Keepers, like, let's not even forget, I know this is like, this was hitting with like Descender status and Nibelung and Teyvat 10,000 years ago, before anything ever existed on the planet, and life beyond Teyvat, other intelligent life forms. And we are literally in the firmament. Like, the rest of the universe is living and thriving, and we're just locked away from it, and it's just really fascinating. So yeah, I hope you guys are excited. I hope you guys enjoyed hearing my thoughts, theories, my reaction to everything as well. I'm excited. I'm so excited for Skirk now more than ever. She's on this like hunt for some Voyager information, I'm assuming, on behalf of Sertology. And I just really, really hope that when we see her, we get some answers, because she was pretty much a tease in the Archon quest. And she said when we saw a child, he would tell us, but I feel like we're going to see her before we see him. So this was a spectacular read. I can't wait to see how things evolve with Nodcry. I'm expecting we get to go to Hyperborea, and if we do, we're going to learn so much more. But I hope you guys enjoyed, and until the next one. All right. That is it. Damn, that took me 2 hours. Over 2 hours. Chat, I'm so exhausted, and then on top of that, the web event is gonna update. I'm sorry, we get the next illustration in 50 minutes. I'm so tired. Ugh. I'm so tired, oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna stay up until midnight to see if the web event updates, but at the very least, wait, you think the web event's gonna update? Oh, on the 30th for China. I see. Huh. Damn. I should just stay on then, right? I don't know what to do though. Like, I'm dead right now, guys. I'm so spent. I don't know what to do for the next hour. I'll stay on though. I'll definitely stay on if you guys are willing to tune in and hang out with me. I'm done reading though. Like, fuck off. Get some food in chat. Actually, I kind of want sushi right now. How about that? How about I get some sushi? I'll order lunch and I'll chill with you guys. I would do local legends, honestly, but I really I don't want to do much of anything. I just want to see whatever Hoyo has to offer. Hopefully recharge my batteries a little bit. And follow up with this. Dude, this live stream is going to be chonky when it goes up on YouTube. Holy shit. The new event? No, I'm not doing anything. Chat, you know what? I'll do Q&A. You guys can just sit here and ask me questions for an hour. I'd rather do that. I don't want to lock into anything. I'm so tired. I'm so hungry. Hold on. Give me a second. I need sustenance. I haven't eaten since breakfast. What's today? Is the sushi place even open? I'll be so sad. I'll be so sad, chat. Please. Are you planning to continue ZZZ? Right now, no. In the future, I'd like to, but I have no plans on doing that right now because with what time, you know? I just spent 5 hours reading lore. There's no time to play other games when you're doing shit like that, you know? And then we got to edit this video and then upload it, so... I'm excited for ZZZ for people who are following it. It's just, I'm the Genshin guy. You didn't eat lunch? No, I had breakfast. And then I, like, went about my morning, and then I was really tired before the stream, so I took a nap, and then woke up, and then I streamed. So I only had breakfast, woke up, streamed, and I didn't have lunch, and now it's already 8 p.m., so I'm just, like, devoid of nourishment. Name origin? I want to make a YouTube video about this someday, but my username was created in 2013. So my first ever online username was ARD6290 on AIM, AOL Instant Messenger for the Zoomers out there. It was an online instant message like service. And it's basically my initials and my nickname, which is the most boring and like non-creative like online like thing, like online identity to have. Ard, yeah. My name is Arnold Raul Delgado, so ARD. And then 6290, June 2nd, 1990, that's my birthday. So I just was initials birthday. That was my online identity. And so when I got an Xbox 360 to be more specific, I wanted like a cool username. Like a username, I'm like, okay, what do I really like? What do I want as a username that people will call me on the internet from now on? And I was a big fan of Naruto at the time. I was a flip-flopper though. At the time, at that age, my favorite character who was whoever was the coolest, and I flip-flopped a lot. And at that time, Sasuke was my favorite. I settled on Neji. I grew up, guys. All right, I gained some I gained some class. Okay, Neji's my favorite Naruto character, but as a child, it was Sasuke because Sasuke is cool and he's got the Sharingan and he has the Chidori, and that's like he was the cool character that everyone liked. So I wanted my username to associate with him in some way. And it was around that time that the like the Chunin exams were happening. So the Chunin exams had happened and they were doing like the final rounds. And the episode that had just come out was the episode where we found out that Kakashi taught Sasuke how to use the Chidori. And I was like, yeah, I want that to be my username, right? And so the English translation for Chidori is 1,000 birds. That Chidori translates to 1,000 birds in English. And so I made my Xbox username X1000Birds, and that was my username. I was X1000Birds on Xbox 360 for the entire time that I was on Xbox and my entire high school career. And so X1000Birds was my online alias. I also got really addicted to achievements and gamer score. And I never told anybody this. I'm going to tell you guys something. You guys are getting the deepest Arnold lore, okay? Like the deepest of Arnold lore, okay? I've matured. I'm an adult now. I was who I was as a kid. I used to have terrible self-esteem. And I developed an unhealthy obsession with gamerscore and with achievements because I started getting acknowledged by people online in the gamerscore achievement hunting community because I was a part of that community. So I started associating my worth with like what I was acknowledged by online, at least. Like in the real world, I was like, I had my small circle of friends, but like I was a very introverted person in high school, especially middle school, elementary school. I blossomed. Middle school was where I discovered that people hate you for no reason. They make fun of you for the way you look, the clothes you wear, the way you talk. And I was severely bullied in middle school and towards the beginning of high school. I fucking hated going to school. I got held back 2 years in 7th grade, both years, because I hated school. I didn't want to go to school. I never did my classwork. I would absorb myself in video games, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. I would do anything but like focus on school because I would go home, I would go to school and I would get bullied, and I would come home and I would get bullied. So like I just fucking hated my life mostly for like most of my life. And so when I got into Xbox, I discovered, oh, these achievements are kind of cool. You know, it's like your gaming library. It's like your gaming library of like, it's like your gaming biography, if you will. You know, you could tell a lot about someone based on based on the games they play. And so I started getting achievements in gamerscore, and I was like, oh shit, this is actually kind of fun. It's kind of fun to like see the number go up. You guys know me. I love watching the numbers go up. I love watching the number. That's the one thing about me that's never changed. I love watching the numbers go up so much. I don't get rid of anything. I don't sell anything. I don't spend anything. I like seeing the numbers go up. And so that's basically what I did. I played games. I got achievements. I got gamer score. I was on this community. It was on a website called what was it called? I just like, oh, True Achievements. So True Achievements is the #1 like achievement tracking site for the Xbox platform. And I signed up to it as soon as I found out about it. It was like 2009, 2010, somewhere around there. It's like 2007, 2008. And for like the next 5 years, I would get achievements and gamer score, and I would make a lot of friends, and we'd play games together, and we'd get achievements together. And I used to be the type of person that would boost for gamerscore. Like I would make boosting sessions, and I would join other people's boosting sessions, which is basically everyone collectively joining a party, and we all try to help each other get the achievement because it's easier and faster to get it that way. And so I started glitching for achievements, and I was doing it like, so basically, I discovered this program called Modio. And what Modio was, it allowed you to take your game save and overwrite it with somebody else's game save on your account. So what it did was, someone would upload their game save to Modio, beat this game, got all the achievements, blah, blah, blah. I could take that game save, attach it to my account, boot up the game, and then I would immediately get the achievements, and the gamer scores would pop. And that's how bad it got. I was that obsessed. And so I soon after got caught, right? I didn't think, obviously, I didn't think it through, like, oh, I'm on this achievement tracking website. What could go wrong? And like, I didn't care as well. Like, I didn't have the pride associated with getting achievements at the time. At the time, I cared more about the attention I got from the community of people that also did it. But I did it for, my judgment was clouded for why I did it. Like, I didn't really do it for the love of the game. I did it because, oh, it's a cool thing to do. I already play video games, and I'm getting a little bit of, like, attention. And so I got caught. I got banned from the website, and, like, I was like, damn, bro. Like, I was like, damn, there goes all my self-worth. Like, now, this one thing that I, like, based my whole self on is gone. And so, I made a new identity. This was around 2013. By this point, by the time this happened, this is around 2012, 2013. I make a new gamer tag. It's brief, right? My new gamer tag was, I think it... Well, okay, so I got banned. I don't know when I got banned, but I made my new gamer tag like Hey Arnold, I think Hey Arnold 21 or something. You know, because Hey Arnold, you know, the cartoon, all that. So I made my new gamer tag. And I was just trucking along. And I wanted to go back to being like something birds because everyone called me birds. Like, they didn't call me X1000 birds. They were like, yo, what's up, birds? Like, that was my username. And I wanted to have birds in my name. And it was around this time that BioShock Infinite came out on the 360. And it was... I love the BioShock series. I actually didn't boost BioShock. I beat BioShock 1 and 2 legit. Like, I got all those achievements legit. I would boost games that... I would glitch my achievements for games that I was like, there's no way I'm beating this. Or there's no way I'm completing this. I would start it, and I wouldn't finish it. I'd be like, oh, let me boost the rest of them. So BioShock Infinite came out, and there's a vigor in the game called Murder of Crows. And I was like, this is my favorite vigor. I want my username to be something... Like, I want it to be a reference to this Murder of Crows ability. And because my original gamer tag was X1000 birds and crows are birds, I decided to take Murder of from Murder of Crows and birds from X1000 birds, and I became Murder of Birds. Now, here's the twist. Here's the thing. A lot of people say, what's your deal with birds? Murder of Birds is a play on killing my old self. I am no longer X1000 birds. I am Murder of X1000 birds. And so that's like the true like story twist to my name. And so after that happened, I was like, okay. I was a fucking pussy. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I glitching for achievements in this day and age? And so, and around that time too, like, I was out of high school. I was starting my YouTube channel as well, which is, you know, my YouTube channel was, by the time I created my YouTube channel, I was already Murder of Birds. So I had this kind of like a redemption arc. And so that is the true story. I usually just boil it down to, I was a fan of Naruto and a fan of BioShock, and so I combined those two things and I became Murder of Birds. But you guys got the true, like, that's the true story. And that's my Murder of Birds origin story. There you go. Yeah, and the rest is history, as they say. Now, I've been associated as Murder of Birds for so long, like, I don't even think, obviously I think about my past because that, you know, that makes me who I am. But yeah. So, yep. And now I go for platinum trophies on PlayStation. I got caught, I got called out. It was embarrassing as hell. I lost a ton of connections with people, not even connections, but like, I was known for a little bit as the cheater. So I was kind of like shunned from the community when I got found out. So I was like, oh, that sucks. I can't go back there. And then Xbox announced the Xbox One, and I was like, looks like I'm going to PlayStation because the Xbox One sucks ass. So I am glad that I at least experienced one of the greatest gaming generations, which was the Xbox 360 era. Like, that is one of the best consoles ever made, one of the best library of games, the best gaming experience of that generation. I experienced everything. I lost my entire gaming library because when I got banned, I lost my old gamer tag, so I don't even have my original account with all of my old games. So I lost my library of Xbox. So I don't really have an attachment to the platform anymore because of all that stuff. But, yeah, I go for platinum trophies. What's funny too is True Achievements was where I did all of the Xbox like tracking, but this was like in 2012, like 2012, 2013. No, actually, no, it was 2013, 2014. I became a news hound for True Trophies, which is their sister site for PlayStation. So it was a PlayStation trophy tracking site. And I wrote articles for them for about a year. I wrote about 50 articles for PlayStation, just because like I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I wanted to like do that for a little bit. So yeah, I wrote articles for games, which was really cool. And yeah, I mean, I've been mainly on like the PlayStation platform for a while. If I used Mario, I would have done it for just one achievement to get a very certain see, here's the thing, right? I did do that. You want to know how I got caught? You want to know how I got caught? I used to do that exact same thing. I used to be meticulous about how I got my achievements. I would beat the game legitimately, and then I would sprinkle in game saves here and there. Okay, I got that achievement. It looks legit. No one will ask questions. The reason I got caught, and it completely went over my head, I think it was Yu-Gi-Oh! Decade Duels had came out on the Xbox 360. And the game was fun at the time, but the problem was you had to play the game in order to unlock cards. For online and single player. So I didn't want to like play the game for thousands of hours to unlock all the cards I wanted to make the deck I wanted so me and my brother can duel. So I told my brother, I was like, oh, and it wasn't even for the achievements. I'll go on Mario and I'll get a game save where someone has all the cards. My dumbass not realizing that game saves are also tied to the achievements you get. So I booted up Mario. I got a game save where someone said they unlocked all the cards in the game. I put it on my account. I booted it up and the game unlocked all of the achievements. So I literally had, and it was like there was one achievement that was like win your first duel and also win 200 duels. And I'm like, I just unlocked those at the same time. I'm cooked. And that's how I got caught. So yeah. And it was good. It was a nice life lesson. I definitely wouldn't, I'd probably be like a worse version. I'd definitely be like a worse version of myself if I didn't get caught. Like, I wouldn't have been able to break from that. Like, it was low-key an addiction, honestly. Like, not like the achievement grinding, but just, like, the attention that I got. And I do kind of feel bad, about, like, the deception factor, because I met a lot of really great people. Not everyone was, like, an asshole about it, and if I go back now, I'd probably be fine. Like, I would just come out. I would tell them. I would literally send them this video. I'd be like, here, this is the truth. This is the real story. But yeah. I think that's why when I started YouTube, I was kind of over the whole attention. Like, I think I handled my popularity during, like, Ruby really well. Because I wasn't like high on attention because I went through that phase at that point. By the time like I had that explosive YouTube popularity, I had already been like leveled to like the feeling of being known and people caring about your opinions and your thoughts, and I kind of mellowed out at that point. Like I kind of went through my growth arc. by the time like YouTube success hit me. But yeah, it was definitely an experience. Yeah, I definitely grew from it for sure. I wanna be like, I want to make a video dedicated to the journey and that story I told you. I told you it like raw, but like I kind of want to go, I want to like script out a video and really like paint the picture for people like in an edited fashion someday. I've always wanted to tell that story, but like I've just never gotten around to it. But how did you decide to jump into doing Ruby content? I was already doing YouTube. I was doing YouTube for about 6 months before Ruby came out. I used to do like playthroughs of like Naruto, Ultimate Ninja Storm, and Kingdom Hearts. Like I was like a Let's Play channel, like a gaming channel first. And then I was like, this isn't all as cracked as it, this isn't all that it's cracked up to be. Like I wasn't a very good Let's Player. Like I'll tell you right now, I could not, the reason why I work so well as a streamer when it comes to like talking to a camera and playing a game and being entertaining is because I know there's people watching me. I can't replicate what I do in a reaction video to a Let's Play. Like it's just, it doesn't click for me. Like when I'm sitting here watching a show by myself and commentating and watching it, that's so natural. But I can't do that same thing with a video game. Like when it's a video game, I have to know that people are here and that I'm not talking to myself. It's weird. That's how my brain works. So Let's Plays never worked out for me, but reaction content did. Like watching a show, discussing it, and then talking about it afterwards. Like that was I love doing that shit. And so I followed Ruby because my brother, it was actually my brother Nelson. He told me about the Yellow trailer. He was like, yo, have you actually, I was in my room. It was June 2nd. It was my birthday, actually. So June 2nd, the Yellow Yang's trailer comes out. June 2nd, 2013, the Yellow trailer came out. I walk into my brother's room and he's watching it. And I was like, what video game is this? He's like, it's not a video game, it's an anime. And I'm like, what? I was like, that looks sick. And he was watching the Yellow trailer. And that's it. That's all. And then like, that was it. I was like, cool, I'm watching the show when it comes out. And so I watched all 4 color trailers. I had already known about Monty because of Dead Fantasy. I had watched Dead Fantasy prior, some years ago, just randomly on YouTube. But then when I found out that he was making Ruby, I was like, oh, I'm fucking on board. I'd never watched Rooster Teeth ever. And so the Yellow trailer was my introduction. And then I watched the first 7 episodes. And then when episode 8 of season 1 hit, I started making reviews on it. My first review for Ruby was volume 1, chapter 8. I believe it was The Badge and the Burden was the first episode I ever covered on Ruby on my channel. And I did reviews for the rest of season 1 and all of season 2. And then when season 3 came out, I decided to do reactions and reviews. And then that was the season that Ruby blew up, hit the mainstream, and I got a ton of I found like a ton of success. My channel blew up, and the rest was history with that. Yeah, I did not know Monty from Red vs. Blue. I heard of Red vs. Blue because I played Halo, but like I also just played Halo. Halo 3 was my first Halo game, and so I would hear about Red vs. Blue here and there, but I thought it was like something Halo related. So, and I didn't have internet in my house for like a really long time. Like we had, this is weird to say, we had internet, but we didn't have a computer. Right? So we had the internet for Xbox Live, but we didn't have a computer in the house. So, I never watched like YouTube and all that stuff. I didn't start getting into like YouTube until like 2010. But yeah, I know a lot of people locked into Ruby because of Red vs. Blue. Like they were already watching one Rooster Teeth show, so they followed up with the other. But yeah, I was a different case. Like I watched all of season 1 on my Xbox. Xbox 360 had Crunchyroll app. And so I would watch Ruby through my Xbox. And I would use my Roxio game capture card to capture screenshots that I would then put into my shitty Sony Vegas editing. And then I would just do like terrible reviews of season 1 and 2 that way. Because I didn't have a webcam. Your oldest YouTube video is a COD clip? Oh yeah, I used to do Call of Duty commentary videos. They're terrible. Please don't watch them. But yeah, my first few videos was Call of Duty. I used to watch a lot of people who made content like that, so I was like, oh, that's what I'll do. I'll make gaming commentary. I did it for Gears of War. I did it for Gears of War. I did it for Gears. I did it for COD. Mostly those 2 games, but yeah. I used to watch this content creator. His name was Like Butter, and he was like a really big Gears of War content creator. And I was terrible at Gears 1 and 2, but I was a god at Gears 3. And so I used to like watch all of his videos. He was like a big inspiration for me for becoming a YouTuber. And I watched this other girl. Her name was Girl Gone Gamer, Rhea. Her username was Girl Gone Gamer, and she used to do Call of Duty commentary videos, and I used to watch her. So I watched her and Like Butter, and those 2 channels really inspired me to start YouTube as well. Can't watch because Twitch deleted them? Oh, no. My first ever YouTube videos for Call of Duty is on my Murder of Birds channel, like my first YouTube channel. Oh, you guys want to see something else? Actually, I'll show you guys this one. I'll give you guys a little... You guys want some OG Arnold lore? Hold on. I've only told my girlfriend this, but Murder of Birds is not my first YouTube channel. It's technically my second. Let me see if I can find it. And you guys will, and the whole picture will come together when I show you what it was. I've talked a little bit about it. I think I'm still subbed to it. Hold on. Yes, I am. Okay. This channel's old as fuck. Oh my god. Okay. How do I do this? Is it... Oh, I think it's this. Yes. This is my first ever YouTube channel. I created this channel in May of 2012, which was a year before I created my Murder of Birds channel. And look at it. It's a YouTube channel that tells you how to get achievements in a variety of games. Yeah, the A stands for Arnold. See? X1000 Birds. That was me. That was my OG. This was the account that I used on True Achievements that would help people get achievements in some games. Like if I go by most popular, Naruto Storm 3, Taijutsu Master, Ultimate Ninjutsu Finisher achievements, 31K. Me and my brother would also do like 1v1 Smash Brothers matches, and I would just post them. No commentary, just our gameplay. This was Brawl. Brawl was ass. But like, this was me and my brother both playing Pit versus Ike. And then this was another match, Pokemon Trainer versus Link. Is it public? It is, but like... Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to look at it, it's OG. Yeah. Rayman Origins, yep, this achievement was really fun to get. It was mostly like achievement grinding, like achievement game. And I was gonna do this. I was gonna be like, oh, this is what I'll do. I'll make a channel and I'll just help people get achievements in certain games. I also went to a Kendrick Lamar concert. The first concert I ever went to. Oh my god. This is not my phone, by the way. This is my friend's phone. Actually, I don't know if I want to play this because this is like copyrighted music. But this was the first concert I ever went to in 2012. I went to a Kendrick Lamar concert. And I recorded this off of my friend's shitty phone because I didn't own a phone at the time. But yeah, there he is right there. God, this is so terrible. The quality is ass. Yeah, there he is. Good old Kendrick. January 2013. But yeah, I went to a Kendrick and I uploaded these to my channel. These are private though. I don't think I posted these, or maybe I did and I forgot. But yeah, but yeah, this is my first ever channel that I made. BioShock 2. I loved BioShock 2's multiplayer. Gears of War 3. Xbox was so fire, man. Also, just let you guys, yeah. So this was, so what happened was, So, yeah, long story short, this was the, not to get, I already kind of explained the story. Yo, Avatar: The Burning Earth. Not that, it's pretty self-explanatory. That's like the easiest achievement. That's the easiest 1000 gamer score ever, but, you know, I'm like, I'll do everything. Even the most obvious things I'll make videos for. Yeah, Naruto Storm 2. God. This is such a throwback, man. But yeah, I didn't make it that far with this channel. I only did a little bit, and then I was like, okay, this is kind of annoying. But yeah. God, I recorded so many of these Kendrick songs. This was right after Good Kid, Mad City came out, so this concert was based on like that soundtrack primarily. But my boy Aaron put me on to Kendrick like a year or so before that album came out. So yeah. God, these are all, I was just like, yeah, guys, let me make videos for the most obvious of achievements, because why not? But yeah, that was, yeah, I did that all the way up until Budokai HD came out again. I don't even think I finished this game. Marvel vs. Capcom 3. God, I completely I didn't even know that I did Marvel vs. Capcom. Tomb Raider. Yeah, I did Tomb Raider. The narcissistic achievement. How apropos. But yeah. You got a few subs today? Please, why are you guys subbing? This channel's been dead for the 12 years. Bruh. So stupid. But yeah. I'm surprised this Smash Brothers video got a lot. There were a lot of people. I think this video like hit the algorithm and people thought this was like a pro match or something. Or a match between like people who actually were good at Smash. This is a terrible matchup, by the way. My brother was way better at me than I was at Pit. Pit was my main, but I sucked at Pit because Brawl was a shit game. If this was Project M, that would be a different story. But yeah, like there's so many comments on this and I was just like, what the heck? And I was like, who are you people? Like, there was someone that was giving like critique. Yeah, okay, one thing straight. Good match, but both of you are sloppy. Ike could have used his counter so many times, it's kind of sad. No combo or style. Pit, to be honest, if you're gonna use him, please don't hold back. Yes, he's fast, but you gotta know how to use him. Ike is my main. Overall, a good match, just a little more defensive on both sides. Yeah, in Brawl, you had to be defensive. There was no aggro play in this game. I'm shocked he said... I'm shocked he was like, be more aggressive. I'm like, this is Brawl. Brawl is the most defensive, campy Smash Brothers game in the franchise, and it's probably the most hated. So, so yeah, a lot of people here were being really nice about it too. But I remember one day coming back to this channel and I'm like, why does this video have 26k views when I only have 100 subs? And it's a freaking channel primarily for people who are trying to get achievements. So I was like, that had to have, so obviously it hit the algorithm. But yeah. Yeah, these are 12-year-old videos too, by the way. Jesus. I'm old AF. Oh my God. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Generations. Literally the best Naruto game. Literally the best Naruto game. So I just want to let you guys know this account was after I lost. So here's the tell. I'll tell you guys right now. X1000birds had 1000. That account got banned. I then made another one, which is this X1000birds. So I try to replicate Murder of Birds because my X1000 got banned. So this was a brand new account that I made. And I was like, you know what? Instead of being obsessed with getting achievements, I want to help people get achievements. And then I fell out of that because I was like, this is pretty intensive. And then I kind of went off and did my own thing, and then I made Murder of Birds. What's the lore behind the ban? Watch the VOD. Well, the ban was I hacked my gamer score. Like, I think it's technically considered tampering. And I got my account banned, and I got banned from True Achievements. They banned me too, obviously. If you get caught cheating, you're banned off the site. So the only way to, like, go back in was to make a new username, like a new account. I just joined. Oh, okay, watch the VOD then. Watch the VOD. You'll get all the lore. We're sticking around right now for another 15 minutes. The Moon web event should be updating. But yeah. Oh my god. I did not know that I did Marvel vs. Capcom achievements. This game was really fun. I hated online. I would get curb stomped constantly in this game. I sucked at fighting games. Marvel vs. Capcom was so casual friendly. If I say I enjoy it, it was casual as fuck. I also played simple style, so... I never played online though, because I would always get my teeth kicked in. So, yeah, this is MVC3 on the Xbox 360. What was the freaking 720p? That's as high as my Roxio game capture card would allow me. Yeah, I was trying to get an achievement here with MODOK, and yeah, I was just...
Come out on top.
Yeah, this is literally just achievement guides.
You ready for me?
Yo, this is OG. Hold on. I also don't think... Oh. Yo, I'm getting tossed by the freaking... Sheesh. Bros, what? Yeah, I'm getting freaking cooked by the by easy bots. Yeah, I was getting washed by the bots. You kidding me? I sucked at fighting games. When was your first face reveal? That was on my Murder of Birds YouTube channel. Hold on. I'm gonna come back into the game and... Actually, yeah, it's this one. Hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, actually, this is my... I'm on my main channel right now. So if you guys don't know, this is my main... Like, I'm in my anime phase right now, but this is my Murder of Birds YouTube channel. This is my main original first content creator YouTube channel. This is the channel that I popped off with Ruby and Red vs. Blue and Super Smash Brothers reactions and all that fun shit back in the day. I was primarily a Ruby channel, but I originally started as a Call of Duty commentary channel. These all have commentary, so this was my first time on the mic. I cringe listening to my old self, so I will not be playing any of these for you guys. But I did Call of Duty commentary, and then I did Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm. These were kinda like, I don't think I did commentary for the Naruto stuff. I just posted them because I liked them, I think. Actually, I don't know. This may have been my first time playing Generations. I don't remember. And then this is my new road to 100K. 10,000 gamer score. Earned legitimately, by the way. Actually, I earned all of this legitimately. This was long after my my phase of glitching achievements. This was my redemption arc. My first 10,000 gamer score, and I was like, yes! I'm so proud.
Snap. What's going on, YouTube?
That's me from like 12 years ago. I fucking hate myself. Yeah, so my first completion game, the first game I completed on this account, and this is low-key a flex. The first game I completed on this account, I believe, was Bayonetta. Yep. The first game I got 1,000. And so when I started this account, I would not play a new game until I 100%ed the previous game. I don't know shit about Bayonetta's story. I skipped all of it. But I got 1,000 gamer score in this game. And I was like... I never needed to cheat. I just needed to put in the time. I also may have used an exploit with one of the items that really like insane damage, but that's besides the point. Yeah, lore skipper. Yeah, I was not fucking around with Bayonetta. I was like, bro, this is literally just like, I owned it. The combat was cool, and I wanted to see if I can complete the game. Yeah, I wasn't a lore skipper, but like, I don't know. I just wasn't really trying to follow Bayonetta. I also think at this time we found out. When did they announce? Hold on. Bayonetta 2 announced. Bayonetta 2 was revealed at a Nintendo Direct in 2012. So you know why I didn't care about this story? Because I knew my ass wasn't going to have a Wii U, and the sequel game was going to be a Wii U exclusive. So I was like, I don't care about the story. I'm not playing the game. I'm not getting the sequel, so why do I care? I think that's why I just was like, okay, whatever. Yeah, Bayonetta 2 was a Wii U exclusive, and I wasn't getting the Wii U, so I was like, why do I'm not gonna focus on the story when I'm not even gonna see where it goes after this. But yeah, if I ever, that'd be a cool game to cover some, you know, I don't know, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, oh my god, Alan Wake. I love this game so much. Oh, you guys want to hear something amazing? This account got locked out by Microsoft last year because I didn't log into my email enough. So I lost this gamer tag, by the way, last year. So I don't even have this account anymore. So last year I literally said, fuck Microsoft. I started another gamer tag this year when at Genshin came to Xbox, Murder of Crows, and I did it only so I can be the first person in the world to have 1,000 gamer score in Genshin Impact. And then I was like, that's it. So I don't even have this account anymore. I made it all the way up to like 50,000. I think I made it, hold on. I think I made it to 40,000. I did this up. I did like a bunch of update videos like this. I think I made it. Hold on. Let's see. Murder of Birds 40,000. Yeah, I made it to 40,000 gamer score on this account. And then I kind of fell out of I kind of fell out of Xbox at that point. But I had this like huge library of games, all legitimately earned, and then Microsoft is like, we need you to verify. And then I verify, and then they're like, we need more information. And I'm like, well, I gave you everything I know. They're like, oh, well, for our security reasons, we can't let you access your account because you didn't log in enough. And I lost my account. So I'm like, I've already made peace with it. But BioShock 1 and 2 maxed out the original Dead Space. God, I was a fucking gamer. I was actually gaming. Halo, got all the achievements in Halo 3 before the servers shut down. Happy Wars, I loved that game. I loved Happy Wars, that shit was so fun. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 3, got all the achievements in that. So good. Gears of War 3. I never got a seriously achievement. Seriously 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, never. Not me. I also got 855 in Marvel vs. Capcom because I wasn't good at fighting games. But yeah, Call of Duty Ghost. I actually really liked Ghost. People consider that to be the beginning of the end for the Call of Duty brand, but I hated the multiplayer, but I liked the story. Fallout was another one, Fallout 3. Yeah, I think I ended up maxing New Vegas. Yeah, this is a nice little trip down memory lane. The Force Unleashed. Oh, that was such a great game. I got all the achievements in that. I didn't get the DLC though, because that was bullshit. How you could have a game, so for Xbox, they would track, okay, you can't see because of my camera. They would track the amount of completed games, 15 minutes. Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna switch over. They would track your completed games, but if that game got DLC, they would take it away. You would only get a completed game if you got all achievements, including DLC. So, like, there were a lot of games that I didn't end up getting because of that. But yeah. Also, shout out to BioShock Infinite, my most recent completion in this listing. This is literally the game that inspired my gamertag change. I got all the achievements in that too. But yeah. I'm old as fuck, chat. Long story short. I'm old. Alright, I'm gonna run a quick ad, 3 minutes, and then we're gonna switch to Twitter. You ready to get baited? No. All right. I have to stay on the Genshin account because I follow not safe for work stuff, and I don't want to get banned on Twitter. So we're just gonna stay on this page for like the rest of the night. I also completely forgot to eat. +20 notifications. You should see my Discord. Actually, you know what? I won't show you, but I'll at least tell you. Where's the sushi? I never ordered it. I got caught up. Also, I think the sushi place is... I think they're definitely closed now, unfortunately. I'll just order something after I stream. All right. For Discord, I have one like group with 730 notifications. Yeah, it's the most that I think I have. We kept screaming at you. No, it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate it. I'm okay. I'm okay. Hold on. Let me see. What time do they close? Pause? Yeah, they closed at 8. They closed 10 minutes ago. That's okay. We'll get them next time, boys. I also wouldn't want to be that person that's like, hey, let me order something 5 minutes before they close. I know what that's like. So I'd probably, it's probably for the best. Yeah, I worked at McDonald's for 6 years, and I worked at a 24-hour drive-through McDonald's, but our inside closed at 11, but there were definitely people that would come in at like 10:59 as we're trying to like clear out the store for the overnight crew. What pizza place did you work at? I used to work at a place called Papagino's. That's where I went to work after I left McDonald's. I worked there for about 7 months. That's what paid for me to go to RTX. Like, obviously the community, I did a GoFundMe for like the community to help me because I never traveled. I'd never been in an airplane or traveled or anything, so I got like a lot of support from my Ruby videos because of Volume 3. And so that year the community helped me get to RTX, like to cover like majority of my costs, but I also needed a job to cover the costs myself, so I worked at Papagino's for that 7 months, and that covered the cost of me getting a camera to vlog the whole thing. And yeah, I just worked there only and then after that I came back, quit my job, and then went full time on YouTube. I mean, at that point when I quit, I was making more money through YouTube and Patreon than I was at my job, so that's the only reason I quit, because I was like, bro, I'd rather be at home right now making videos that like people actually give a shit about than slaving away from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Yeah, RTX was great. There will never be anything else like it. I'm so glad I got to at least experience going. I'm sad that I didn't go to the last one, but nobody knew the last one would be the last one, so we always thought there'd be more, which is sad, but I'm glad that I at least got to go. I haven't watched Solo Leveling yet. It's definitely on the list. It's definitely on the watch list. Right now, I'm focusing on Frieren and One Piece. But yeah. You were saved from... Oh, yeah, you were saved from Hazo for being at RTX. Yeah, that year I went to RTX. Hazo, everyone got Hazoed. I think that was the last RTX I went to, actually. They did another one the following year or so, and me and Cal didn't go because we had a Disney cruise booked a couple months later. So we didn't go, and it sucked because all the friends that... A lot of the people that didn't go the previous year went that year, and that's the year we didn't go. And then after that, there's no more. And so I'm like, damn, I don't know if or when we'll ever see some of those people again. You know, it's very bittersweet when we found out about Rooster Teeth. Yeah, Attack on Titan will be continuing. I promise that. I already have like 5 or 6 reactions recorded. I just need to figure out when I want to start uploading them again, but I'm like 5 or 6 episodes ahead of what the last episode was. Same thing with Erased and all that other stuff. I had to put a lot of that stuff on the back end just because of personal stuff. But yeah. Wouldn't say it's bittersweet, just bitter. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, RTX was like... Conventions, you know, they're usually like hit or miss, but like I really just loved seeing like friends and peers and stuff like that, you know? Being somewhere where you just connect with anybody that you talk to. It's like there's no other... It was the most niche convention, which in and of itself was kind of a testament to why it couldn't really be successful and why it was never profitable. But the fact that they still did it at a loss for the community is like, you know, I really appreciate that, at least, even if it was something that couldn't last forever. right, I'm actually gonna record right now. So we've actually done this, or rather I've done this kind of recording for all of the other illustrations. I'll literally record like 10 minutes beforehand. I'll do my little intro and then I'll wait for the thing to happen. So I'll do like a reaction. This is the first one that I'm live because I was so close to the time that it should have happened. I'm gonna stay up until midnight and see if they announce anything else for the 30th US, like for US time. But I'm gonna get off after they showcase all of this at least. No, the stream is gonna end after this. I'm saying I'm going to stay up until midnight, and if they give something else, I will record it. I'm expecting an illustration right now, and if not tomorrow night, midnight, we'll get something with the web event. So I'm saying I'm gonna stop recording. I'm gonna end stream after the illustration if we get one, and then I'll stay up until midnight and record if they add something else. But if it's only this, then that's it. Yeah, it's 9 o'clock here. It's 9:06 right now for me. Hexenzirkel? But it's not the 30th yet. I mean, I guess in China it is, but like, I don't know, maybe. Who's next on the list? After the Knights of Favonius. I'm sorry, after the Voynich Guild, who's next? Like, if you do it in order? I don't remember. Treasure Hoarders. What about after the Treasure Hoarders? Who's next that's not associated with Mondstadt? Like, that's actually associated with Nodcry. The Fae? It might actually be the Treasure Hoarders, then. It seems like the Treasure Hoarders originated from Nodcry, so that kind of makes sense. Oh, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'll do this. I'll have you guys with me this time. Woo! Yeah, this is a rare instance. I don't use the chat for most things, so yeah. All right, we're gonna do our little intro. Say hi to YouTube, everybody. All right, you guys ready to get debated? Chat, are you guys ready to get debated? We have a little less than 2 minutes, so I am back. We are back. It is April 29th, 9:08 p.m. As you guys can see, unlike the other recordings that I did, I'm actually live right now because we just finished reading all of the lore for the Long Night's Oath and the finale of the Deep Galleries artifact sets. Crazy fucking lore for both of those sets. Voyagers, Descenders, Khaenri'ah, Lightkeepers, the Wild Hunt, like Nibelung, 10,000 years ago, and everything else. So I finished my stream about 40 minutes ago when I was live, and people were like, oh, we just gotta wait 40 minutes. So I've just been chilling and staying up to the point, or staying live to the point where I was like, you know what, just waiting a little bit and we can watch all of this together. So this will probably be the only whatever it is. I don't know if we're getting a silhouette, if we're gonna get an update to the web event, or whatever the case might be. This is gonna be its own thing, and then I'm gonna go back to daily recordings at night by myself. So if they drop like a trailer or something, this is gonna kind of change the trajectory of my expectations. I'm not expecting anything that big, but I don't know if it's gonna be the treasure hoarders or if it's going to be the snow fae, because they skipped the Knights of Favonius, they skipped the Hexenzirkel. People are, you know, it's Witch Day, I think, tomorrow. But in CN, they're already on the 30th, so maybe. All right, here we go. We are refreshing. Pause, champ. Hoyo, please don't debate me. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, okay. Hold on. We got a pop-up tour. Wait, no, that's 10 minutes ago. Wait, did they add anything? Hold on. Pause. Chat, pause. Wait. Chat. Oh, no. Not again. Who's gonna tell him? Wait. Ain't no way I stayed up for an extra Well, see, this is the thing, though. Like, I don't know if they're gonna release something like, right now, or at midnight, or at 6 a.m. Oh, no. Twitter's gonna be on fire, dude. Oh, dear. Well, they posted this 10 minutes ago. I don't know what this is. Genshin 2025 pop-up tour. Damn. Chat, you know what makes this worse? You guys are in the video too, so you guys are all getting debated with me. It would have been fine if it was just me, but then then you guys dragged yourselves along with me. You guys were like, yeah, just stay on, Arnold, just stream. I haven't eaten all day today, by the way. No, I'm not blaming you guys, I'm just saying. I'm blaming Hoyoverse. Hoyoverse, I haven't eaten, I only had breakfast today. I've been streaming for the last 7 hours. All right, I think it's safe to say, hey, chat, at least we got all of the lore information. Today's stream was still a banger. I don't even care. The Voyager woman, the Dragon King Nibelung, the first angel. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm still satisfied for my day and the lore that I got. I was not expecting all of that. I'm gonna try to get those videos uploaded as soon as possible, but we might get something. We're gonna get something tomorrow. Hoyoverse has said at the very least we're getting something on the 30th. So I have to wait at least 3 more hours for midnight. They might drop something at midnight, or they might drop something this time tomorrow. I'm expecting midnight, so maybe we'll just have to wait a little longer, because it's not the just because it's the 30th in CN, it's not the 30th in the States, and they typically release trailers or something like that. Like the web event, well, the web event updated at midnight at this time, so I don't know. But I'll wait like 10 more minutes. Check the website, maybe? Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. I have to do something for my settings real quick. Is the music in the background okay? All right, I gotta just refresh real quick. Oh my god, it's got fucking flashbanged. Jesus. Song of the Welkin Moon. Okay, game. We're gonna do a cheeky little closeout here. Nothing's on the web event? Okay. Alright. Oh no, why is this choppy? Okay, hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, I know why. My accelerator is off. I thought I just turned it on. I think I accidentally turned it off instead. Okay, there we go. Your camera's also choppy? No, it's not. My camera's fine. How could you say that? It was? Oh, yeah, well, probably because I, like, reset everything. All right. The Wheel of Fate points in 11 directions. So make up your goddamn mind. So, chat, you know what that web event confirms? Is this the Celestia nail that fell here and killed off all the Fae? Because that artifact set confirmed that there's a Celestia nail here. Unless this is it. The tower? Doesn't look very gold to me. Oh yeah, Hisi Island. Yeah, that's another island. There's Hisi Island. There's... Wait, where's the other one? Lempo Isles. There's that. All right, chat. We got debated. I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm a little tired. I'm not tired. I'm just like exhausted. I need sustenance. I need food. I need to turn these goddamn lights off because my eyes are straining. And yeah, I'll stick around for 3 more minutes, and then I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna stay up until midnight and see if they announce anything. I will probably record something, but I don't know if I'm gonna upload anything until the morning. Who knows? We'll see. I have a Honkai Star Rail sponsored stream tomorrow, so I'll probably just be streaming a little later tomorrow then, depending on whenever I can get this Genshin video posted. Oh, man, I really hope I get a second wind. I'm so, like, I'm so dead right now. The second he stops streaming, they'll post something? No, I'm gonna wait until 9:20. And if not, they probably won't post something again until midnight. I did this earlier this week. I was coping. I was like, guys, they're definitely posting something at 9 a.m., right? Let's just wait until 9:10. Let's just wait until 9:20. Before I knew it, it was already 10:30. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm coping. Also, you know what I should probably do? I should probably get off this screen if I think something's gonna happen. Sleep is for the weak. I am weak. Also, your username is Dawit is Lucky. Is that Dawit? Or is that just somebody with a very similar username? Yeah, I'm weak. I'm folding right now. I'm tired as fuck. I am not above sleep, I'll tell you that right now. It's one of the few things in life that I love. Oh, it's you? Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. That looks kind of interesting. Bro, I read the... I'm like, I can't even think straight. I'm like running on fumes right now. We just read the finale of the Deep lore. And my shit's blown open. Pause. What's going on, dude? You're on the wrong side of town, buddy. You're on Twitch. I'm surprised. I'm shocked you're here. But I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, chat. I think we're cooked. Finna watch it back. Oh my god. It was so good. Yeah, I don't think we're getting any web updates until... I think it's gonna be midnight. I don't know why they're flipping around. They're like... Every single one has been at 9:10. And they skipped around, but they always drop something. But they said the 30th, so they didn't say when. You know, they didn't say when on the 30th, so we'll just have to... I'm gonna stay up. I'll be up for a couple hours more, so I'll record anything if they drop anything, but yeah. Yeah, just want to put it out there. They're making the heavenly principles look like... They're making the heavenly principles look bad. Like, it's so easy to just hate them. I'm just like... Motherfuckers are gonna be working overtime. Trying to jump through hoops to make sense of all of this. Vanis straight up looks like a slaver. Damn, that's crazy. Bruh. Yeah. I'm so excited though. Like, I'm so excited for Nodcry. I believe we're gonna get Hyperborea, just like we got Remoria. They were talking at like all of their lore that they gave us references Hyperborea, especially the Frost Moon Scions. So it's definitely happening. Yo, Dowie, appreciate the follow, my boy. Is that the right way to say some people say Fanis, Fanies. It's like a potato thing. I don't even think I say it the right way. I typed it into, I think I typed it into Google Translate, and that's what, I think I typed it into Google Translate the day I read Before Sun and Moon, and that's how they translated it. So I just, let's see, Google Translate. All right, let's see. Hold on.
Fence.
Okay, that's literally not what you said like 3 years ago, lady. You literally said Fanis. Okay, I'm clearly they're singing a different tune now. They're saying fans. They literally said Fanis. All right, we're cooked anyway. The AI are gonna take all our jobs. They're gonna be speaking for us pretty soon. Use Greek language? Can you even do that on Google Translate? What the fuck? Is there Greek? Oh, it is. Hold on.
Fanis.
Okay, this one's vouching for me a little bit more. So I just say Fanis.
Fanis.
Or Fanes. I'm so self-conscious whenever I'm speaking anything that's not like American English, so yeah, potato potato. Thanos is Greek? Yeah, but I'm a filthy American. All right, so I gotta put my own spin on it, you know? Thanos is androgynous, but I still call Thanos a he. It's just like I have Kevin Castellana in my mind and Finon in my mind, so like in my mind that's who the primordial one is, so I'm locked in, unfortunately. But yeah, gamers, it seems like we are left out to dry by old Hoyoverse. I'm chilling though. Like I just got all this fucking lore, bro. I'm good. I literally do not need. I need a sandwich or something. I'm hungry as fuck. Oh my god, my game's choppy as hell. What the fuck? Oh my god, is my internet gonna explode? All right, I'm gonna take chat box off. Oh, you know why? It's probably because the web event is still open on my screen. I'm using an older computer. Let me close this. All right, we're chilling. Oh. All right, stream saved. Did you order yourself sushi? No, I was 10 minutes too late. They closed because I was yapping too much. So, I'm just gonna... I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I'll find something. Hi, Arnold. How are you in here? Watch the VOD. I'll show you exactly how I did it. I don't want to tell you because it's more mysterious that way, and I at least know if you want the answer, you'll go looking. That's how you get them. Are you gonna upload this VOD to YouTube? Yeah, this will be on the VOD channel. This is a 7-hour VOD, so it probably won't be posted tonight. It'll probably be posted in the morning. But yeah, this is gonna be on YouTube. And I'm gonna edit the reaction. I'm gonna edit my readings of the artifact sets. And those will be posted hopefully maybe by this weekend. That'd be nice. But before 5.6. I missed the whole stream, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we talked about everything. Yeah, my bad, guys. I feel so drained. So, if I sound like I'm dying, that's why. Yeah, so other than the web event that... Oh, hold on. Actually, let me close out real quick. Yeah, I'm going to stop recording. So we're done with everything else. The only other thing I need to do... I'm going to do this little mini game thing because apparently there's voice acting in this. Like, the characters are voiced, like Paimon, Mualani, and I think a few other characters. So I'll do this in a couple days on stream when I do the local legends. So I think my next Genshin stream will be this weekend, most likely. I might have to finish the local legends off stream, honestly. Like, I'll start them on stream just to see how they all fight. But I might have to do, like, my recordings of those fights off stream because I want to have everything done. Like, that's the last thing I have to do, but that's 3 streams that I would have to do if I wanted it all on stream. And I'm like, it's not that deep. So, other than that, everything is done. We're all caught up with everything, so we're just chilling until 5.6. Joey, if you're still in here, did you watch the 5.6 live stream? I know you don't usually watch those, like you just wait for the games to update. Damn, this treasure hoarder is still being tracked. Manifesting Hexen Circle animated PV. Yeah, where's my Grandmaster Varka, damn it.
Hello again.
I'm so sad. Holyoverse will do everything but reveal Grandmaster Varka, I swear to God. Lore lovers thriving, I know. Every patch, baby. Thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. A little bit? Nah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm excited to go back to Mondstadt at least. At least we got his voice. Yeah, in a language that I don't play the game in, which I'm also really upset about. But at least it's permanent, right? So whenever they do add it in, I can freak out about hearing his voice in English for the first time. But you only get to experience the quest once, so it sucks. Excuse me.
Yeah, yeah.
10 more minutes. Hexen Circle animation. Trust. Bruh. I'm definitely watching that quest again after it's voiced. Yeah, whenever they like go back and retroactively voice the Archon quest, I'm dead ass gonna make an alt account and play the whole game again just so I can experience that in English. I'll do that. Actually, you know what? I'll have Mr. Feet do it. He's played Genshin like 100 times over on multiple different accounts for his challenge runs. I'll just be like, hey, can you cook me up an alt Aether account just so I can just so I can experience this one Archon quest? And he's a speedrunner, so he could do that shit in like a day. He's not really a speedrunner, but more like a challenge runner. You know, bro can beat Genshin Impact in like 40 hours. Do you think the OG VAs return after all the drama? I know Venti's VA said that she's coming back, so I don't see why not. It just seems a little awkward, but... Erica said we wanted to, that necessarily... Not necessarily that she would. Oh, okay. Then I misinterpreted that then. Never mind. Yeah, that would be a massive blow. The finale of the deep really completes the prayers artifact set. Yeah, I mean, it completes a lot of sets, too. Like, it kind of ties back to, the Paradise Lost set. Right? That talked about, like, the Sealy and... Nabu Malikata, King Deshret, all of that stuff. Like, it gave me, like, the full perspective that I think that I definitely needed. Because we never really got the context of, like, what catastrophe happened with the Outlander and the Sealy that in the Union that was witnessed by the Moon Sisters. Like, we just knew that, oh, afterwards something happened. So we got context now, which is really nice. Oh yeah, updated Descender rankings. Yep. Fan is hating on the Yuri. Yeah, we got some doomed Yuri in there too. You know, a genre loved by some. Oh, that was a question? Oh, well, you didn't put a... updated Descender ranking. There was no question mark there, so it felt a little weird. I was like, hold on, what? Oh, okay, I see. Who you got for okay. We had a long discussion. I hope you'll check out the VOD, but so here's my logic. Here's my thought. Here's my thought process, right? So the artifact set mentioned that the Voyager woman basically indwelled that young boy, right? And in my head, I was like, she got indwelled and then she got her memories wiped. So she lived out her life as that man, I assume. She lived her life out as that man. And then I was like, but what happened to her body? We also know that the third Descender's corpse became the the third Descender's remains were used to create the Gnosis. So I actually think that Nibelung is the second and the Voyager is the third. Memories wiped, did that happen? Well, the original passage of that union between the Moon Sisters, the original passage with the Moon Sisters says that the curse befell the two that made the union. They were cursed to be forever separated and their memories wiped. So I assume it happened to both of them. Right? I think it was, I don't remember where it's sourced from, but like, I know I read it. The logic's a bit different, but I have the same. Yeah, I haven't watched your video yet because I'll probably watch it tonight. Actually, I pretty much don't watch anything that I haven't. Obviously, I don't watch anything that I'll be spoiled on before I get to do it. So I'll definitely check out your video afterwards. But I also feel a little like stubborn. I'm like, I've thought the second Descender was Nibelung ever since. I don't even know. Like, I think I started thinking it was Nibelung around the time Fontaine came out. Oh, no. Like, Sumeru, I think. I think by Sumeru, after we first got Dragon King Nibelung name dropped, I was like, oh, what if he's the Descender? The second. And so now I'm like, I don't want to think otherwise. Like, I'm too locked in. And honestly, the timeline kind of suggests who else would be the second Descender with the will to destroy the world other than him. So yeah. I just don't know what ended up happening to this Voyager person. I think they went on to become like Khaenri'ah. Like they mentioned star-eyed pupils. So yeah, a lot of interesting stuff. We riding this one out. Hey, and if we're right, then we get to gloat about it. We could say we were the first ones. We were at the beginning. We were saying it before anybody else. So if we're wrong, we never really cared. But if we're right, we're never gonna let people hear the end of it. That's funny. But yeah. I'm so excited. I'm so stoked for the Light Keepers. I think that's my favorite faction right now, especially after the artifact set. For like the new 11 factions, they're definitely like, I think they're the faction I'm gonna be like the most locked into. Fanmachi, you have yourself a good night. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah. It's also kind of crazy how, like, the domino effect of everything happened. Like, this Voyager breaks her mandate to interact with other worlds, and then she leads the people to rebel and break their mandates, and then everyone just gets fucked over in the end, and it's just kind of like... This was easily avoidable, but then nothing would have changed, so... It's kind of a tough call to make. All because of Yuri. And then Dragon King Nibelung's out there doing his own thing, and then he just pops up and makes it worse. I can't wait to get answers. Like, I just need clarification. Obviously, this is all, like, speculation and conjecture, so we just have to wait. But I'm excited. Like, all this information just makes for better discussions as we go on. Is that Yuri, though? The youth was a male. Yeah, but the mind that was controlling the body was a female. So... mind over matter in this case, I believe. But no memories? That was after the fact, though. Yeah, that's after she fell in love. They wiped the memories weren't wiped before. Also, is my game bright? Hold on. No? Okay, I don't know. Something, guys, I'm literally like... my vision's blurring right now. I'm like, is it me? Is my screen... why is it so bright? Jesus. But yeah, so Skirk's looking for something. She might be looking for the, I don't know, remnants of the Voyager or something. If she's gonna be playable in the next patch. She should have a story quest, which is exciting. You guys think we're getting Dane still? Even though the interlude is happening now? You think we're getting Dane before Nodcry? Because then that's technically a second interlude Archon quest. Usually Dainsleif gets the interludes. He said he'd show up if Albedo ever acted up. That's true. I'm just shocked that, like, Hoyoverse wouldn't, like, reveal that in the trailer. Like, they always, like, hype up Dainsleif in these live streams. So, unless he has, like, a minor role. Like, what if the situation occurs and then, like, at the very end of the situation, once the conflict has been resolved, the final scene is, like, Dainsleif, like, looking over and then just walking away, and it's like, okay, I guess I wasn't needed. Yeah, sorry. No, Dainsleif's not interlude. I didn't mean interlude. I meant, like, another Archon quest. So it's like we get an interlude and Dane. But, I mean, I guess that's not anything different. Like, I remember we got Shenhe interlude in 2.4. And then we got Dane in 2.6, so maybe that's what they'll do. I wonder if it's going to be 5.8 then. But then that begs the question, are we not getting a summer patch? Are we still going to get a... Are they going to give us a summer patch event? Dane's Leaf? I have no idea. And the Mayor Javari? Like, there's just so many things. Simulanka feels like a goodbye to summer events. That is true too. Right? Especially since they teased the Lightkeepers in Simulanka. I kind of wonder if we're not going to get a summer event, which is kind of sad. It's like really sad. It's like, damn, bro. Yeah, I guess that would make sense. For everything else to be able to happen, I feel like you do have to take out the summer patch. Like the summertime fun in the sun patch. Maybe Nodcry is summer? I don't know. Nodcry is scheduled to release September 8th. I'm sorry, September 10th, by the way. 6.0. So, I have no idea what they're going to give us for, like, the last patch before that. Oh, that's another thing, too. The skins. The summer skins. I completely forgot about that. I wonder if we're going to get, like, how are they going to do those? Guys, here's the thing. We should probably not consider... We probably should stop expecting Hoyoverse to follow this, like, this neat and structured, predictable schedule. I feel like they're just gonna divert everyone's expectations. I mean, look at us right now. We were sitting here expecting that we would get an illustration at 9:10 p.m. And look at us now. We're clowns. Just when you get comfortable, just when you know what to expect, they're like, you can stop now. We're still here? Well, you're only here because I'm still here, and I'm only still here because... I don't know. I'm so tired. I can literally go to bed right now. I can literally just pass out in this chair. But I feel like Hoyo's gonna drop something in 2 hours. So maybe I'll take a nap. Maybe I'll take like a cheeky little nap. I'm also really... It actually might just be my hunger. I just might be really hungry and not exactly tired. Are you the type to yap when sleepy? Sometimes. My girlfriend says I get cranky, but I'm like... I don't get cranky. Come on now. I get cranky, don't mess with my food. Oh, I meant sleeping, not hangry. Not like angry because you're hungry. No, I worked in food service, so I'm not... I never get angry when I'm hungry, especially because, like, I know I've been on the receiving end of that, and I'm like, I never want to be you. I never want to turn into something that I don't recognize because of hunger. So, I'm just, you know, it's never that deep. You're gonna eat soon, I promise. But yeah. With all that said, though, gamers, I think I am gonna end stream. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep saying that I'm gonna end stream, and then I'm just not gonna do it. and I'm just gonna be stuck in this perpetual state of like exhaustion. But thank you all so much for tuning in, for hanging out. If you guys joined late, the VOD will be archived on Twitch. The VOD will also be uploaded to the Murder of Birds VOD YouTube channel, so you guys can choose where you prefer to watch it. I might be streaming Honkai Star Rail tomorrow or Thursday. Knowing, so this is kind of funny. I tell Cal this all the time. But when I worked at McDonald's, I used to be like let's just say right now, it's like 9 o'clock at night right now. Let's just say I had to work tomorrow morning. I would literally tell Cal, I can't wait to get off work tomorrow. Before it even happened, I'm like, I'm already looking forward to when I get off work. Like, that's just how I feel. That's just like the perpetual feeling. And so, I don't know. I'm just so tired. I'm so tired right now that I don't know if I want to stream tomorrow. I'm exhausted right now. I'm like, bro, I might stream on Thursday instead. But, yeah, so I might stream tomorrow, Thursday at the latest, Honkai Star Rail. And then we will do Genshin again on the weekend, probably Saturday. I also have to record stuff for my anime content, so I might record tomorrow and then stream Honkai on Thursday and then stream again on Saturday. So I think that's what we'll do. But yeah. I think that's everything. I'm gonna stay up until midnight and see if they drop anything. If they do, cool. If not, I guess it is what it is. Tomorrow, we're getting something tomorrow. I don't know if it's gonna be midnight. I don't know if it's gonna be 6 a.m. I don't know if it's gonna be 9 a.m. I don't know if it's gonna be tomorrow night at 9 p.m. But we're getting something at some point. So if you guys are in the Discord, just tag me and like DM me actually. Just DM me and be like, hey, check this. They dropped something in case I'm not around. But yeah, the VOD will be archived. It's a chunky one, so I hope you guys like it. If you guys weren't here to watch, we talked about the artifact sets. We talked about my username, gaming stuff. We all got debated by MiHoYo, so that was nice. But yeah, did the CN Moon event? All it said was stay tuned on the. They said stay tuned for, I think, April 30th. They just didn't say what time. So yeah. Oh my god, you still stream? Like, I still stream or I'm still streaming? But yeah, I still stream. And we're just about to end now, actually. I awoke and slept and awoke again. Oh, okay, I see. No, we're ending, like, right now. So, so yeah. Okay, I'm done. Check me out on Twitch. Check me out on YouTube. Enjoy the VODs whenever they get posted. And, I'll see you guys in the next couple of days, all right? Enjoy all the hype. If they drop anything, I'll upload. But I'm tired and hungry. I'm tired, hungry, and tired. I'm tired of being hungry. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.